You got to zoom out a little bit, man.
Okay. All right.
Just like any market, it goes up and down like a
So,
heartbeat a
so
little
just
bit.
quickly,
But
like, what point are you trying to get at here?
I'm trying to get at the reason why Nixon went to China in
No,
1972.
I'm asking you why Donald Trump is a better
You don't
presidential
let me
candidate than
finish. You
Harris.
don't let me finish. The reason why he went to China in 1972 is because he didn't want the Soviets and China to be too good of friends, because that was a threat to America, because the Soviets were the main threat at the time. So he got China away from the Soviets. We're doing the exact opposite right now. We are going to Russia and getting them away from China, because China is the main threat. We
What's up,
don't want
everyone?
them to be buddy buddy,
Did y'all
like
get a
the
notification?
unintended consequence of NATO expanding east has done. And now as a threat to us controlling having the US dollar. I mean, they could have it, they could create a huge economic zone where the United States dollar is not even recognized anymore. And that would be a huge
So I have a
problem for our
question. Do you think
economy.
that Donald Trump tanking U.S. stock markets, slowing American GDP growth, and isolating us
He's
from our
not
allies
taking
is
it.
good or
It's a
bad?
transition period for the tariffs he put in. You guys know that, so don't act
This quote unquote transit.
disingenuous.
Okay, even if I accept your argument that it's a quote unquote transition period, the transition period is still tanking U.S. stock markets. The transition period is still
Seems like we're
pushing
fine.
America towards a recession. The transition
I guess
period
it's a little bit
is
slow
still
today.
increasing income
Maybe it's because
inequities
Dean's live. I
and
guess
decreasing
I
average
don't know. It's
purchasing
just a little
powers
bit.
of
It's a lot
Americans.
slower than
Like
normal,
all
even when
these things
Dean's
are
typically
still
live.
very, very bad for global dominance, right?
Did everyone
I
get a
accept
notification?
that, but it's a short-term problem for long-term stability. It's a short-term
What long-term stability?
is the economic growth that bringing American innovation and businesses to America is going to provide. When you're putting a
Yeah.
tariff on foreign goods, that you're putting a tax on foreign goods.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That means goods in America, businesses in America are going to be way cheaper than the foreign goods. That means people are going to be putting money in American businesses, which is going to create more American jobs, and it's a huge cycle that everyone's
I'm
like, "Oh my god."
unconvinced. I'm unconvinced. The reason I'm unconvinced is of like economic prosperity in the long term caused by tariffs is because then it forces us to make things that we're not good at making that other countries are better at making, and it completely negates comparative advantage, which I think would slow GDP growth.
Unfair
Now,
advantage.
so
Unfair advantage, because there's human
competitive,
right violations going on in
competitive.
China.
No, just allow me to finish. Competitive advantage. Now, okay, I definitely do agree with imposing tariffs on companies that exploit human labor. And B, even if I accept that tariffs will lead to a greater GDP yield in the long term, there's merely other forms of isolationist policy, protectionist policy, such as subsidizing corporate America, that would lead to a bump in domestic production of goods, a higher level of reliance from consumers in our market on goods made in our market, but it would not lead to a recession now. It would not lead to drops in the stock
We're
market
not in
now,
a recession
or
right now.
any of the other like unwanted consequences.
We're definitely not in a recession right
We're
now.
definitely on our way to a recession. That's undeniable.
Sure. I mean, but that doesn't mean it or is indicative that a recession will happen, because
Oh, wait,
Indicative.
yeah,
obviously,
I think that a projection of a 3% recess in our GDP for one financial quarter is indicative of recesses for two financial quarters. What? I definitely think that, yeah, like a 3% decline in our GDP is an indication of the possibility of a future recession, please.
all right. Well, so some of those tariffs are on our allies, Mexico and Canada. And I see Trump supporter after Trump supporter come up here and try to argue that this is for like,
Can you repeat my argument? I hate it when people do this to me. Repeat my argument.
what do you mean?
I gave you an argument to dispute why tariffs are good,
Yeah,
and I just want you to respond to it, of course, but I don't think that you heard it. Can you repeat the
I
argument I gave you?
that we're on our way to a recession because we've had 2 months of.
My argument was is that I'm unconvinced that tariffs are good for GDP growth in the long term. The reason I'm unconvinced is because it forgoes comparative advantage, and it means we're producing things we're not efficient at producing. But even if I accept that tariffs are good for GDP growth in the long term, there's other things we could use that are better for GDP growth in the long term, such as investing in the industrial sector of America now that does the same thing that you think tariffs do without any of the negative byproducts like inflation, income inequity, counter tariffs, trade wars, or, you know, slow GDP growth, free falls in the stock market, etc.
Sure. And what I was trying to explain is that the tariffs to China are more about a trade war. But people don't realize the tariffs on like Mexico and Canada has been explicitly stated that this is to have leverage over them to help control of the F word into our country. Do you realize that the F word is the number one killer of Americans 18 through 45 years old? Do you understand that? It's the number
I
one
recognize
killer.
that the F word, very, very bad, undeniable. I don't think that's true, though. The reason I don't think that's true is because Donald Trump has rescinded the tariffs on Canada like 3 times now, and Canada hasn't done anything to slow the entrance of the F word.
Oh,
But
they
you're still
haven't?
not responding to my claim.
They haven't done
No,
anything to slow because they
not
have
in a response
appointed
to
a
Trump's
special.
tariffs.
Yes, they have. Look it up. They have appointed a czar especially in control. That it's his only job is to make sure the F word isn't going over the border.
Yeah, I
They've
thought that was a part of the $1.3 billion border bill passed by their parliament in November. If that was a response to tariff, then awesome. Now, I want you to respond to my argument.
your argument that there's why not both? I mean, you can do tariffs and you can do investing in your industrial complex. Like
Why not
I
both?
think
Because tariffs produce bad outcomes. Investment into the industrial sector of our country produces good
they
outcomes.
don't always produce bad outcomes. Like that's
We're looking at the
subjective.
bad outcomes. We're already living through the bad outcomes. You can't deny them. Slow GDP growth, free falls in the stock market. You
No,
refer to it as to the transitionary
this
term.
is it.
You think that there's bad outcomes that exist right now that wouldn't exist if we just invested into the manufacturing sector of our country.
I believe we are investing into the manufacturing part of our country, but the tariffs
No,
you
I'm saying if
can't
we
judge
didn't
them
do tariffs
after.
and just a massive fucking plan to invest into the manufacturing sector of America, increases domestic production, increases dominance of American producers, increases our GDP in the long term, and is great for protecting our manufacturing sector. Doing the same exact thing that you think tariffs are supposed to do
So tariffs are just never
without any
good.
of the negative
They
byproducts.
don't ever work.
Also, not my
Is that
fucking
what
claim. All I'm claiming is
is?
that investing into a manufacturing sector with
I'm not.
subsidies
I'm not.
for
I'm not
productive
saying
capacities
investing
is
into our
so much better
manufacturing
than
is a bad thing.
tariffs, making tariffs
You can do
bad.
both. They can both be right at the same time.
No, because tariffs make bad outcomes now and possibly bad outcomes in the future. And investing into the manufacturing sector make
That's not
no
saying
bad
anything.
outcomes now
Possibly good
and good
outcomes in the
outcome in the
future as
future.
well.
Ryan, what's good that comes from tariffs? Because I would say
I,
like overall we
could you ask
reduce
that question
jobs.
after? Because like it's just completely pivoting around
What
my
do you
argument.
mean? Look at the 1980s
Yeah,
Asian
this is just all
tariffs.
pivoting around my argument. None of this is relevant for right now. All that I want you to address is that there's 2 things that you think will increase domestic production long term: tariffs and investment in American manufacturing. If
I'm
we take
just
the route
saying
of
that they're not
tariffs,
necessarily.
listen. If we take the route of tariffs, okay, we have a lot of bad outcomes now, like possible recession, drops in stock market, increases in income inequity, regressive effects on low income earners, and inflation. If we take the route of subsidizing corporate America, none of those bad outcomes, but it prices American goods back into the market and dominates the market.
You,
Because tariffs produce a lot more bad outcomes than investing into American manufacturing, tariffs are bad.
no, that's your subjective opinion
And
that
tell me why it's
tariffs are
wrong.
bad.
Tell me why it's wrong. Because I gave you a relevant alternative that doesn't produce the bad outcomes, meaning that tariffs produce unnecessary harm, meaning that tariffs are bad.
Not always.
They are in
We
this circumstance, though. You're saying that tariffs don't always do that. They're definitely doing it right now, and
in
that's
which
why these tariffs are
circumstance?
bad.
Please tell me which circumstance you're
The,
talking about.
the
Which tariff?
circumstance of Donald Trump's tariffs in which he's imposed on our
Which
allies, such as
tariff? On
Mexico and
which
Canada,
country?
or
All
on
of
the
them?
EU.
You
The
don't support
conglomerate
any of his
effect of these
tariffs?
impacts has been boycotts from other countries, counter tariffs from other countries, reduction in consumer confidence in America, potential 3% recess in our GDP in the first financial quarter of 2025, drops in the stock market, increasing levels of income inequity, and global chaos. Those are the bad outcomes of the tariffs that Donald Trump is implementing right now. And because if we were to take the relevant alternative of merely investing into the manufacturing sector of our country, none of these bad outcomes would occur, meaning that the tariffs produce unnecessary harm to achieve an end goal, meaning that they're
Yes,
bad.
yes. You can speak and say all these words, brother, but it's not saying anything. I'm looking at results. I'm looking at what Trump did in his first term. His tariffs boosted the steel and aluminum industry in 2018.
Listen,
He
listen, listen,
added
listen,
Steel and
listen.
aluminum
500,000.
tariffs they kept.
Listen, listen,
500
listen, 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 listen.
500,000
You're saying that
manufacturing
you're
jobs.
okay with the harm now produced by tariffs because you think they yield long-term gain. What I'm saying is that
Long-term
investing
stability.
into manufacturing sector in America right now also yield long-term gain, but produce no bad outcomes now. Meaning that the tariffs create bad, unnecessary harm when compared to its relevant alternative.
No.
Meaning that tariffs are an antiquated, bad plan.
No, not when other countries have an unfair advantage, brother, because they're using low wages than we can do. You have to put a tax on those competitive advantage so that people have American jobs in
Okay,
America.
so you're saying that investing into the manufacturing sector of our country right now will not, and
It'll
like
help. It's
okay,
a
it'll help.
synergistic effect. It's a synergistic effect to
Okay,
do
wait,
this.
do you think it'd
Invest
be
in
less
the
efficient
economy
helping?
and
Do
put
you
some
think it'd be,
tariffs to
do you
help
think it'd be
even the
less
playing field.
efficient at helping compared to tariffs?
Bro, I think they are synergistic when they work together. You invest in your
Oh my
manufacturing
God!
and
No,
you
I'm
tariff.
saying what is better? What is better for long-term production of goods in America?
I think a good combination and balance of both.
Okay. So what in other words what you're saying is that you don't support Donald Trump's blanket tariffs plan because there's a better plan such as a combination of isolated tariffs and investment into the manufacturing sector that is significantly better, meaning that overall his
But
economic policy is bad.
his blanket tariffs on Canada and Mexico aren't about GDP growth, though. We talked about this. It's about the F word.
They still hurt our country.
You know what hurts our country is the number one killer of people ages 18 through 45.
And
That's
where
what hurts.
where do those individuals that die because of those drugs get the drugs from? Do they get it from Canada? No. Less than 1% of that F word that comes into America comes from Canada. Most of these individuals are getting it
Hey,
from hospitals.
hey,
Most of these individuals are getting it on prescription. Most of these individuals are getting it from people on the streets. Most of these individuals are not getting it from fucking imports from Canada. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't impact the American economy in a negative way, and there's a significantly better way to achieve said end goal.
I will give you the argument that only 1% comes through the Canadian border. But what happens when you lock down the southern border and it's impossible to get it through the southern border? Where do you think it's going to? You got to have a
It's not.
strong.
Wait. What has Donald Trump done to stop the majority import of DRUGS over the southern border?
He's declared a national emergency, put funding. He's put a Navy battleship down in the Gulf. Like they are
To combat what? Undocumented migrants, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but 85% of the drugs that come into our country across the southern border are brought by citizens. What has he done ever
Yeah.
about that? Ever. Name one thing that Donald Trump did during his first administration, Donald Trump has done during his second administration, or wants to do during his second administration to crack down on these citizens bringing the DRUGS across the southern border.
But do you know who the citizens get it from? They get it from the cartels, and that's why
But
he's
then they bring it
dismantling the
across the border.
cartels.
Then they bring it across the border. So what is he doing to address the citizens at the border?
He's addressing the source that the citizens get it from. The
By
cartels.
what? Labeling a fucking word? I thought that you guys were the people that thought sticks and stones couldn't break your bones, right? But words will never
Let me
hurt.
know what
Okay, what has he
ICP
done
is.
to address the
I'm muted
cartels?
on
Call them
TikTok, by the
fucking
way.
terrorists, right?
No, he's pretty much like making us go
Thank you,
to
the
war
pillar.
with
Thank you for
them.
the
Like
$5.
creating, when you do that, you have a military presence down there. That's why there's a Navy battleship.
Yeah.
in the
A
Gulf.
Navy
They're
battleship
going
in the
after
Gulf
them.
is going to stop U.S. citizens coming across land on the southern border into our country.
If you dismantle
So
the
true.
cartels, then yeah, they
So
will have
true.
nobody to get it from.
I'm so sorry. How does a Navy
A pillar, I've
battleship
never
in the
heard of
Gulf
it.
dismantle?
I'm
Because it
sorry.
has
dismantle any
technology
cartel?
to have surveillance of what's going on. They are assessing the problem. They are in the mid. We're
I'm
in
so
the
sorry. What are they assessing? Like specifically, what are they doing? How are they
the
dismantling it?
cartels
I'll
and
have to
their
look it up,
movements and
Pillar.
how they're going
Okay,
to
what
take
is
them
he
out.
gonna do? How is Donald Trump going to take them out?
Oh, with the military.
So he's going to start a war with Mexico.
No, with the cartels. Did you see
On
the
what
Mexican
land? On what
government
land?
already?
On what land? On what
Did
land?
you see
On
the
what land?
Mexican government already handed over like 20 of the most dangerous cartel leaders that they
Ryan,
just handed over?
Ryan, I just want to say, like, you like came on the live and you were like, dude, you guys are running away from us because like you guys are getting destroyed by us, and like this whole time, Ryan, it's like, dude, were you just saying that?
What are you talking about? I'm
Were you
cooking you with
just
actual
saying that?
critical thought and facts right now
What critical thought and facts?
of exactly what Trump's doing and why they make sense.
I have a question. What do we have more control over? Cartels on Mexican soil or borders on American soil?
Brother,
Answer my question.
We're about to find out. I don't
No,
know.
no, no, no. You don't know if we have more control over American soil or Mexican soil?
Oh yeah, we have more control over American soil.
So we have more
Probably.
control over borders on American soil than cartels on Mexican soil, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But there's only so much you can do with the border.
So if we have more control over what happens at our borders compared to what happens on Mexican soil, how come Donald Trump has never tried to assert that fact by legislating upon the citizens trafficking the DRUGS across the southern border?
Bro, they have all the technology in the world down there trying to do it, but it's still getting
But
through.
they still have more control over the southern border. No,
Yeah.
he's never done anything to slow the entry of DRUGS at the hand of citizens. He's
Bro,
only ever
they have-
focused on
yeah,
undocumented
he has
migrants
created
and immigrants
funding.
from other countries.
He has created extra funding by
There was more
declaring
funding
it a
for the Border
national
Patrol
emergency, which
under
gives
the
them
Biden-Harris
more
administration
money.
compared to Trump's administration. And when I asked you about this declaration of a state of a national emergency, you specifically said that this is being used to address the influx of undocumented migrants coming into America. Nothing
it's
to do with citizens coming across.
I
the
didn't
border.
say nothing to do with it. It's both, my friend.
Okay,
It's
so tell me
all
the
the
specific
problems at the
provisions
border.
in which have been implemented by the Trump administration to crack down on citizens through legal ports of entry, bringing DRUGS into America. Be very specific.
No, I don't, brother. Fund money. That's
Tell me
what-
where that money has
the-
gone to crack down on
the-
it.
the-
Tell me how much
I don't
money
have
and
a
where it's gone to
breakdown
crack
of the
down on it.
accounting sheet. So this is what you guys do.
I asked for specifics. Yeah, that is what I do. Yeah.
Well, do you have specifics exactly where the money's going?
I'm not making a claim about where the money's going. Why would I need to know the specifics?
Because you are making a claim that it's not going to the citizens that are
No,
crossing
I'm
at the
asking
border.
you to show me where it is going.
It just makes sense that if you increase funding at the border, that it's going to help all the provisions of the border.
So what
what they're
funding
trying
to where
protect.
to crack
I
down on what
trust
citizens?
them with protecting the border with the money. I trust Tom Homan to run a good
So
operation. down there.
what is the increase in the
Do you-
money
do
sent
you-
to
did
legal
you see that the
to legal
Gatto-
ports of entry to crack down on?
Do you know what a
citizens?
Gataway is?
It's something that doesn't revolve around citizens, and I'm talking about citizens coming
Okay.
across the southern border, with 85 to 90% of the DRUGS coming into America. What is the funding that has been granted to what agencies to further crack down on that? In what manner? With what response?
You tell me, my friend. I just know
Exactly.
that
You don't fucking know. So then you don't know anything that Donald
You
Trump
don't
has done.
know. I'm just letting you
Why,
know. That
why do
they-
I need to know anything about the claim you're making? Stop shifting the burden of proof to provide evidence for the words that come
No,
out of
it's
your
just
mouth onto
it's
me.
just common sense. If you declare a national emergency and you increase the funding and you have a military presence down there, and all the border encounters and border crossings are going way down, obviously they're doing something.
Military presence to combat who?
Combat anybody that's bringing over F word.
No. Undocumented migrants.
It's not only the migrants, bro. It's whoever is bringing over the F word. That is the main crisis that we are having. It's a national emergency.
Show me.
and-
Show me. So then give me one provision, one action taken to address the citizens at the southern border.
brother,
You don't have any, so then stop saying it. You can't just say common sense.
it is common sense. I mean,
Jesus Christ, yeah, that's what you say when you don't have any evidence for anything. You're like, oh, I think it's commonsensical to believe that Donald Trump has done nothing about the citizens coming across our southern border with DRUGS because he has spent his entire campaign for both terms of his presidency and both presidencies just focusing on undocumented migrants and immigrants from other countries. And
Yeah,
he's
Mitch.
never once mentioned in any press conference ever anything to do with the citizens bringing the DRUGS into our country. Could you seriously give me one clip of Donald Trump ever mentioning citizens bringing DRUGS into America across the southern border? Ever.
I'm sure we could find it if we really looked at the accounting sheets.
No, I'm just talking about Donald Trump at a press conference saying there's citizens coming across our southern border with DRUGS and we got to do something about it. Give me one clip of Trump ever doing that.
All right, it's the Task Force on Crime Reduction and Public Safety through Executive Order 13776. There you go.
Ryan, I do have a question. Have you ever been like busted by like law enforcement for trafficking DRUGS ever?
Yes. Not the F word though. The M word, which is legal and considered medicine in like 45 states. So yeah. And something I know both of you guys partake in. So don't take the high road.
I'm just
Don't
saying,
take
I'm
the high
just
road
saying,
on me,
like, I'm
Parker.
just saying,
Don't
like,
take
so
the high road on me,
are you
Parker.
admitting that the U.S. citizens are the ones doing the trafficking?
Not of the F word. I don't. I've never touched or seen. But I've had people. I've had friends of mine actually pass away because they took
All the
things
reason I asked
that
that question
were
for was not
unknowingly had the F word in it.
it was not what substance it was. It was just that you were the citizen doing that, right? And
No,
that it's
I think the substance that it was is very important that we talk about because both of you guys partake in the exact same substance. So don't take the high road.
I'm not taking a hard high road with that. I'm just simply saying
Wait,
that
what did
it
you
is
just
the
say?
case that people are trafficking in the United States, right? Who are U.S. citizens.
Wait, what did you just say that we're
Yeah.
partaking in that substance?
Yep.
No, he's talking about like Mary Jane, because that's what he got caught by law enforcement for trafficking.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, well, I do, but I'm not like trying to play like a moral high ground saying that like that's a bad substance. I was
I
just
know, but you
acknowledging
just thought
that the
you thought
trafficking
you
is
just had
done.
some
I
odd.
was just
Oh!
acknowledging that the trafficking is done by like U.S.
Oh,
citizens.
is this the guess that was caught with 100 pounds?
Allegedly 170.
That is a wild amount, Ryan.
Dude,
Yeah.
holy
I'm an avid user,
fucking
and that's a
shit.
wild amount. That is a wild diabolical level.
Holy fucking shit. You suck. No, why are you laughing at this? Why you
Because,
suck? You can't be sitting on this live telling me that undocumented migrants are the issue, immigrants from Mexico are the issue. Meanwhile, you are a
Mary
fucking
Jane kills a lot
U.S.
of people.
citizen that got caught with 170 pounds.
Dude,
Yeah,
170 pounds is diabolical. That weighs more than
of
me.
something that's completely legal in over half the states.
Ryan. But I'm just gonna be honest. That weighs more than me. Like, just
Yeah, I
isn't
know.
crazy. That's a diabolical level.
Yeah, it is.
It better not have been anything cut with vitamin E acetate.
You could have used all of it and it wouldn't have killed you.
Well, technically, where you get that from is when you are inhaling, like I'm going to say vapor. I'm going to assume that everyone knows what I'm talking about. Just got to stay safe for TikTok. You just can't inhale the vapor fast enough for it to lead you to an OD. But the reason why it is harmful to perpetuate that is because there's other ways to consume it apart from the quote unquote vapor that can lead to very negative outcomes, such as an OD.
Sure.
Yo, Chance, thank you so much for the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Chance. Can we get some W's for Chance in the comment section right now for the $50 YouTube super chat? Thank you so much, Chance. W's for Chance in the comment section right now.
See, I just don't think Mary Jane is a negative.
Minnie, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat.
I'm
and
not
Yoshi with
even
the
arguing
$13
that.
as well. Thank you.
I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that like it's U.S. citizens that are doing it, and then you are the evidence of that.
Darren, thank you for the $5
Not
on
of
Venmo.
the
Dylan
F
with
word,
the
but that's what we're
$5.
mainly
Drew,
talking
thank you so
about.
much for the $15
I know,
on Venmo.
but we're talking about illegal substances, right?
I'm specifically talking about the F word
I don't
because
think it's
that's
getting
what's
my
killing
point.
America. That's the crisis. That's why we're in a crisis. Because
I understand, but
80
I'm saying the action of doing the trafficking, right?
Sure.
You doing it is just evidence that it is like people in the United States doing it, even if it's considered illegal. Does it make sense?
Sure.
Because the place where
Yeah,
you got accountable for it, it was illegal, right? I don't think it
Yes.
should have been illegal because we're talking about Mary Jane,
Right.
But
I'm with
obviously,
you.
like that's not the point that I was comparing in this context. 'Cause
Sure.
again, I have no issue with that. I am elevated all the time.
Yes. Same.
You know, my fun fact about me. So my uncle died from an F word OD, and I almost lost my mother from an F word OD as well. So I mean, I'm like very personally impacted. And you know, they both got that stuff from hospitals on a prescription, and I think that is a completely separate angle to kind of evaluate the issue from. Is it's really not just DRUGS that are coming into our country, insofar as what we need to address to effectively solve the crisis, but it's like also it has a lot to do with hospitals in America, malpractice by
Trinity, why are you
doctors,
lying?
and other sources outside.
Why do
of
you just
things
spam my
across the
comment
board,
section with lies every day,
especially
Trinity?
When we
I don't
would
get it.
consider the fact that a disproportionate amount of DRUGS coming into America are brought by citizens. And it's like, you know, when you tell me that, oh, Donald Trump is really cracking down on this by getting Canada, who's responsible for less than like 1% or 0.01% of that substance coming into our country to appoint an advisor. And this is a great win against the ODRUG crisis. Like, I don't know. I think it kind of demeans a lot of the more systemic causes of the crisis, the reason why people are on it, where it's coming from, who's bringing it into our country, et cetera. And I think that we're going to need a significantly more comprehensive approach to really solve this crisis and stop the deaths of individuals from said substances. Additionally, I don't understand how we got here, because I was talking to you about how tariffs are bad for our country and there's other things that we could do that are better for our country than tariffs. And then here we are talking about this.
Yo, Riley, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much. They said 170 pounds is insane. I'm a heavy gardener, and I can't imagine that.
And I see a lot of people saying, like, legal DRUGS from a pharmacy. Dude, I'm telling you, yes. For instance, you could get like patches of it legally.
Yeah, I just want to say I empathize. I didn't know that something that affected you like that, so I feel really bad about that. So I am sorry about your personal experiences with that, and I do also apologize for coming in so hot. Like, I'm coming for respectful conversation. I've just felt like that was the only way to get in the door, because I've already had a conversation with each of you. But as far as the next point goes, I don't know, unless you guys want to stay on that point.
Chance, you're so funny.
Of immigration and tariffs.
Someone in the chat said it's not the same thing. It is the same thing. I've read.
Mac, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
F drug. Yes. It is the same thing. It is.
It is.
Okay,
What's it called?
Right. Is there anything else
Dean's
you want to talk
live.
about?
I think Dean's about to
Sure. I mean, the energy independence. You keep saying that Biden and Harris had higher energy numbers than Trump did.
Yeah.
But these are a trend that Trump started with his investments, his deregulation, and all the long-term investments that he created that carried on into the Biden administration.
Dude,
Biden administration tried to block. He tried to block the leases on the federal lands.
No, we're talking about permits they signed into law. 50% more drilling permits signed into law under the Biden-Harris administration.
But they were investments and deals that Trump had made that he signed.
I want to make it incredibly clear that this was not the continuance of a trend from Trump's admin. In fact, I just want to make this incredibly. I don't really attribute this to Trump, but it's still worth going over. The highest level of crude oil production in America under Trump's term was at 12.9 thousand barrels of oil per day in November of 2019. When Biden and Harris stepped into office, we were down to like just over 10,000 barrels of oil per day because of the impact that COVID had on domestic markets.
Yes.
Jennifer, thank you for the $10 for sending you money in spite of Trinity. Thank you so much.
Super high levels of production under Trump. In fact, it was very low production than when they walked in, specifically because of the pandemic.
No, they had to make the deal because there was so much oil stockpiling that they didn't have any more room for it. So that's why they had to cut down production. So that's why it looks like Biden had this huge, but these were long. Anybody that knows about the oil industry knows that there's long-term deals that are made in this, and there's a lag effect. And
Trump made bad deals for oil when he was in office.
No, how can you say that when
I can explain to you
how can you say that when you go to the
I got you.
EIA website? We became the first time we've ever been an exporter instead of an importer of oil, the first time in 75 years. So how can you say that?
I can tell you how. So the reason that Donald Trump made really bad oil deals under under his administration, was because he went between countries like Saudi Arabia and Venezuela and said that, well, I'm going to go buy oil from Venezuela if you, Saudi Arabia, doesn't sell me more oil for lower prices. And then he'd go to Venezuela and he'd be like, I'm going to go to Saudi Arabia if you, Venezuela, don't sell me oil for lower prices. And the next thing he knew, he was getting so much foreign oil for very low prices that it was just going to absolutely fucking crash U.S. oil production, because all of a sudden, nobody had any reason to buy oil from U.S. producers because it was so much cheaper from producers outside of America. And it was so bad that he had to go back to OPEC and beg them to make less oil so it costs more to stabilize domestic markets.
I mean, do you have a source for that? I mean, sometimes you guys just go on these narratives, but it's just like your own,
yeah, sure,
viewpoint of it.
No, sure, man. How about I give you like 5? But it's going to take me a minute and I can post them in my Discord after our conversation because I'm getting my information from a sheet that me and my buddy IRL made right after at the end of his admin, specifically about his terrible deals that he negotiated on oil. So, like, yeah, I could like sit here and
So
like
how did we
Google
become the first exporter ever?
what?
Or the first? How come we became energy independent for the first time in
No,
75
this
years?
didn't happen. That's not true.
Why does it say on the EIA website, the WhiteHouse.gov website,
Under the
LA
Biden-Harris
Times?
administration, that we were more
No,
energy
under Trump
independent.
administration.
Just not true. We were more
It,
energy independent
what,
under the Biden-Harris administration.
on a trend that Trump created for the first time in
Again, you keep saying
75
that he created the
years.
trend, but we just went over that. We had that conversation. D Squad, think of the $5. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Dylan. Think of the $5.
These
Happy
are
birthday to
these were
Riley and
deals.
Laxton.
To be fair, Ryan, like you did already make that claim and I did already dispute
Happy
it.
birthday.
And they just kind of say it again.
No, because of the deregulation that Trump gave the oil industry, that's what gave people confidence to invest in our oil companies during the Trump administration. And Biden got the
Wait, we had more investment into manufacturing, including oil and energy under under Biden and Harris's administration. I want to make that clear. And then you just say it's a continuing of the trend. No, dude, COVID fucked that trend. We didn't just reap the gains off of
COVID
the
did.
great
Trump did
economy.
not.
I know, but that just means that there was no continued trend of prosperous oil and gas production at the beginning of Biden-Harris administration because they walked into a fucked industry by COVID. They made the trends. They had like nothing. They had terrible conditions when they walked into office. They didn't just pick off great conditions from Trump.
Bro, the day Biden got into office, he put a pause on oil and gas leasing on federal lands and offshore waters.
So
And,
yeah, but then he
and
approved
then in the
50%.
last month,
But then they approved 50% more permits onshore drilling sites, which led to the highest level of domestic crude oil production in America ever.
no, because he tried to do that, but he got blocked by the federal judge in Louisiana. So if he would have gotten what he wanted, he was trying everything to reduce what happened, but he got blocked. So he didn't get what he wanted, and that's why we had the most oil
He was
export.
refocusing efforts. He was refocusing efforts on onshore drilling compared to offshore drilling, and it was very successful. That's why he approved significantly more permits than Trump, and we made more oil than we ever have been before. Is there anything else you want to go over, man, before we move on to our next guest?
Oh, I'm not okay. Just remember that you said I was gonna run with my tail between my legs. I'm not going anywhere. I got plenty more to talk about. So if you want to move on, that's on
Yeah,
you.
when I
brother.
say that, that's when you came up here and you're like, Dean, you're a stupid grifter that can't debate.
I
Like
say that
typically
you,
the people that come up and say that are like super lame and they just stay here to like be cringe and talk shit.
sure. Um,
Here, all right, let me ask you a question. Because
Sure.
I guess since you have more that you want to talk about. Would you ever support a president that wants to ethnically cleanse?
I don't support everything that Trump does.
That's not what I asked.
It depends. It depends on the context for me.
It depends?
Yeah.
So you're saying sometimes you'd support a president that wants to ethnically cleanse millions of people?
Well, I have to be honest with myself because I do support a president that has said he wants to ethnically cleanse.
Would you
I
ever
have to be-
support a rapist president that wants to ethnically cleanse 2.1 million people that also tried to coup our country, rig the outcome of a presidential election, serving as the largest internal threat to the American democracy since the Civil War?
Brother, I don't think wanting fair and stable elections is like super unheard of or like.
Wait, that's not a threat to democracy at all. But that's just not what Trump did. Trump sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states to cast fake certificates of ascertainment to Congress to install himself as president when he lost.
Yeah, I don't know.
He admitted to that in court, by the way.
Yeah, I don't support everything he's done.
So,
I don't
so
support.
that's the largest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
That's subjective.
What's a bigger internal attack on an American democracy since the Civil War, apart from trying to silence the voice and the vote of every
Bro, he
single
didn't go to
person
the
that voted?
Capitol himself. It was a situation that got out of hand due to neglect.
I'm not even talking about the insurrection on the Capitol. I'm talking about his fake electorate plot. Please keep up here. He sent fake slates of electorates to try to install himself as the president, voiding the real outcome of the election, silencing the vote of everybody.
I think he thinks that, and I think that the elections are questionable. The numbers that came in on them,
Oh, are you saying that Biden rigged 2020?
I don't know what happened. But it was
What do
I
you
there's
mean?
do.
things
What do you
that
mean you don't
there was
know,
there was
man?
statistical there's
Uh,
statistical anomalies. He can still
Oh
believe something
God.
happened, and still something could have happened. But
Okay, who do you think won the 2020 election?
well, Biden won.
Okay, so
okay.
then
So then
was there
Donald
good
Trump tried to steal
evidence?
it.
Yeah. So
But I'm not 100% convinced that there wasn't interference or something going
do
on.
you think it was rigged?
I think there's a chance.
What makes you think that it was rigged?
The anomaly of the numbers that year. At being a numbers guy, I like to look at numbers, and the
What
anomaly
anomaly?
of how many votes came out for Biden that year.
What? That's not like that much of an anomaly.
Yeah, if you compare
It's
it
a
to
6 million
previous
difference.
elections, it was a pretty crazy
There's a
jump.
6 million difference between this election and the previous one in terms of votes for the Democratic side.
There's also like, didn't Trump get like the most votes that any Republican had ever gotten? There's also an anomaly.
Yeah,
then.
like that's obviously an anomaly as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, that's something that really can't be
Okay.
proven
So do you agree
either
and
way.
concede that Trump tried to steal the
But
election from Biden?
the Democrats had questions about the 2016 election, so these questioning
Yeah,
the
but they didn't
election.
try to fucking steal it. They just took it to the Supreme Court, taking the proper legal channels as anybody who contends the outcome of election should. I have no issue with that. That's why I don't shit on Clinton, and that's why I don't shit on Al Gore. But I shit on Trump because he didn't take the proper legal channels. He just literally tried to steal it from Biden with fake votes in Congress and pressuring the DOJ into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud. So you support this guy that serves as the largest internal attack on American democracy since the Civil War, and has called for the termination of the Constitution, and disrespects constitutional rights, and disrespects due process, and pardons cop beaters that drove stun guns into the necks of cops on January 6th to let them roam in the streets, and wants to personally ethnically cleanse 2.1 million people off the Gaza Strip. This guy is a lunatic.
I'm not supporting all of the decisions. I don't support the blanket pardons on violent criminals.
I know, but like all these things I'm giving you, like these should be red lines. Why are these things not red lines?
Because I think the future of America is more important, and that's all I'm focusing on policies and how we're positioning ourselves for the next coming century for having a better life for my children.
Wait, would you still voted for Trump if he just straight up wanted to like reinstitute slavery in every other country on earth?
What?
If he still had the same policy as today?
No, I don't believe so. No. I mean,
Okay, so if you have like red lines, like you want to vote for him if you wanted to reinstitute slavery in every other country on the face of planet fucking Earth. So then why is like ethnic cleansing in the largest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War not enough?
the situation in the Middle East is very complicated, and it has just been nothing but bloodshed and murder and terrorism for 80 straight years. No one has come up with a good plan. They don't see each other's. They don't believe in each other's right to exist on the face of the earth. Something needs to be done eventually.
By the way, Parker,
It's,
I'm getting
it's
my
a,
laptop
it's
turned on to text you back.
lesser
there.
of two evils type of
Gotcha.
situation, because if you support what's been going on there
Can we
for
just move
80
on?
years,
Yeah, I really just want to move on, but I mean, this guy says like, do you have anything valuable to say here? Like, you're not really saying shit, dude.
I'm saying a lot. What do you mean?
No, you're just saying ethnic cleansing is okay if conflict has existed for 80 years prior. Like what?
Okay. I mean, something needs to be done, and he's the only one coming up with fresh ideas. So,
Wait, you think that ethnic cleansing is
Oh
a
my
fresh
God.
idea? This has been Israel's idea from the fucking get-go, Ryan. What?
brother, what's your idea?
Wait, why are you
Yeah.
asking me what my idea is? Address the fucking point. You said that this was a fresh idea.
How about we
Israel's
start with
already
not
been trying to-
ethnically cleansing Palestinians?
How about we make sure people stop killing each other in the tens of
That would
thousands?
that would include that same argument, right? Obviously, we would want to like kill innocent people, but wouldn't that mean that we'd want also not to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian population?
Ideally, yeah. I don't know.
You
Like
don't
I said,
know? I'm sorry. I'm going to kick you off of that. Like, I'm so sorry. If you're just like agnostic.
run
to
and
ethnic
hide, then
cleansing,
run and hide.
You think that, Ryan, you're so annoying. You think that I'm running and hiding from you? You're crazy.
Dean's
You
taking
just
the
said that-
rage of hate.
No.
You just said that you don't know if ethnic cleansing is like you're agnostic on the morality of the forceful expulsion of 2.1 million people from their home. And
Are you
I
agnostic on the
wanna
morality of
one
children
second.
dying?
And I want to kick you.
Are you agnostic on the
and you
morality
call
of
me-
kids dying?
No.
Okay.
Wrong.
Well, okay. if ethnically cleansing people reduce the amount of children dying by the tens
You
of
have no
thousands.
evidence to indicate that ethnically cleansing the population reduced the amount of people dying. So are you saying that Jewish people should have been ethnically cleansed prior to the Holocaust?
No, I'm not saying that. It doesn't have the same history as this of 80 years of children dying senselessly.
Okay, so if there's 80 years of people dying, then you'd be okay with it.
Be okay with trying something drastic because there's obviously an emergency going on that needs to happen to protect those kids.
So you're willing to ethnically cleanse people.
Are Ukrainian kids dying at the hand
Do
of
you
Russia?
understand the lesser
Wait,
of
wait,
two
wait, wait,
evils
wait,
and
wait.
what that means?
Wait,
Do you understand
are
that
Ukrainian
concept?
children dying at the hands of Russia?
Not for 80 years.
Are they dying now?
Yeah.
So would you be okay with ethnically cleansing Ukraine?
No, because
So why is it okay to ethnically cleanse
because
Palestinians
we can
because they're
try.
dying?
There's other
but it's not
alternatives.
okay. Oh, there's other alternatives. Is there
To
another
try.
alternative?
They have tried.
There are kids dying, Ryan.
They have
There's
tried
kids
all the
dying.
alternatives
So
in the
we need
Middle
to
East, my
ethnically cleanse
friend.
those
They have
kids.
tried peace deals. They have tried everything.
Yeah.
This is
And
a last
and nothing's
resort.
worked. This is a last resort for Ukraine. We just have to ethnically cleanse them. Is that your
No,
view?
this is a last resort for the Middle East.
No,
We can
no,
try
this is the last
alternatives
resort
with
for
It's the
Ukraine
last
and
Ukraine
resort
Russia.
for Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, we
No, it's
tried
not.
ignoring it when they annexed Crimea in 2014, and they just still wanted more. We tried to figure out a treaty with them in the 90s with the Budapest Memorandum to let Russia know that there's a red line, and they
So to
just still
stop
wanted
the
more.
killing, we have to ethnically cleanse the Ukrainians. Is that your view?
Yeah.
No, because if this goes on for 80 more years, I think we have got to look at other options. But the Middle East and the Ukraine situation are completely different situations.
And let me guess, another option isn't to just dismantle the IDF and restructure the state of Israel. Yeah.
That's
Good
not
luck.
involved.
Well,
He said
I
good
don't know,
luck,
of
you see?
course. Of course, yeah. All right, we're going to move on. Everyone, if you're in that queue, make sure that means that you voted for Trump. We're going to get our next guest up here right now. We got Red Bull loading into the live as we speak.
If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone.
Posse,
Let's
thank
run
you
it
so
up
much
to
for the
$500
$5
likes,
over on YouTube
everyone.
Super Chat, Bad Brothers with a 2. And Anissa, thank you so much for the $10. I do really appreciate that, Anissa. Yoshi with a 7, D Squad with a 5, and Will with a 5 as well. I do appreciate you guys. This guy's literally sleeping. By the way, y'all, I'm going to be on MSNBC later.
That is insane. We'll react. Can I react to it on live? Would they allow it or no?
Yeah, if you want. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be super entertaining.
What the fuck do you mean you don't know if it's gonna be super entertaining? Dean fucking Withers is on MSNBC. You don't think the chat's gonna be entertained?
But they've asked me to come up and essentially talk about really random things.
Okay, well, okay. Well, I mean, do you not want me to watch it?
No, if you want to, feel free. Feel free. No, it'll be a good watch.
Should we? Yeah, I feel like that'd be a fun live.
Should I I don't know. Actually, at some point, I kind of want to consult the Discord or something afterwards because they want me to talk about things that I don't know anything about. I guess I got to do some research on what the fuck they want me to talk about. Something to do with Elon's involvement in China. I don't know.
You should be doing research right now, low key.
Yeah, okay. We'll probably be on here for another hour.
How many? You need to actually study for this. This isn't like a test.
Nigger.
This isn't a test you take at school. By the way, the person's name is. I have their name, so.
Pooh Shiesty Roblox
Yep.
with 29,000 followers, meaning that's their main account. At Pooh
They're
Shiesty
fucked.
Roblox. Yeah,
They're
they're fucked,
fucked.
man. No,
They're fucked.
Yeah, they're fucked. Moving on to the next guest, Pooh Shiesty Roblox. It is POOH Shiesty Roblox with about 28,000 followers on the main account. Moving on to the next guest, you guys. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio. You already know. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, alongside YouTube Super Chats. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal in the pinned message.
Oh, and wait. So MSNBC told you what you're gonna talk about before?
Yeah. I got some blocks. I have 4 blocks. I'm going to be up there 4 times to talk about stuff.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yep. Pretty neat. I definitely do need to do some research. And I'm going to be on at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Central.
Okay, we'll pull you up on the stream. I can play MSNBC live, right? Is that?
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, so then I shouldn't do it.
Well, I mean, I don't see why not. Everybody's always clipping like news broadcasts and including it in their YouTube
Yo.
videos, TikTok videos, etc. Like, I don't think anything would happen to you if you did it.
Yeah, I'll have to
What
think
up?
about it.
Hey, howdy, man.
Chilling, bro. How you?
I said, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 26, bro.
Did you
Nice,
vote for
man.
Donald Trump?
Anyways, I'm doing pretty
No,
good. Good to hear
but
you, John.
I'm trying to get through to my dad, bro. And my dad been pissing me off. I can't even talk to him about it. So I wanted some advice about like they're so like
Here, be live.
how do I explain it?
I promise to you that you will objectively get better advice and more advice if you join my Discord and you go into any of the chats.
All right, bro.
110%. Have a good one, be live.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. The reason I say that is because like we'd be like rushed because we want to be able to get back to the like Trump debates, or sorry, like debating Trump supporters, and you won't be able to like fully flesh out your dad's thoughts, your thoughts on your dad, etc., etc., etc. But if you join that Discord, you'll be able to talk to like 100 of the most base people that have ever existed for like as long as you want. What's up, Connor? Did he vote for Trump?
That's actually.
Oh, Dean Parker!
How do you keep getting up here, bro? It looks crazy.
They just know exactly what names. They know that we always just like auto select Connors.
No, bro, they know how to play the game, yeah.
Dude,
They
we
know how to
just
game
auto.
the
I didn't
system.
even think about it that way. I didn't even think like, oh, I'm gonna select a Connor. That's just the first person I look to select.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. All right, moving on to the next guest, y'all. Here we go. Can't even do it. I don't even know how they do it. How do they do it? I just don't know, man. We gotta move on to the next guest, y'all. Riley! Thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying for the Evil Dean commemoration fund. Memorial fund. Goodbye. By the way, I'll probably be on for another hour, hour and a half.
Hour and a half. I was probably gonna
Yeah.
start here pretty soon myself. Wendy, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello.
Who's that talking? Yo, Ji Woon, how old are you?
That's what I was thinking, Wendy.
I'm 19 years old.
Ah, you're a kid. Guys, if you're in that queue, make sure that it means that you voted for Trump. Please, we are only looking for Trump supporters to debate. I know that we've gotten pretty lax on those rules. We haven't repeated them as much, but please just respect the rules, bruh. I beg, please just respect the rules of the stream, you guys. Fucking please, man. As well as go and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section over here on TikTok. If you want to come up and debate, we'll get you up on a live. That'd be very, very fun, quite frankly. But just kind of give us a moment to get the next guest up in here. Doesn't look like we have too many people spamming MAGA, not too many people that want to come up and join, but yeah, the next
Yo,
guest coming up.
Parker, how do you like the view bots that I sent to your TikTok? How
Was
do you
that
like them view bots?
Wait. Why'd you do that?
No, that was to
No,
TikTok. Have you
because
had
you're a Kamala supporter, that's why.
have you had your TikTok view botted, Parker?
Yeah, look at his TikTok.
Why'd you do that though? Like, how much money did you spend?
It's like it doesn't cost much. Like I'm rich, so it
Okay,
doesn't
he's lying.
cost-
He's
That's
just
a total
trolling.
lie.
Okay, if I'm lying, I'll send them again right now. Upload a video, Parker. I'll do it.
I
Oh,
don't.
video- wait.
I don't want you to.
Wait,
if you do
video
that.
views? Video views?
Yeah, look at his TikTok.
Oh, yeah, video views aren't as expensive.
I'm the
Don't-
one that's doing the YouTube bots as well.
I
Do you want me
would-
to do it right now?
No, I'd say that you should just stop wasting your money.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm rich. Why would I? I'm
Like,
bored.
just send it to me.
Yeah, just donate the money to us instead. Venmo, PayPal.
All right, how much do you want? What's your PayPal?
And my PayPal is in the link tree in my bio. You can just look it up. It's Parkergetajob. $5,000.
I'll gift you on TikTok. How about that?
Gotcha. That works. That works.
All right. Have a
Hey,
good day,
man.
you too.
Got you.
All right, bye.
We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Roxanne loading up into the box. You know, just give me some money too, Jordan. Please!
You know, someone owes me 200 grand. Someone bet me
What?
200 grand on the live, and I knew I
Yeah,
was right,
wow.
so I took it. I was like, and he's like,
Yeah.
I bet you don't have 200 grand. And I'm like, I will after I win this, and he never sent
Dude.
it, so I don't have the 200 grand.
Yeah, I think I'm probably owed a couple G's as well.
That was the biggest one I've done so far.
Yeah, 200K. That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money.
Well, I know I was right. If you look at the Bureau
Yeah.
of Labor Statistics, I'm right.
Yo, Rachel, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. Saying, Dean, you're doing great work. We love you. I love you too, Rachel. Thank you for the $10. That's very kind. We're just still looking for the next debater. Literally nobody wants to come up here and debate. Okay, you guys are terrified. Quite frankly, it's true. Yoshi,
I think that last person was lying.
Thank you. Everyone do just kind of give us a minute, y'all. Just looking for that next guest. Here we go, y'all. We got Chris loading up in. Just looking for a debate. Everybody. Yeah. Someone in the YouTube stream says, drop in a super chat caller if you're so rich. Yeah, no, for real. Yo, Brian, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube saying, Dean and Parker, you rock. Dean, check your business inquiries email. Don't worry, Brian. We check everything in there. It does take us a while to get around to some, but I promise I will get around to yours. Hello, Mason. Did you vote for Trump?
Hannah, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Hannah. Can we get some W's for Hannah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Hannah. I really appreciate it. And Sid with the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much.
Farrell Poo, did you vote for Trump?
Is that a
Absolutely voted for Trump.
Thank
and
you, Sid.
voted for Trump
W's
every
for
day
Sid.
since.
W's for Sid. W's for Sid. All right. Farrell, why'd you do it? Why'd you vote for Trump?
I think we can see it every day. We're winning every day ever since he's been reelected. And this time, the gloves are off. We're no longer going to be sitting around waiting for the deep state to strike back. We're going to win.
I feel like you're about to like run away. I don't know why, but were you winning when like we had the quickest drops in the stock market since 2008?
Can I talk to him?
I think we have a lot of things that we have to fix from the last 12 years of Democrats, and you can see the Democrats are totally in disarray. And
wait, Farrell! Literally, right before the
in
inauguration,
less than 100 days, and the only thing that they can do is lawfare and continue to stop agendas.
Right before the inauguration, the Atlanta Fed projected a 4% growth in our GDP in the first financial quarter of 2025. Now they're projecting a 3% recess. Was that a W?
Economic data that's been falsified by Biden for so many years. We can't even be honest about what the current unemployment rate was.
The Atlanta Fed is a private organization.
But so many things are going to change, and they've been changing.
James, I don't agree with gender abolition, but I don't like gender, like pushed gender norms, like everyone has to abide by them.
We are moving forward with saving money,
but I don't believe with gender abolition. I believe I'm a man.
Wasteful money on that.
Can you give me any evidence that the Biden-Harris administration falsified economic data?
Oh, they always do, but every administration does.
But gender is descriptive, not prescriptive.
The only difference is
Trump
doesn't have to be owned by anybody.
Can you give me the evidence that they did?
Oh, I mean, anybody that can look at a job report and see how it's revised consistently, or how GDP has been revised down consistently, because we don't count people properly. We don't count how people are out of the workforce. We don't count. There's so many different ways we can do it.
What is the deep state?
What is the deep state? I mean, we see it now. We got bureaucrats that are basically barricading themselves inside of offices because the president, who's exercising his authority to get rid of them, they don't want to leave. They go to judges. They shop around to judges that are going to be sympathetic because they were put in by, Democratic presidents. And a district court judge thinks they can stop the president of the United States. That makes no sense in any reality. And he's going to win. He's going to win on appeal.
I'm still waiting. What is the deep state?
The deep state is any of the unelected bureaucrats that have been installed for so many years, for so many programs.
Like Elon Musk?
The deep state is not Elon Musk.
So is Elon Musk a part of the deep state?
That's trying to make us better.
Wait, but he's an unelected bureaucrat.
We need to get a grip.
Wait, you need to get a grip. Things. Elon Musk is an unelected bureaucrat.
Elon Musk is doing what the president asked.
Wait, isn't that what every other unelected bureaucrat has done that you just said was terrible?
Trump has taken out the unelected bureaucrats he doesn't want anymore.
And by the way, Jackie with the 50 pounds, thank you. They said, sup, it's me, Jordan. Wait, Jackie with the 50 pounds saying, sup, it's me, Jordan? No way. I don't believe that.
I mean, think about how many people that Biden pushed through that were useless. That couldn't even.
Hey, Farrell, I just got a question. You're an active X user, yeah?
I mean, I don't understand you guys. It's okay.
Just answer my question.
When Democrats put in their little hacks and stuff like that, but when Republicans actually try to stand up for their values and do what they want to do,
answer my question. Are you an active Twitter user?
You're
yapping. Stop yapping. Are you an active Twitter user?
He's gibberating.
I don't have to gibber. I just want to hear the truth.
Stop gibberating. Stop gibberating. Are you an active Twitter user?
No, I don't use Twitter.
No fucking way. You're lying.
No, not at all.
Every single point that you just made is a point that I've seen like these like incel, way too far gone idiots on Twitter make in the last 24
See,
hours.
that's
For
where you,
instance,
that's where you
no,
can't have a
just let me.
discourse because immediately
I wasn't done with my
that's what
statement.
liberals
You
go
are
to,
interrupting
is they
me.
call you names,
You're interrupting
and they
me, and I'm gonna mute you. Like, for instance, Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. I forget who it was. It was like one of the Twitter cultists that was like, well, we see that our stock market is crumbling. Projections for economic growth are down. Stock markets are dying. Everything's not looking too good. So their response was to say, and I quote, this is just a shedding off all of the false numbers that Biden used to pump up his economy. What you are is a professional coper. You don't treat politics like this system that we could hopefully try to use to make our country better. You just pick a side and you align with it no matter what. It's emotion versus logic, okay? I support the CU Buffs. If you were to ask me who would win, the CU Buffs or Ohio State, emotionally, I would say CU because that's my team. I support them. But logically, I gotta say Ohio State, right? And I feel like in a very similar lens, you look at politics through that same emotional lens. You emotionally support MAGA, you emotionally support Trump, and you emotionally support anything they do, anything they say, and you always try to find a way to justify it. That's what you're doing right now. As soon as you see that the economy is crumbling under Trump, well, your emotions tell you that Trump's a good guy that's great for the economy, so it must be Biden's fault. Therefore, Biden must have been propping up his economy, and now we're just seeing the result of Donald Trump being a virtuous leader and no longer propping up his economy with fake numbers. And it's embarrassing. And it's annoying. It's fuck.
Vanity, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to your husband. Happy birthday to your husband. I hope that he finds my voice very annoying continually every day.
Unmute, Farrell. You haven't spoke for like 30 seconds, so that must mean that you don't know how to unmute yourself.
There's a
You and me.
lot of people that hate us in the comment section right now. It's really funny.
I don't see it.
You don't see it?
No.
It's like there's a lot of what's it called? Just like crazy MAGA conspiracists in the comments.
It's only because you want to silence me. It's just you can't have an honest intellectual discussion because we both know that you have no ideas. That's why you're losing right now. That's why Trump is winning. Trump's winning because he knows what people want to have done. They want safe streets. They want safe borders. They want a better economy, and they don't want any more bullshit. And that's where we're at.
So I have a question, right? You don't want like criminals to be let into the country legally.
That's correct. And what is he doing?
What is your
party doing? They're defending criminals.
If you don't
they're
want
defending criminals.
This is why we meet
every time. They're defending.
This is why we meet you because again, you see that we're defending criminals. You voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that tried to undermine the 2020 election, right? And literally, right, released violent criminals into the country that beat cops and admitted to it and pled guilty to it.
I mean, if you want to talk about lawfare and how all those are going to get overturned, we can talk about that. And we're still seeing lawfare because he's got more lawsuits have been filed against Trump in the first not even 100 days than any administration combined.
Because he doesn't respect the Constitution.
Because
he doesn't respect the Constitution. He doesn't respect the Constitution. His agenda is unconstitutional. Wait.
Judge, which is so weak. So weak on your part.
Hey, the reason why he's had so many lawsuits against him is because his agenda is unconstitutional.
Not at all.
I'm explaining how. If you will allow me to explain how, I don't want to have to mute you. But if you act like a 3-year-old with no emotional compulsion and you don't have the ability to just listen to me while I'm speaking, if I could give you that same credence, I will have to mute you. If I don't mute you now, I'm just merely going to ask for you to wait until I'm done speaking. Is that okay? Thank you. Perfect. So the reason he's had a lot of lawsuits against him is because he's doing a lot of illegal and or unconstitutional things. Like, for instance, he ignored a court order from a judge that then had another court agree that it was illegal for him to ignore the court order. He has, restricted the asylum processes. granting himself a window to deport anybody that is in America on asylum right now that has started their claim in the last 2 years. Most obvious lawsuit ever. He's reenacted a piece of legislation from the 18th century to use to identify individuals as a part of Venezuelan gangs with no evidence to be deported without due process. Most obvious fucking lawsuit ever. Okay? He was at the headquarters of the Department of Justice where he was saying that CNN and MSNBC are illegal, that these media organizations have no right to exist. In fact, they're infringing upon our laws by their existence, even though they are protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of press. Most obvious lawsuit fucking ever. Okay? And then I don't want to hear it about lawsuits. Elon Musk has been toting how he's launching a lawsuit against CNN and people on CNN for like calling him a Nazi and shit. Okay? So, yeah, there's your response. That's why he has so many lawsuits against him.
Well, we don't agree with that. We agree that basically the left has gone after Trump since the first day he started his original campaign, and they've done everything they can to destroy the man. And the only reason he's still standing is because of the strength of himself and the fact that he has his own money. If it had been anybody else,
I said that was wrong.
Destroyed so many people over the years, and it continues to this day. Instead of lawfare against the president, now you're just going against his agenda because you have no way to stop it, which you all know that. But you also, you're not honest because of the fact that you had 12 years with Obama and Biden to do whatever you wanted, to shove as many things like DEI and open borders and whatever you wanted to do to us down our throats. And what's the problem is those of us who are on the right and the majority of the American people, they're sick and tired of being told they're stupid, that they're ignorant, and that they don't know what they're talking about, because we're tired of being told that, and we're no longer going to take it. And that's where the disconnect is, because we're not going to hear that we should have men and women's sports. We're not going to hear we should have open borders and give taxpayer money to people who never were here originally, who are here illegally, who are breaking the law by being here. There's never going to happen.
Hey, Farrell, I have a question. How much do undocumented migrants pay per year in taxes?
Again, why you want to make up a term like that? They're illegal immigrants. They are illegal.
Dude, you're hyperfixated on the wrong thing in my statement.
And they don't pay taxes.
Okay, they don't pay taxes. You're fucking
No, not at
wrong.
all.
In the
Because if
fiscal
you
year,
go by-
sir,
if you go by the math-
in the fiscal year of 2022 alone, undocumented migrants paid $95.6 billion in taxes on the federal, state, and local level with the use of ITINs. When you say that undocumented migrants don't pay taxes
all.
and they live on the government to survive, you're fucking wrong. And don't you
I'm
say
not
not at
fucking
all,
wrong. I'll
because
tell
guess
you
what my
right
sources?
now,
Guess what my sources?
over 70%
Guess what my
of
sources? Guess what my
illegal immigrants
sources?
that come to this
Farrell,
country, they
guess
get
what my
money.
sources? Guess what my sources for my claim?
I'm just telling you where you get your money from.
The
They've
House
also
fucking
done a study
Republicans. The
where
House
if
fucking
we-
Republicans.
if we-
You could find a study done by the House Republicans. The House Republicans that indicated that undocumented migrants pay $100 billion in taxes per year. I am sick and tired of you coming up on my live, repeating these talking points baselessly while rejecting everything that I'm saying. You're saying that I'm dishonest. You're saying I'm not acquainted with reality and I just hate Trump. Well, here's the fact of the
Dean
matter,
muted
sir,
me
is
on
that you
accident,
cannot bring
I think.
yourself to reality, because as soon as I give you a fact, that fact being that undocumented migrants pay close to $100 billion in taxes per year on the federal, state, and local level with the use of ITINs, and that fact is reiterated by Trump's cronies in Congress, the House Republicans, in January of this year, you still reject it. And let me guess, you have no evidence. You have no reason. You have never even looked at my source. You merely just want to believe that undocumented migrants have never paid any taxes, because that perpetuates your contortion of reality that upholds your false worldview. This is why I say that you are a member of a cult, because you are separate, apart, and distinct from logic, devoid of reason, and apart and outside of fact, and you just merely contort reality to whatever you fucking want it to be. And I want to offer you an opportunity to prove me wrong. When you unmute your mic, tell me exactly why my claim that undocumented migrants pay $100 billion in taxes per year on those three levels is false. But I know that's not what you're going to do. And instead, you're just going to start yipping and yapping about random shit that has nothing to do with you displaying why what I said was incorrect or providing me with a source that would differ. And you're just going to go off on these other random tangential points about how strong Trump is, about the agenda and how the liberals and the deep state are so shitty and they just want to stop it. But you will never, ever, ever explain why you think the fact that undocumented migrants pay $100 billion in taxes per year is incorrect. Go ahead, try. Click on the profile picture. Click that on the mic. Do not unmute yourself. Just watch this chat. I just want to use this as a demonstration. The moment he unmutes... Wait, that was to Parker. Bro.
He keeps muting. You muted me twice.
I did?
Yeah.
Bro, okay, TikTok must be tripping. I was literally trying to unmute the guest. He left.
Bro. That was rough, dude.
Dude, it's just because you have to be hard on the cultists. The cultists that are so far gone in their delusional worldview. In order to, like, beat them in a debate, you just have to predict their next move. Let them know that you've predicted their next move. Make it incredibly clear.
Yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Sid. I appreciate it. Sid, also, my friend who claims to hate you is watching the stream right now. Say hi to Mac. Yo, what's up, Mac? What's up, Mac?
To go. They will
I know you hate me, but we love you.
The fact that they're cowardly cultists, and they will never accept the fact that they're wrong. So they're in between a rock and a hard place, where their only option is to never engage again. That's exactly why that guest left.
All right. I might just start up my live here real quick, to be honest.
Okay.
All right.
I could send you a raid when I'm over. I have about another 30 or 40 minutes on.
All right, for sure. I will see you then, bruv. I'll see you then,
thanks
bruv.
for popping up. Thanks for popping up, Parker.
Good seeing you.
30 or 40 minutes on.
All right, for sure. I will see you then, bro. Ultimate, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat to make up for Dean muting you. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Chat, you know what I realized? I think this Shure mic has less background noise associated with it. I don't hear as much of the random static. Is it just me or? I don't know. It's like the new Shure mic that I got. It's like the DB. It's like the new version of it, of the SM7B. It's the SM7DB. And I actually have the ability. I can change some of the settings down here. It's pretty cool. Congrats on 100 gay plaque. Yes, it's actually so sick, chat. Look at this. Look at this. Insane. We love it. That's so fucking cool. That's honestly so cool. Put it right in front of me. Absolutely beautiful. W play button. I know, right? We're going to start getting some people up here in a second for some debates. Everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We're going to start getting some debates up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
50. Yeah.
Okay. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I think that he's into transparency. I think he's into making America great again.
Okay. What does it mean to be transparent?
I mean, Doge peeling through all of the layers of inefficiency in our government, working for the people, showing America where our money is going.
No, but what is transparency? Jennifer, thank you for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you.
I mean, what do you mean, what is transparency?
Yeah, how do you define that?
I don't know. Transparency, ability to see through things.
Ability to see through things. Okay, so in this context, you're not saying someone that would be truthful with what's going on. That's being transparent.
I mean, listen, everybody has their faults. If you're getting to his stuff that he's done, I'm wondering with you, Parker, this is what I'm really wondering, because do you agree with waste, government waste?
No.
Okay. So do you think at this point that he's done anything good up to this point for like cutting back on spending that was unnecessary potential fraud?
Give
Do you
me,
think
give
any,
me any circumstance of that.
I mean, okay, something really simple. Elon finding like the fact that like when they're sending money through the government system, not having a a tagline as to where it went. Blank checks, basically untraceable, untrackable.
Which ones? Where?
In the aid, what was it called? U.S. aid. I think it was.
So, like, what within USAID?
It may have been USAID, or it may have been within the, what did they call it? The task system or something, where they were cutting the checks. It was the payment system, and it didn't have a descriptor on there. So they would write checks and you couldn't tell where they were going. So there was no ability to like balance the budget, or like there was no transparency. There was no accountability.
Mark, if that were true, then that would be cool, but that's not that much money, right, that you'd be referencing comparative to how much Donald Trump is signing into law in terms of debt-related spending, right? If we look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, not only can we identify for Trump's first administration, it was $4 trillion more comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, but also the campaign plans were $4 trillion more over the next 10 years comparative to the Harris administration's campaign plans. So if we actually cared about waste spending, well, then we wouldn't have ever voted for Donald Trump in the first place. So although we can say that we want to cut down on waste spending wherever we can find it, anything that wouldn't be transparent, and we would love transparency, those are all good things.
You like that?
Right? Obviously, I'm not disputing that. But the issue is that these people that you're trusting with transparency are not the transparent people that you think that they are. Okay, Donald Trump.
I mean, how do you know that though, Parker? You don't really know that.
I do. Donald Trump, 30,000 confirmed lies under his first administration. He lied about the results of the 2020 election, right? These are verifiably things that are true. Verifiably true.
Okay. What you can also see verifiably is that waste is getting ended, right? In a lot of different ways. That's true also. Do you not like, I'm not saying that the guy hasn't ever lied. Heck, Parker, I voted for him, but I like literally went, his last presidency, I was so sick of all the drama that he caused. I was like, please get him out, right? Like, I'm not saying that the guy is perfect. No one is. You're not, I'm not. But don't you like at least some amount of visual into where our money is going?
Yeah, that's not what exists, though.
You don't think so? Well, hold on just a second. How do you know that? Because, like, what if I saw this interview today on TikTok with, I forget who it was, but it was the guy who coined the phrase Doge. Have you seen this yet? He had a meeting with Elon. I think it was from the All In podcast, one of those four guys. And basically, the guy is giving software to the government, right? So the idea is you don't have to get approval from Congress. If you go to the government and give the government something, then there's no approval needed. And so I just thought this morning, what if Elon is
a legal expert?
He's the guy who coined Doge. He had a meeting with.
If they're not a legal expert, then I don't know why we would take what he's saying about the law. Vanity, think of $5. Don't worry, they're good. They're good.
All I'm saying, I'm sorry, Parker. I'm not a great debater, but here's what I think is happening: is maybe they're rewriting software for the explicit purpose of tracking our money and making things efficient. Like, what do you think about the fact that it was taking months to fire someone before? Just to fire them, just to process the paperwork. Are you into like, hey, software could do this better? Do you like that?
Obviously, software could make things more efficient to some degree. I don't think that's what's again happening. I think that like you're being sold a narrative that they're making things more efficient and transparent, when it is the case that the person running this entire operation literally has plenty of conflicts of interest with the federal government. So why would you expect that his desires, goals, and aspirations are going to be targeted towards holding corporations accountable rather than benefiting himself from a corporate perspective? Because that's his fiduciary responsibility.
He's literally the richest guy in the world.
Do you know what fiduciary responsibility is?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
So if he has to uphold that with his stockholders, then why wouldn't that carry on to like his job here with the government?
I think he does like he operates with fiduciary responsibility with his stockholders.
Yeah, for his stockholders, not for the country. It's the stockholders, not the country, that he is most going to be caring about.
Hold on just a second. How is Elon not operating fiduciary responsibility for the country? I don't understand how you're saying that.
I'm not saying for the country. I'm saying for the stock. He has a fiduciary responsibility for his company. So
Okay.
if his company's interest conflicts with the country's interests, it seems like he would then pick the company's interests. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. What if he sees a way that his company interest is benefited? John Nash, the Nash equilibrium. What if it's better to do what's best for the group and the individual? Do you know what I'm talking about with the Nash equilibrium?
I don't think that's the goal that we would expect him to have. Why wouldn't we expect anyone else to have a better ability to be able to do so? Right? Like, again, if he has a conflict of interest, why couldn't we just pick someone else who doesn't have this conflict of interest?
Well, you're saying if he does, he may not.
He does
may
have
be
this
operating.
conflict of interest. What do you mean? We know that he has this conflict of interest. Also, like, he has contracts with the federal government, and his competitors have contracts with the federal government, and or don't have competitors, or and or don't have contracts, or want contracts. So, like, those are all relevant factors and conflicts of interest that are relevant towards him being in the position he is. If he wants to be in that position, he wants to do government. Well, then he needs to put aside all of his for-profit business aspirations. I think that's true about the position of presidency. If you think it's such a big issue that Nancy Pelosi or people on the Democratic side use their position to make money, right? Why is it such a great
But
thing
he
for
didn't
Elon to
use
do
it to
that,
make money.
or for Donald Trump to do that?
He didn't use it to make money, bro. He is the
You don't
literal
think that he
richest guy in
utilizes?
the
You
world.
don't think he utilizes government interactions, right, in order to be able to get contracts with the government?
I know that he whipped the crap out of Boeing without being in his position. He smoked him because he's smart, right? And you know he did, okay? Because he was aggressive and he wasn't drinking off the dole from the
Why
government.
why hasn't Doge gone after the Department of Defense?
Wait, hold on just a second. Listen to what I just said. I was answering. He's smoking on me, Parker.
How's
He
that?
smoked. He smoked Boeing. He smoked NASA. He smoked everybody. So
You mean
like
by laying off employees for the federal government?
what?
That's for every aspect
if-
of the federal government. That's also cutting the VA. That's also cutting very, very important aspects of our federal government
If
that
the
take care of people.
If people get taken care of in the same way by efficiency, why would we defend inefficiency?
The same people are not being taken care of. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't listen. Okay, I don't know if they are or not. There are millions and millions of people, and so if things slow down during a change, and people will certainly get affected. But can't you imagine a better place that we'll land in with software doing these things?
Again, what you're not understanding is that software doesn't make the same type of calculations as human beings. There are some things that human beings have to overlook software on. Right? Software
No.
can fill in gaps, but software is not the basis of things as of this way it stands right now. That's an insane
Right now,
that's an
but
insane
like,
take.
bro, we're like 3
What
years.
software? What software?
I mean, listen, can't you imagine the Grok?
You want to run the
or
federal government on ChatGPT? What software are you
Not-
referencing?
Not ChatGPT, but some AI will eventually be in charge
Eventually
of
is not right now. You understand the distinction, right?
Of course, but you can't run it off Cobalt. You know, you have to run it.
What are you running it on?
You're going to run it on a new sort of like framework that like plugs into. Like, and so I would think that they would be like reworking all of the
So
systems.
one that doesn't exist yet. So what we're doing is we're talking about like Back to the Future. We're hypothesizing about flying cars existing in the future. That's what you're doing. So the way that
No.
you view AI right now, I promise you, it's probably not what AI is going to look like in the future. I don't know what the fuck technology is going to look like in the future. You don't know what the fuck technology is going to look like in the future. It's the exact same thing that they did with Back to the Future. They thought that we're going to have flying cars. That's such a ridiculous thing. Right? For us to assume that we're going to know exactly what the fucking technology is going to be. Instead of you just assuming that everything's sci-fi and you live in a sci-fi novel, let's have a real conversation about what the effect's going to be on the American people today. Chance, thank you so much for the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Chance in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Chance. W's for Chance in the comments. What's up?
It has to start somewhere, Parker. And that's why it's frustrating, because I'm like, it seems to me that your argument is to defend inefficiency and poke at like flaws when everyone has flaws.
Wait, Mark,
Trump-
that's such a ridiculous statement when you literally voted for a guy that signed off $4 trillion more debt-related spending in his campaign plans. We're going to do $4 trillion more. That's way more waste. Don't even get me started.
Well, I mean, if they rebuild, when they rebuild, like, how are we ever going to rebuild using AI and using software if we don't take the first step?
Okay, well, again, it doesn't make sense. This is not a good calculation in terms of opportunity cost. You could get this step going in the first place without actually like literally doing 4 trillion more debt related spending over the next 10 years, right? Again, we don't even have the technology yet. So what step are you going to take without the technology? If the step doesn't exist yet, then what are you talking about?
I don't think that the technology, like when tech has pretty much passed AGI, like you can't tell whether it's a human or a machine talking back to you, like on the majority. So at that point, it's really like the technology is not like so far in the future.
Yeah, I will be able to tell because like an average American is probably less intelligent than the AI.
Sure, even right now. Yeah, well then why not implement that? Why not be like, wow, we got the smartest freaking guy or the richest guy and the smartest guy who builds, like, bro, come on, give him some credit. Building that stinking thing in Tennessee in 28 or 128 days? Don't you think that should have some credit, Parker? Grok, the stinking gigantic set of computers in Tennessee.
Wait, what are Grok's opinions about Elon?
I asked you a question. Like, come on, man, dude. He launches stuff into space. Like, literally, here's the problem,
dude. Oh my God, he's like, dude. You're such a billionaire glazer. It's crazy, bro. You're like, oh my God, he's Tony Stark of our world, dude.
Hey,
he's so cool, man.
Hey.
He's taking us to space. He's gonna bring us to Mars, bro. Oh my God, dude. He's getting rid of waste in the federal government, dude. He's making transparent for the first time we've ever seen ever.
Don't you like that? Why are you going to haze all over him and like crap on it, dude? It's just
what
crazy.
has he actually done? It's all things he's going to do, not things he's done.
Okay, one thing he's done, and it was for his own personal companies, but setting up a stinking supercomputer within 120 days that would take everybody else like 2 years.
For his own self-interest. Wow, dude. He did it for billionaire profits, dude. Imagine.
Okay, what about shooting things up into space and like doing all of those rockets? Not one person has ever done that, like a private
Didn't you
company.
guys cut NASA employees?
What's that?
Didn't you cut NASA employees?
What do you mean, you guys?
Yeah, didn't your side cut federal employees that included NASA employees?
If employees got cut that weren't needed because of waste, good.
Well, how do you know it was waste? Wait, you just said that we should be going to space. Now it's waste?
We were talking about waste earlier. And like any amount of waste needs to
then why don't we cut the federal contracts we have with Elon Musk's companies? I want to cut that waste. Cut all of the federal contracts to Elon Musk. It's waste.
What if it's not waste?
Oh, now it's what if it's not waste?
No,
okay,
here's
okay,
what I'm saying.
okay.
Listen, I'll say just this one thing. Listen, I got on a freaking thread that they were hating on Elon because it's a shame. You can't even buy a Tesla Cybertruck without people spray painting it and hating on you. And in the comments, I saw people going, yeah, and he's not even that smart. Like, bro, how are you going to
do you drive a Cybertruck?
No, I had an order in, but I canceled it because I'm kind of a cheap guy. But again,
I was like, I would expect you to drive a Cybertruck. I'm not gonna.
I would love to, but I wouldn't want someone to smash it. But I want to ask you, Parker, literally, because this is your side saying he's not even a smart guy. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Please tell me how Elon is not a smart guy.
Yeah, he tried to get Donald Trump to be the next president, and succeeded.
So you're literally can you not see how blind that is?
No.
Okay, so here's the thing, and this isn't. I feel like that's. I can't say it. Parker, how are you going to say that a guy who runs all those companies? Can you not hear how lunatic that sounds?
No.
He runs stinking SpaceX. He makes cars drive by themselves. He's going to probably destroy Uber.
He's going to take us to the moon and to Mars.
You can listen. I'm excited about it, but bro, the problem is I'm spitting facts to you, and you're telling me.
I just want to let you know he literally put into the position of the presidency a person who does not believe in science, who thinks the climate's going to start cooling, and that science just doesn't know it yet. Are you really telling me that is a good calculation? Talk about smart. Is it smart to not support science? Is that a smart thing? Really? You want to talk about facts? Let's talk about the 2020 election where
Okay,
Trump
fine.
undermined the facts. Is it
Okay.
smart to promote a candidate like that? Is it smart to promote a candidate
Yeah,
held
it
civilly
is.
liable of sexual abusing
Yes.
a woman?
Yes,
it
it
smart
is.
to promote a candidate without a health care plan, a child care plan, a housing affordability plan, a plan to lower prices, or absolutely anything that he meaningfully ran on except for hate and demonization of immigrants and trans people?
Well, I don't know whether
Kaniko,
that's
thank
the
you so
only
much.
thing
Appreciate the
he ran on.
$10. Thank you so
But
much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You asked what was smart, and when you take all things considered, the way that our country was going with all of the corruption, we're going to go bankrupt, bro. Like if you're still standing on the idea of Elon Musk is like dumb or not intelligent, like you're baseless.
Okay, wait.
That
If he's so smart, then why did he do a Nazi salute?
Bro, listen, dude, I'm on spectrum, bro. I am way on spectrum. And so, like, can I imagine going, yeah, awesome, like waving and then like having it, like, I would make that mistake so easy without my heart being like you're assigning that to his.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to play you the clip of him doing
Yes, I've seen
the
it
Nazi
many
salute
times.
one way and then turning around doing the same thing the
The
other way?
Yes. And
That
like,
are you
I've
really
seen
going to
it.
tell me it's because you think he has autism?
100%. Because, like, I think he just gets excited, bro. Hold on just a second.
I don't
Look
think
at
that's
him
getting
jumping up
excited.
and-
I don't think that's getting excited.
Oh.
How is that getting excited?
Okay, look at him jumping up and down on the stage at whatever it was when they went back and visited.
None of that looks like the literal straight up Nazi salute.
Correct. But what it does look like is a really weird kind of guy who doesn't handle those situations like cool. Like I could imagine myself doing something like super weird because
Mark,
Go ahead.
I don't think you're going around throwing Nazi salutes. Okay, I don't think
But I
anyone.
don't think he did either.
I don't think anyone is typically going around throwing Nazi salutes. I think he purposefully did that.
Okay. Well,
Mark, you
think
said he's a very smart person, right? He's
Yes.
very aware of what he is going to be doing in a public type setting in that context.
Different. Someone who has autism is like blind to that type of thing. And so if
to doing a Nazi salute, he knows what a Nazi salute is.
They-
He knows.
yes,
Wait,
but he
no,
may not-
Mark. He knows what a Nazi salute is. He knows the
Correct.
exact motion a Nazi salute goes in. If you are like waving to the audience, you can tell that you're waving to the audience. This
Yeah.
is clearly not a wave. Okay,
it's a
This is
judgment
clearly-
on your part.
Wait, of course it's a judgment. Any type of claim of truth is a judgment.
Yeah, but you're finalizing it. Do you give any sort of leeway that maybe he didn't?
Is it?
No.
Nah, I don't really. No.
Okay. Do you give any sort of leeway that he's intelligent?
Yes.
Oh, well then, how do you say he's unintelligent? Oh, so you're leaning more heavily toward he's unintelligent.
I know. I'm leaning more towards the fact that he did a Nazi salute intentionally
No, good.
than I'm even leaning towards the idea that I think that he's not smart. That's what I'm saying. I have
Fair
more
enough.
confidence and certainty in that view than I do in the view that like I'm saying that he's not. as
Well,
smart.
one certainly has a
Dorsal,
lot
thank you
more
so much for the
evidence
$5. Thank you so much.
stacked
Really
against
appreciate
you,
it.
Parker.
Chance, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. There's so much evidence indicating that like he was clearly doing a Nazi salute.
There's a lot of evidence that he's a pretty smart guy. That's a hard stance to take and defend.
Here, let's clarify. When I say like, how are you using smart in this context? Because I think that we could say in certain things, obviously Elon has like smart qualities, right, about certain things. Is he a smart person when it comes to like politics? No. That's what's relevant to the conversation.
Okay.
That's
Well,
why I brought
think
up
that-
specifically that he literally said to vote for Donald Trump. Is he smart in some certain business stuff? Maybe. I don't know. Right? But like
okay.
I don't think he's smart with politics.
So I would say that maybe he sees all of the things that you had said about, like, okay, just as an example, the climate change, and maybe he looked at the detriment of the left and all of the waste that was happening in the corruption, and said it's probably more smart to get a guy who may not believe in climate change in there for the short term, so that we can like preserve our nation. Our nation is getting trashed, bro.
Mark, are you saying if Kamala Harris was president, our nation will not be preserved?
In the way that our founding fathers envisioned it, yeah, bro.
How so?
Real. I mean, like, Parker, you're young, okay? How old? I'm not meaning to be
I'm 22 years old.
Okay, I'm 51. And I remember back in the day when I was your age, there were people who had pride in this country, like really liked it. And
So
And
are you
that
saying
pride,
Kamala Harris being president would mean no one has pride in this country?
I can tell you that the last 4 years has been a miserable, like disheartening, depressing feel toward America.
Mark,
Do you agree with
I
that?
was more proud to be an American when the Biden-Harris administration was in office comparative to the Trump administration. When I have to look to the people around the entire world and I have to be like, dude, the person that is my president doesn't believe in science. The person who's my president is actively undermining relationship with our allies. The person who's president is actively advocating for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. The person who's president is undermining negotiations that would allow for Ukraine to continue to see a state, right? The person who's president of the United States is an insane maniac lunatic that is talking about possibly invading and annexing our own allies because he's so fucking deluded into this worldview of American expansionism that he can't even see what the effect is on the American people. He's so about America first, but it's not very America first to be literally advocating to annex our fucking allies. Zach, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Zach,
Well,
they said,
I'm not so
Zach,
sure that
wait,
they're-
hold up. Zach said, I'm autistic. I've saluted Hitler 0 times. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Zach. Thank you so much. Give the W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Zach.
I'm autistic, and I've saluted Hitler 0 times.
Okay. The way that you said it first, I was like, oh no, is he going to say that he
No,
did?
but
Okay.
what I meant to say, and I think you know that. I think that I could do something that looked like that, but not have the heart behind it. That's what I mean. Like if I put my arm up at a 45-degree angle, is that like heartfully doing that?
Wait. Let me clarify to you. I think he intentionally did a Nazi salute, but I don't necessarily think that he's a Nazi. Now, it could be the case that he's a Nazi, but I don't necessarily know. That's not a claim that I would even claim that I know is that he's
But
like a Nazi.
your
or something.
side certainly wants.
Sure,
there
could be some people on my side. Now, I think that they have good reason within plenty of respects to at least make an acknowledgement that he has some affiliation with the far right, showing that like he literally supports the AfD in the context of Germany, right? A far right nationalist party in the context of Germany.
I mean, I'm not a big politic guy.
Yeah, I understand, but like I'm just saying, like the concerns people have for those things do have some legitimate bases, along with the association to the Nazi salute. Now he just got hateful behaviors and got banned from the live. I don't know how the fuck that happened. That was crazy. I don't think he should have been banned by TikTok. That was wild. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes. I really would appreciate everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes on the live, everyone. Seriously would mean so much. We currently have like 300 right now. Y'all, we got to run it up to 1,000. Georgia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Victoria, thank you for the $10. Melanie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Riley Cole, thank you so much for the $5 and the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jody, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the good information, y'all. Y'all are amazing. I appreciate it. Victoria, thank you for the $10. And Emma, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said, I'm autistic. They are infantilizing autistic people. This rhetoric this guy is spreading is, hold up, it just cut off, is actively harming the autistic community. Absolutely. I would totally agree with this message. I absolutely think it is infantilizing autistic people. They said that we are not blind to that. We are not children, and we know how to act. Thank you for doing this. Yo, thank you so much, Ebba. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ebba. Thank you for sending that message. I really appreciate that. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Is this person going to join? All right, it's not accepting people, everyone. I'm trying to get people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Craig, how old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Nice. Eric, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, James. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. 2006. Okay. You said
So
that,
I want to ask
you said,
you say that you would never vote for anyone.
What state do you live in?
Who has,
What state do you live in?
I'm doing a college degree in America.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that you have citizenship.
Can I just say one thing to expose your hypocrisy?
No. James, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Like, what hypocrisy? That was crazy. That was a crazy statement.
I appreciate you. That was a crazy statement. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. While Parker and D not live together, we were live earlier together. I just went over here. He's about to end his live here pretty soon. So I just thought to get started on my live a bit before so that I have a debate by the time that he raids me. Because oftentimes he'll raid me and I don't have a debate going yet. If that makes sense. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Okay. How old are you, sir?
I'm 26.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Mainly because of, his foreign policy. I like having a president who leads with strength.
Okay. What strength? Like giving up
Well,
Ukraine
strength,
to Russia?
Well, not necessarily giving Ukraine up to Russia, but just bringing the war to an end in general. We've been funding wars in Ukraine for a couple years now, more than a couple years, like 4 years, like about 3 years. So I don't know. I mean, like to see wars come to an end, I'd rather see that along with the foreign policy he has and, getting with Europe and mass funding their war, costing the taxpayers a lot of money.
Okay. So, you think that like his foreign policy leads to less war?
Well, in a way it does, but at the same time, on a conservative level, it doesn't because, with especially the tariffs, I mean, I can't really disagree with most that it does affect the economy in some way, but along with inflation that we've had for years, it doubles the damage. And, I mean, I'd rather have open trade with other countries than, than tariff wars with other countries because it can harm the economy in some
So that's
way.
bad foreign policy, right? Not only is that bad foreign policy, but we can also mention how he talked about how he said he would, what's it called? How he said he would, what's it called? He might use the military to take Panama and Greenland. Right?
Yeah,
and
like
how
I
he
haven't
wants
seen
like
that.
he wants to make Canada the 51st state.
Right. Yeah, no, I haven't seen too much on the Panama Canal yet. I mean, I haven't seen that. But, as far as Yemen goes, like they've been attacking our a lot of cargo ships, containers and whatnot, and even trade ships. And the fact that they're doing something now about it is pretty good, when it comes to foreign policy, like Yemen attacking oil tankers, and trade ships. And now,
This is happening
we've,
under the Trump administration, right?
yeah, now the
So then
fact
is
that
Trump
they,
leading to a greater amount of this happening?
it's happened during the Biden administration, but they haven't really did much but let
So what
them
has Trump
attack
done
our
about it?
ships in Israel. Well, Trump's finally, going after the Houthis, and to me, like that's good foreign policy because they've been attacking Israel
Do you
on the
disagree
side
with
of their war.
Biden's position that he wanted to end the genocide of Yemeni people?
He may, yeah, Biden may have wanted to do that, but at the same time, they
Do
were
you agree with that
launching
or disagree
rockets
with that?
at Israel.
What's up?
I disagree with it because I
You
was
disagree
like, I
with ending the
disagree with it.
genocide? Yeah, that's a crazy view. We're just gonna go to the next person. Fucking insane take. Insane take right there. Absolutely insane take. Absolutely insane take. And thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Anne. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Anne in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Anne. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me too.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely, I did.
Okay. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, so let's look at it, right? He's going to end the war in Ukraine and put that dictator Zelensky in his place, right?
Is Putin a dictator?
Is Putin a dictator? No, he's an authoritarian.
So to clarify, Zelensky's a dictator, but Putin is not?
Yeah, so let's look at it, right? Zelensky has his parliament cancel the elections because
No,
they're in an active conflict, right?
what is a dictator?
Oh, a dictator is someone that wants no dissidents. They want full and unilateral control. Yeah. So let's look at Zelensky, right? He is actively negotiating
Does
in
that
bad
at all
faith to
sound
stay
like
in power.
Does that at all sound like Putin?
Why? Because Putin loves his country
Would you
and he wants Russia first.
I have a question. Who would you rather as president of the United States? Kamala Harris or Vladimir Putin?
So would I rather have as president of the United States?
Yeah.
Or are we coming right out of Joe Biden's presidency?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it does, because if we're coming out of Trump's presidency...
So are you saying in some circumstances you would pick Putin over Kamala Harris?
If Putin was an American, you can't deny he's a strong leader, correct? You can't deny he puts his country first, correct? So if he was an American, he would be a great American president. Are you denying that Putin's a strong leader?
Yes. Now, I don't think it's strong, right, to literally murder women, innocent women, children, and infants, right, and men, right, all innocent people. I don't think it's strong to commit war crimes, right? I think that's a horrible fucking thing.
And who's
Kathy, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy or the subscription. Thank you so much. Now, if you want to address this, right, you saying that you would prefer literally Vladimir Putin over Kamala Harris is like one of the most fucking insane takes
If
ever.
he was an American.
Hold up. I mean, what do you mean if he was an American? You mean if he
Putin
wasn't
was
a
an
Russian
American,
dictator? Appreciate the 3 pounds. Thank you so much, Owen.
If Putin was an American, I would trust that he would put America first, just like he's putting Russia first.
So if you could copy paste Putin and put him in the United States, you're saying that murderous dictator, that guy should be president of the United States.
Well, that's who we have in President Trump. President Trump is a strong, fierce leader.
A murderous dictator?
Well, I don't think Putin's a murderous dictator. That's a based opinion of yours, really.
A based opinion? It is a
Yeah,
based.
we don't recognize
the ICC. It is a
ICC.
based opinion because it's true.
We don't recognize the ICC and their false claims.
Oh, okay. So you don't accept the ICC, the ICJ. You don't accept any type of
The
human
United
rights.
States doesn't recognize the ICC.
I don't think the United States is accurate in that determination. Versus Doves.
Lots of countries don't recognize the ICC.
That doesn't
the
mean
ICC
just because
literally
that doesn't mean that
they
that's
literally
an
put
accurate
an
determination.
arrest warrant on Netanyahu. They literally threw an arrest warrant on
the fact
Netanyahu.
That's
that disgusting.
The fact that you view that as like some issue is exactly the point I was bringing up. What is up with MAGA recently being so fucking pro Russia? Like you're literally pro Putin, pro Russia. Like
We're
actually
pro-ending
pro
the war.
Pro Russia. You're not pro ending the war. You are literally pro Russia. What the fuck? You guys were like, oh, Russia, we have no involvement in Russia. There's no collusion at all with Russia. And now you guys are like, yeah, we're fucking pro-Russia.
We can call balls and strikes when we see balls and strikes.
What are you talking about? There's no
Parker,
balls and stripes.
Let's look at the
There's no
timeline
balls
here.
and stripes when we're talking about you glazing Putin. You saying
Ukraine
that he's
is
not
the
a
aggressor.
You lying for Putin. You literally saying he's not a murderous dictator. You're taking Kremlin talking points. You literally sound like people who were paid money by the fucking Kremlin to go and speak fucking propaganda on the internet. I'm not trolling.
That's rich coming from a DNC paid actor.
Oh, you think I'm DNC paid?
The verdict's still out on that.
Go ahead. Give me any evidence I'm DNC paid.
Give me any evidence that I'm paid by the Kremlin.
I never said you were paid. I said you sound like you're paid.
And,
Now you
and
said
you sound like you're paid for the DNC.
Now, do you believe I'm actually paid by the DNC?
I'm not going to make claims I don't have proof of, but
But you do believe that, huh?
If it walks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and looks like a duck, it probably is a duck.
Okay, so then you're paid by the Kremlin.
You have no substantiated fact in that.
Okay, but if it walks like a duck, sorry, I can't speak. If it walks like a duck,
yeah, I know you can't.
Yeah, is that like an issue?
No, it's not. But let's look at the timeline here. Are you denying that Ukraine is the aggressor in this conflict?
That is just rage bait. That is actual rage bait.
Yeah, so let's look at the timeline. Let me give you this timeline.
That is actual rage bait. Ukraine is the
Let me
aggressor.
give you this timeline.
And I'm not even going to let you do that. That's just like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I'm actually going to kick you. Like, that's just stupid. That's like actually stupid. Saying Ukraine is the aggressor is actually stupid when they were the ones that got invaded. No, those are actual like literal Kremlin talking points. I'm not trolling. Like, he was like literally 30 seconds away from saying that there's Nazis in Ukraine that they had to get rid of, right? Or that they were committing a genocide in Ukraine, and that's why the Ukraine had to be taken over by Russia because they were freedom fighters. Like, it's crazy. It's like literal Kremlin talking points. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Ashlyn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I think he's the better option, especially with Kamala. I don't know what she would have been doing right now, but
okay. Here, before we go into that, Morgan, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Brian, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Brian. It's actually opening right now. I got to see how much. Thank you so much, Brian. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Brian. Thank you. As well as Riley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And then Maggie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Go ahead, Max.
All right, so I really like what he's doing with the tariffs and getting our country back from being in inflation, you know?
Okay. How did he reduce inflation?
Well, you know, it's a work in progress. We're going to get there. He's, you know, if you just trust the master himself, he says in a few months we're going to have to go through, you know, a little higher prices, but he's going to get us right, so. I mean, when we seen the gas prices going crazy with Kamala in the office, and we're not looking as bad right now, so.
Okay, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause the gas price to go up?
Well, you know, they could just be doing what Trump is, where he's drilling and getting some made in the U.S. and
we had more production of oil under the Biden-Harris administration than we had under the Trump administration originally. Well, yo, I mean, Chance, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Chance. Thank you so much. That is so fucking true, right? Kremlin is crazy. I cannot believe that he was perpetuating those Kremlin talking points. They have done everything, really. W Chance, though. Seriously, W Chance. Go ahead. You were saying, Max?
He was also saying he's going to start drilling more and more, so we got to just trust the process and let it play out.
So, can you name one Trump policy that you like?
Like getting the illegals out of the country.
What's the policy that you like? And don't call people illegals.
Immigration control.
Immigration control? I'm asking what policy.
Policy remain in Mexico.
Remain in Mexico? What does remain in Mexico apply to? Like, what legal process of immigration does remain in Mexico apply to?
Letting less and less people that are not from here, because there is a way that you can come in legally. There's a process for that.
So actually, they are going through the legal process of asylum, and you're trying to change that. You're trying to change that legal process of asylum.
You got the paperwork.
Actually, the remain in Mexico policy applies to the asylum process, which is a legal process. So what you're doing is you're trying to change the legal process. So here's my question: people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, where should they stay while their claims are being processed in the United States?
Well, why do they need to flee first?
That's what the basis of the asylum process exists.
It's not that bad in Mexico.
On the basis, there's persecution on the basis of a particular protected class.
Paperwork comes through, and they get accepted, and they want to pay taxes, and they want to be a good person, Illegals aren't paying taxes. They're not
Undocumented
contributing to
immigrants.
society.
Donna, thank you so much for the subscription. They
They're not
do pay taxes.
contributing to society.
Undocumented immigrants paid in 2022 almost $100 billion in taxes.
Yeah, but what about the ones that are hiding from the government and they don't know about?
They still pay sales tax. Right, and
Well,
also
I
plenty
do
of them
too.
have
Every American
ITINs.
does.
Plenty of
I
them
mean,
have
that's just a normal thing.
Max. Plenty of them have ITINs. Plus, if you want them to pay more, why don't you give them a pathway to citizenship?
Well, there is a way for that. I have a
Well,
friend.
it has
he's
to go
came
fast
here,
then.
He got the citizenship. And
It has
it's all good
to
now.
go fast. Then you can't just like say not. It doesn't go fast. Like it's going way too slow right now.
But why is there such a big rush
For what?
for coming in our country? I mean, you've been there forever. You can wait a little bit. You can wait for the process to go through if you really want to come here, or go to Canada or some shit. Go somewhere else.
So again, you understand.
There's other places you can go to.
I have a question. How many years do you think it should take to get to the United States?
I mean, probably around like 5 years.
You think it should take 5 years to get to the United States?
Well, you know, you got to go through a lengthy process and prove that you deserve it. Cause
What do you have to prove? Why does it take 5 years to prove that?
well, why can't they just go to like Britain or go to Canada?
Why do you want them to go to different countries?
Because there's a lot of illegal substances coming in this country, and
They're not the ones bringing it.
Well, that's definitely a main source of getting it in is from other countries like Mexico.
Again, but that's from U.S. citizens.
U.S. citizens are not trafficking in
Yes,
things.
they are. Yes, they are. They are the predominant ones.
Have you heard of the
overwhelming majority? You utilize.
It's not like
US
a made-up
citizens.
thing from TV shows. It's not a made-up thing from movies.
Yeah,
like-
but they utilize U.S. citizens to get those into the country. Jesse, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. And Deborah, thank you so much for the $65 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Deborah. Can we get some W's for Deborah in the comment section for the $65 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Deborah.
when there's weak enforcement of the borders,
Yeah, like
then it's
Trump.
very easier to get back.
How do you identify that there's weak enforcement of the border?
When there's so many crossings and crossings.
So are you saying that there was a harsher enforcement of the border at the end of Biden's administration compared to the end of Trump's first administration? Because it is the case
Well, I
at the
mean-
end of Biden's administration, there were lower average border crossings per day comparative to the end of Trump's administration.
So if you were about to get booted out the office because everyone didn't think you're doing a good job, wouldn't you try and step it up too?
I'm
and impress
asking
them?
which one?
Wouldn't you try and impress the
Are you
country
not
when you want
listening
to
to?
get
Are you not
reelected?
going to listen to me?
Why did Biden not drop out for so long? He was so persistent to be president.
I wish he would have dropped out earlier.
He was so persistent because he thinks he's the better pick, but you can't just start doing shit in your last term and think
But
that's
these
gonna...
are still not referencing what I'm saying. What did I say?
Well, you don't give Trump time. It's barely. It's
There's
fresh.
unironically someone in my comment section whose name is Trump is King, who just said Parker's confirmation bias never concedes to a single point that goes against his worldview. Your name is Trump is King. Your name is Trump is King. Shut the fuck up. Desandra, thank you so much to the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sorry. I just saw like a generationally stupid comment. I had to respond to that.
I mean, that sounded like a valid comment to me.
Really? His name is Trump is
Parker,
King. Do
you're
you
a
see his
soy
name?
boy, bro.
What is a soy boy?
What up, Trump?
This guy's a soy boy, man.
Man, I agree, man.
What is a soy boy?
He's like red
Bro,
40
you're-
in a fucking can, man.
100%. Bro, he's balding as well. Look at his hairline, man.
What is a soy
Pull
boy?
it up.
What is a soy boy?
Don't act like you don't know. You get called a
What
soy
is a
boy
soy
every
boy?
day, man.
And that
What
boy
is
Parker
it?
a
No, tell
femboy,
me.
man.
What is
A
a
soy
soy
boy
boy?
is a man that has female characteristics, bro.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you have any feminine characteristics?
Not as much as you, bro.
So you do have some.
You are 80% feminine.
Are you a soy boy then? Because you have some feminine characteristics.
You look like you're 16 years old and you're 22. You said you have no proof of puberty on your face whatsoever.
Okay. Is
Wait,
that,
so
is
is
that
it-
supposed to be like an
He
argument
conceded,
against
bro.
me?
He conceded.
Is that supposed to be an argument against me?
You literally have no facial hair whatsoever, bro. Go get some
Because
testosterone.
I shave it, dude.
Yeah, bro. That's definitely believable, man.
Yeah, I shave. Do you not shave?
What, you shave before it even is visible, bro?
Wait, does
Hey, Parker, I got a
Donald
question
Trump
for you.
have a beard? I don't see shit. I see absolutely nothing. Is he such a fucking soy boy that he can't grow a beard? He can't grow a mustache?
Parker,
What a soy boy.
I know you're triggered.
Why do you
over
follow a
boy,
soy
man.
boy? Why
You're
is
triggered over
why
soy
is your
boy.
king a soy boy? Why do are you saying that you
Listen to
support
Donald
a
Trump's
soy boy?
voice, bro. His balls have dropped. Yours haven't, man.
Yeah, I bet because you've been sucking them. Thank you so much for the little crown. Thank
Why
you so
would you
much.
say?
What are you talking about,
That's,
bro? You're
that's
just like
sucks,
straight
bro.
not engaging with the
first,
truth.
Parker, I got a
bro,
question.
those guys are soy boy, man. His first insult was sus.
So, bro, do you want to
are you-
engage with the
Parker,
arguments?
bro, like, tell me why the first thing that came to your mind was sus stuff, bro.
Dude,
You could have said anything, but you said something sus.
Hey, you were silenced. You didn't deny it. I got banned. I got banned. Guest speech, hate speech, hateful behaviors. It's 10 minutes. That was totally worth it. I'm sorry. That was totally worth it, chat. That was totally worth it. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Yo, Step, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Step. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I wish I would have been able to say. How long you banned for? 10 minutes. We had no push anyway. Like really, well over 30%. Oh shit. We got to tell Dean that I'm banned before. Hold up. Let me join Dean and tell him that I'm banned before. Okay. Let me give me 1 second. Let me add myself into Dean's live.
Yeah, because he's an incredibly bad man.
Oh my god, he was here last time when you called me the smartest MAGA. He can
Parker,
confirm.
did I ever call this guy the smartest MAGA I've
Chance,
ever
think of the
spoken to?
$5. No, I called him the smartest MAGA
He's
ever.
probably. Yeah, one of you guys did.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Yeah,
Parker,
so
this guy?
no, it wasn't a joke.
It was definitely a
I
joke.
answered all your gotchas. You cannot get me on anything geographical,
Dean,
literally
it
anything.
was. I promise you, it was a joke.
No, it wasn't.
So, Dean, I just got
You're saying
banned.
it
I
now.
just got banned. Wild occurrences.
well, I was
and all.
Bro, I
literally just
literally
letting
was
my
cooking
stream.
Dean. You just interrupted me, bro.
Bro, dude, let's be real. You're an 18-year-old college student. The only thing that you can cook is fucking instant ramen. Let's be real.
Dean,
Hey, bro, that's like low-key applicable to me, dude. I'm just kidding. I can do more than that. I was just making.
Dean, I will
Jamie
cook you
Gibbs, thank
literally
for the $5.
anything,
Thank you,
including political debates.
Peter.
Okay, why don't you? Okay, if you're like just if you're like a significantly better debater than I am, why don't you go start your own lives? You'd probably see a lot of success.
I don't have time for that, bro.
Peter,
I'm trying to go to college.
Peter, are we paid
What?
by the DNC?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe.
Do you think we have a real job?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. I'm just seeing.
I don't know. I don't think you're truthful with your.
Oscar, thank you for the $11.11 on Venmo to talk
job, I
over the
guess.
gas, and Gabby with the $5 and Donna with the 15. Thank you so much, Donna.
We're not truthful with what?
Sometimes I think you're dishonest, but I think
How am I dishonest?
I guess you have a real job. I don't know. I just think sometimes I think you guys are closed-minded and you guys don't come into like hear out the other side. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Okay. So you just say that we're dishonest. You disagree with us, essentially, is what you're saying?
Chance, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube. Super
Yeah,
Chat,
I mean,
he could cook
I think-
brain cells.
I think you guys don't really. I think you guys come into. I think the point of a debate is to hear each other's side out. And I think you guys are closed-minded. Like you'll never change your beliefs. You'll never change your. Let's be honest. You're never going to change your
Peter,
beliefs.
I used to be a Trump supporter. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I've changed my beliefs plenty of times. When I first started TikToks, I was literally a communist.
Yeah, Parker, didn't it?
Yeah, but this makes you
Parker,
brag. Bro.
was I or was I not like a libertarian?
Yeah, like both of
12
us
months ago.
Both of us have changed our minds. He literally was a libertarian, and me with other people have led to him being convinced of different types of views. If you give him a good argument, he will literally say that that's a good argument. One of his first things that he literally changed on TikTok was literally he was like you were debating with pro-choicers, right? And you were debating them. You heard a really good pro-choice argument. You looked for the best way to be able to dispute it. You couldn't, and then you became a pro-choicer. Like that's exactly how open-minded we are. You're just saying because we haven't changed our mind right in front of you on a debate live because you have lesser knowledge than we do on this particular topic. Well, then it is the case that we're somehow like not like genuine or open-minded. That doesn't make any sense.
No, that's not why. I'm just saying because now you're making.
I think what you're trying to say.
Why do you never let me talk?
Yeah, to piss you off, obviously. Just to kind of like add on more to what Parker was saying. I don't know. Like when you say closed-minded, you just mean educated. Shout out Tessa in the chat and Nicole for the $5 on PayPal.
No, because this makes you bread.
The reason I say that is because I can make so much more bread being just a brain-dead grifter on the right. It'd be the easiest thing ever. But going back to what I was saying, I substantiate every single one of my beliefs.
Stella, think the $5. Thank you, Stella.
Fact, a lot of reason, a lot of logic, and a lot of truth. So in order for one of my beliefs now to be overcame, it would be really fucking hard and really rare to happen because there just have to be more fact, more reason, more truth that I'm just unaware of. Okay? So it's very hard for me to change my mind now, but that doesn't mean that it's not possible. At one point, you are going to reach like objectivity. Like what you will believe at one point with enough reason, fact, and truth will be in alignment with reality, and any other competing beliefs are just outside of alignment with reality.
Yeah, but you guys, when you were a Trump supporter, both of you, and this is an assumption. I'm pretty sure you didn't make any money being a Trump supporter, right?
No money.
Exactly. And you didn't do TikTok lives, right?
Yeah, when I was a communist, I didn't make any money being a communist. When I was a social democrat, originally, I didn't make money being a social democrat. I have only made money now that I've grown a platform. It has nothing to do with the views that I had, right?
Yeah. You know,
I didn't change my views for money. Like, that's a ridiculous standpoint.
Oh boy, Dean's got a point coming in.
Well, I mean, just like when I started doing my live streams, I was making all right money as a creative director of a couple e-commerce companies. Full stack development was kind of my shit. I was after 2 international awards for web dev. I mean, if this was about money, I probably would have never started it in the first place. Just because, you know, for like, I don't know, like the first 6 months, I didn't make a dime. How do you explain that, bud?
Nice, dude. Like what? Cool.
I mean, it just refutes that like I do this for money or I wouldn't have started. No, when I started.
I'm not saying you do this for money. I'm saying that I think you believe in what you're saying, but I'm saying if one day you don't, I think you would be dishonest and just to keep making money. Do you understand that?
You're saying that I just hold on to the same beliefs.
No. I think that you believe what you're saying, but I'm saying if there comes a time where it's disputed, like I think that you would still defend the Democratic Party.
I already don't do that. Like for instance, with the presence of debate and contention on Israel and Palestine, I've completely disavowed the Democrat Party and said, fuck Israel, let's support Palestine. Same thing with immigration. Like, I mean, there's viewers in here right now that are probably like more prevalent in the viewership like every day, like, you know, like the more frequent viewers that have seen my beliefs on immigration grow beyond the Democrat Party. If you watch me talk about immigration on like the 1v20 Jubilee video, I'm just a total fucking suck up, libbed out for the Democrats. Okay? Like that's something that even like Hassan pointed out in his reaction to my Jubilee episode. A lot of people pointed out that I was just very aligned with the DNC on my takes on immigration on the Jubilee video like 5 months ago. But like now, 5 months later, my views on immigration transcend the Democrat Party. And anytime I talk about immigration, I usually end up finding a way to shit on the Democrat Party's views on immigration.
Yeah, but your whole brand is just going against Trump. Every point that I've given you, at least in today's debate, you just countered it with something about Donald Trump.
Maybe because there are a lot of things to be against Donald Trump on. That's maybe that's the reason.
There's really not, though. Dean, we literally had a conversation. Remember?
Wait, what did we say was where it was not legitimate to call out Donald Trump for it?
And after this, I'm gonna hang up on you and get off. Just saying.
All right, bro. You're scared.
No, I have to fucking go research for my appearance on MSNBC. Shut up.
I will not be watching.
Okay, I don't fucking care. Go do something more productive with your time. Get a life.
Whoa, it's my sister's birthday.
Brady, thank you so much for the 200 NOK. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate some W's for Brady in the comment section. Don't worry, I really appreciate it.
What was your question, Parker? You asked something about evidence about Donald Trump or whatever?
I'm pretty sure I asked you, like, what about Donald Trump? I don't even remember anymore. What about Donald
Okay,
Trump?
so the whole
that
reason I
you
joined this
thought
live for the
was
second time
that we
is because
called
the
out
last
that
time I was on.
it was what about Donald Trump that we called out that was wrong to call
Okay.
out?
Yeah. So I'm on this live for a second time because last time we ended like before I left, I said I'm going to read the court case about Donald Trump versus Ethan Carroll. And I'm going to join back. Remember that, Dean?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick you because I actually do gotta get off. Parker, do you have any to go live from? I just got a text. It's like 55 minutes until I gotta hop on, so it's like pretty important that I go do that.
Yep, go study.
Yeah. Do you have a live that I could send everybody over
Everyone, Parker Get a Job on TikTok and YouTube. I would recommend
Nice.
everyone who's on the YouTube live, go over to my YouTube stream. We're just going to carry over the same types of debates. I love y'all so much. I'm pretty sure I can't watch the reaction live.
Do you know why?
Because it's like TV. It's like all advertisement stuff like that. You can't do it live. You can do it replay after.
Is that like according to the TikTok TOS?
That's what I've heard. It's not TikTok TOS. It's YouTube and stuff.
Oh, on YouTube?
I wouldn't be concerned
I mean-
about TikTok as much.
Yeah, I mean, okay. All right, sounds good. Well, I'll send you over on a raid, and I appreciate you for joining.
All right, I'll see you.
Peace out.
What's up, everyone? Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to run it up to well over 1,000 likes, everyone. I really appreciate that. Let's try to get well over 1,000 likes. I would really appreciate it, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, everyone? We're going to get some debates going here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Bro, the same person's back in the guest box. Bro, why are you back?
Bro, you're soy boy, man. Just giving you a daily reminder.
Are you trolling?
No way, man.
I'm getting troll vibes.
For me calling you a soy boy? Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Is that unbelievable for you to comprehend?
Yep, it
That
is.
you're a soy boy? Oh my god, dude.
Yeah,
Delusional.
Wait, what's wrong with having feminine characteristics? Because I have no issue with the fact that I have feminine characteristics.
I never said there was an issue, bro. I'm just calling you a soy boy.
But you're trying to say that's like an insult, right?
You're taking it that way, man.
Okay, so it's not an insult?
It's if you want to take it as an insult, you can.
I'm
but
asking you how you mean it. Do you mean it?
I'm
as
just
an insult?
calling it as it is. You have
Are you
a lot of
saying
female
it as
characteristics,
are you
bro.
saying it as an insult though?
Do you want to take it as an insult, bro?
Understand? I wouldn't, because I don't think feminine characteristics are bad. I'm asking you if you think it's an insult though, because I think it's bad then because you sound misogynistic.
Misogynistic. You're
Yeah.
you're a man.
Yeah,
How's that
but
misogynistic?
you're disliking the feminine characteristics
Bro,
about
you
me.
love reaching, my
That is
guy.
that
You
is an
love
aspect of
reaching.
misogyny. That's
You love reaching, and then you like to divert the conversation to like a hate speech and stuff like that. It's cringe.
no. I was just pointing out that you don't like women.
No, you do, bro. You're a little crybaby, my guy. You need to harden up a bit.
Wait, I have a question. Like, are you saying do you find feminine characteristics attractive?
This is just going nowhere at all because a male with feminine characteristics, if you were attracted to that, that would still be homosexual.
So wait, so I'm asking, do you find feminine
So if
characteristics
that's
attractive?
where you're going with this, bro, it
I'm
does not
just-
make any sense.
I'm just asking if you find feminine characteristics attractive.
On a female, yes.
Okay, so but you don't find feminine characteristics attractive in other scenarios?
If I'm talking about physical attraction for a female, yes.
What
Any
about-
other situations? No.
No.
What's your example? Where are you going with this?
Like you've never like
You trying to get at? Do I find feminine characteristics attractive in a guy? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah,
What are you,
yeah.
what are you going with
I was
this?
like,
No,
I was like, are you pointing out those characteristics because you're like attracted to them or something? I'm really confused why you're
no,
doing
bro.
this.
I'm pointing it out because
Versus the Galaxy, thank you so much,
it's not
Desandra.
masculine to have feminine traits, and the way you
It's not
speak, you
masculine
try
to
to
have
talk
feminine
down on
traits.
people.
What feminine traits?
Bro, it's just funny that you would flake to
What
like
feminine traits?
99% of people in real life. You just talk
Thank you so much,
like
the
a lot on
feather.
TikTok,
What
and you just wouldn't.
what
I
feminine
actually
what
don't even
feminine
think you'd be
traits?
able to physically defend yourself
Hey,
against a
dude, what
16-year-old
feminine
girl,
traits?
bro.
What feminine traits?
You have a high-pitched voice, bro. You have no facial hair. You're literally balding too. I wouldn't say it's feminine, but that's just funny. How old is Donald Trump, bro? Come on.
But
You're like
he
20
doesn't
and
have a
balding.
beard. He doesn't have a beard.
Look at photos of Donald Trump when he was your age, bro.
Yeah, look,
had a
he has
beard.
no beard. Kurt, thank you for the
can't
$5.
grow a beard.
Thank you.
He can. It's a difference, dude.
Wait,
You can't grow
how do you
one.
know that he can? I don't see shit.
You can't grow a beard at all. You never have, bro. Like, look at your face, my guy. It's like a 14-year-old's face.
I don't need a beard. I prefer actually shaving it off. That's why I do
Bro,
shave it off.
it's not a choice. You can. It's not a choice.
Well, actually, I would prefer that I did not grow hair right here. Actually, I'm not
Parker, all right, bro.
because I don't want to have to shave every day.
I'll gift you right now if you pull up your hair, bro. Let's see this hairline.
Do you want to turn your camera on?
I can.
Why not?
I don't have enough followers, bro.
That's rough, man.
Pull up your hair, bro. Come on. There's no way you go live every single day, but you can't pull up your hairline, man.
No, I'm not going to do it just because it's going to piss you off.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You're insecure, man.
Terribly insecure, dude. I'm horribly
You
insecure.
are.
And that's why
It's hilarious.
and that's why I'm going on a TikTok live and calling other people soy boys because they have feminine characteristics.
Speaking facts, bro. If you said anything factual to me, I'd take it on the chin.
Yeah, so like again, I think you're insecure whenever there's like a man that has
Yeah,
feminine
now you're just
characteristics
deflecting.
because what you realize is that like you're always going to be viewed as lesser than
Soy boy
because it is the
beauty.
case that you can't be okay with yourself being feminine. And it's okay for you to be feminine. There's no issue
boy.
for you to
Meet
have
me if you're
feminine
soy boy.
qualities, okay? You having a negative association with feminine qualities is bad. It's not a
Okay,
good thing.
calm down, bro. Calm down, bro.
Well,
Serious
I have a question.
now.
I have a question. Do you think mothers should pass down some of their characteristics to their kids?
Maybe in some cases, but not feminine
So
traits.
then
like
why
with
would you?
bro.
So then why would you stigmatize me from having traits maybe that I
soy
learned?
boys? No, it's not the same.
Why would you stigmatize me for having traits that I learned from my mother?
Well, having a high pitched voice. Oh,
No, I'm not saying.
bro.
I'm just saying for like the feminine characteristics that you'd apply to me. I'm saying a lot of these are probably because of the experiences I've had with my sisters and with my mom throughout my life. The fact
You
that
have
they've been such
a
a huge
good
portion of my
relationship with your
life.
father?
I have a great relationship with my father. A great relationship with my mother.
Do you think that you inherited many characteristics from your father?
Yeah, both my father and my mother.
I'm struggling to see them, bro.
Okay. Well, you don't know my father. How would you know?
Is your father a soy boy as well?
So I don't know what you define as a soy boy. Based upon the characteristics you've provided, he wouldn't be considered a soy boy.
Oh, what happened to you then?
What happened to me? I listen to women, right? I actually don't think feminine characteristics are bad. I grew up in a society
you listen to women,
that
bro. Yeah.
I grew up in a society that taught me to critically think, right, and to check sources, and that's what I'm doing now. Is that the people around me, right, created a culture where it was important to critically think and to look things up, and that's what I decided to do.
I don't know why you think 95% of people who disagree with you, for some reason, don't like women. Seems to be a point of yours. You're like, I actually accept women. I care about women. Dude, nobody...
My assumption is that if your name is Trump is king, that you don't care about women. That's my assumption.
Yeah, do you see the problem there? Assumption.
I mean, your name is Trump is king. So it's like, I don't think that's a crazy assumption.
Maybe you shouldn't be going by assumptions, my guy.
Are you Christian?
I could make an assumption right now with you and say that you're on estrogen.
I'm on.
That's why you have no. That's why you have no facial hair.
I have a question. Do you have any estrogen in your body?
Do you understand what I meant by saying you're on estrogen? Not you have estrogen in your body.
Yeah, I'm not.
Do you understand? Do you understand what HRT is?
I do. I'm not taking HRT.
Yeah,
I'm just asking you.
Exactly.
I'm
That
just
was my
asking you.
assumption because you
That's
have no
a
facial hair.
crazy assumption. That doesn't make any sense, right? Why are you associating taking estrogen with not having facial hair? Are you okay?
Because do you understand how puberty works, bro?
Yeah, not everyone.
If you were on HRT, would you be growing a beard?
Not everyone. It depends on what you're doing for HRT, right? But not everyone who is a man grows a beard. I don't know what your point is.
You know what I meant by that,
I have a question.
though. I don't know what you're reaching.
What is a man?
Why are you diverting? Why are you diverting the conversation to this?
What is a man?
You know what it is.
Because I meet all of your criteria. It seems like the issue you have with me is that I don't meet your social view of
You're
what a
going
man
on a
is.
biology debate. Why don't you go debate someone?
No, but I'm just saying, like, you're saying that I don't uphold this like social view of like what you see a man to be, right? It's nothing biological. It's totally social. It's really ironic that like you guys act like you guys don't understand gender, but then you use gender in order to like insult me and to demean me within a context of a social sense. It's really ironic that you say that I don't meet up to these standards of being what a man is, yet I meet all of the biological criteria that you would outline. Jennifer, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. For Parker has respect for women, unlike the caller. Very fucking true. Very fucking true.
When you get called
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Male?
I appreciate that.
There's the reason, bro. It's called
but what you're seeing is relevant
what
you're seeing is relevant is feminine characteristics which are social.
I don't know why you get so in your feels about this topic, bro. I've noticed other people come up before.
Do I seem in my feels right now?
Yeah, you go on a tangent.
What do you mean?
You literally brung up I think like 4 different topics when I've called you a soy boy.
We had multiple conversations about different topics in a conversation.
Yeah, you brought them all up, not me.
Wow, what would you like me to talk about?
Why are you dodging Andrew Wilson, bro?
I'm not. I've already debated him multiple times, and he's not productive.
No, bro. You know what I mean. Go to a setting where you can't mute.
Yeah, he doesn't want to productively debate. I've tried to productively debate him in the past, and he just doesn't answer questions.
He's offered to pay the flight and everything, bro.
No, he wants me to give him money as a down payment. I'm not giving him a down payment to literally just debate him.
Because you flaked.
Why won't he debate me online?
Because you flaked. That's probably why he wants a down payment. Because he would travel and you'd flake.
Why do we have to travel? I said we could do it online.
Why would you travel to Jubilee?
I live in LA.
Okay. Well, if he came to LA, would you debate
all I
him?
have to do is drive.
In person.
Yeah. I never said I wouldn't.
It's been brought up like 5 times and you've dodged every time. You've
admitted
to it on live and then you haven't. Okay,
I haven't. I said I would debate him. He just then brought up literally me paying a down payment, which I said I wouldn't do.
When's the last time you heard contact from Andrew or Brian about the debate?
Why does Charlie Kirk dodging me?
I don't know. You should ask him.
I did. He won't respond.
Yeah?
How do you feel about that?
Okay. Move on to Andrew then, bro.
Move back. Yeah, okay. So
no, move on to someone who will debate you. I don't understand what you're saying to Charlie dodging you. You're doing the same thing to Andrew.
He won't debate me. Also, he's not caring about having a productive dialogue. Like,
I'm sorry, bro, but
I actually sit down and I have productive dialogues with people. I can have productive dialogues. Every single time I've engaged with Andrew, it's not about engaging in a productive dialogue. And we've been in settings where we can have long form discussions. Like, he's come up on my live. Like, listen, like he's come up on my live before, and you're on my live right now. We're able to talk about things more in depthly. I allow you to bring things up, push the art. Like, for example, in the context of the Jubilee conversations I've had with Charlie Kirk, or like the thing that I showed up to with Charlie Kirk, we don't have extensive levels to be able to talk. I had 6 minutes before we kicked me out, and at the Jubilee debates, we had like barely any time, right, to speak to him, right, at all. So like,
and that's exactly why you like that setting.
No, it's not. I would prefer to sit down in a podcast setting where he won't debate me.
When have you ever done that?
I would do it with him.
Yeah, you would. You haven't though with anyone.
Okay, so
how long have you been debating?
Thank you so much for the dollar, because I don't think because for other people I don't feel like I have to do that. I feel like I can just do it here.
Okay, how long have you been debating for?
Years.
And you don't have one single properly moderated debate.
Jubilee.
Or am I wrong? No, I'm talking about like a properly moderated debate that has.
I don't care to do that.
Intervals, not a 5 minutes, bro.
I don't care.
Exactly.
No, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You're choosing
debate.
not to debate me right now, and you're choosing to talk about this.
Yeah, but did I claim that I was like a master debater?
I didn't claim I was a master.
Dude, you're prompt and everything, and when people come up, you mute them, you do all this stuff. But when people who actually
Are you
research
muted?
this every day,
Are you
you've
muted?
muted me probably about 30 times already.
Only in certain contexts.
Dude, that happens anytime someone comes up with an opposing view that you don't want to listen
Not
to.
true. There are plenty of people I don't mute.
You mute 95% of the people that come up. And if you are going to deny
If
that,
I
you're
did
delusional.
vote, if I did mute 95% of the people, then they fucking deserved it because I only mute in the
See,
context
that's
of
just you
I
being
deserved.
biased, though.
Like for example, all right, I would mute you only in the context in which you deserve it, or sometimes I might go a little bit overboard with the I mute just for fun, just to like rage bait you. But that's
Yeah,
like
but why
very
would
rare.
you're not going to admit that you're going to mute someone because it's going against your view, are you? It's just going to make you look stupid.
I'm not going to admit that I'd mute someone.
No, you're not going to admit that you...
I just did right now. How does it feel? How does it taste?
It's really funny, bro. Ha ha ha. Did you feel big doing that, bro?
I thought it was
funny,
pretty
man.
funny.
Okay. I don't know what you're wanting from that. You expecting me to rage?
You may now speak. You can unmute and speak now.
Let me guess. Good
Good boy.
boy.
Good boy.
Yeah,
Good boy.
predictable, bro. Predictable.
You're such a good
You
boy.
need
You're
some
such
new
a great
content,
boy.
bro. You
You're
need some
such
new
a great
content.
boy. Oh my God,
Guy
you're such a
recycles
good boy.
content.
Oh my God, you're
Predictable,
such a
bro.
good boy. You're such a
predictable,
good
bro.
boy. What a good boy. Oh my
Bro,
God, you're
double
such a
down on
good
that even after I
boy.
predicted it, man. That is cringe. You still doubled down after I predicted you're going to say that. That is cringe.
No, it's not. You're just trying to deflect.
It is cringe. You thought it was going to
You're
be a
just trying to
burn,
deflect.
bro. That was cringe.
It was. Everyone's
That
laughing at
was
you. Everyone's
cringe.
laughing at you. I just want to let you know. You just saying it's cringe doesn't make it cringe.
Bro, that is cringe.
If you are not cringing,
Dude, the good
wait.
boy meme died like a month ago.
If you're not cringing, type 3 in the comment section right now.
Yeah, bro. I wonder who's not going to type 3 when these people are your viewers, man. Nice.
Chance, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for that's a crazy statement.
It's just hilarious, bro. Because
Dude, like
the only people
section.
in here who like hype you up don't debate either. So it's like the people who actually debate look at you like a laughing stock.
You're not debating.
That's why Charlie Kirk probably doesn't waste his time with you, bro. Because you don't have the mental maturity to debate anyone.
I'm willing to debate you right now, but you're not doing it.
Yeah, but it just backs up my point. I'm not a debater. These actual debaters don't look at you like serious competition.
How do you know what actual debaters look at me like if you're not an actual debater?
Because they don't waste their time with you, bro. If Charlie looked at you like a genuine, like there was reason to debate you and it actually made sense, he would do it. He's debated people with more knowledge than you, bro.
Who?
What do you mean who? Like look at his debates. He's got many debates online.
Can you name one
You don't have
person?
any.
Can you name one person he's debated about politics that is more knowledgeable about like economics or these types of issues?
Now you're just trying to hype yourself up. This furthers my point, bro.
Can you name a single person? Where's the hand on
Can
it?
you name a single person that's less educated than you that he's debated? I'll throw it back to you.
Gavin Newsom.
Okay, how do you feel about that?
Push the dream team. Now, do you want to answer my question?
I love it how you just divert the conversation. You dodged when I talked about Andrew, bro.
I didn't. I completely addressed it. You still haven't.
So
You're
what
choosing,
happened when
I just want
Brian
to
asked you
I just
to
want
come
to
to the
clarify.
podcast?
Instead of choosing to debate me on like the actual like topic or anything relevant, you decided to debate me on like me like supposedly running away when I'm literally engaging with all of these points. This is embarrassing.
You're not.
It's actually embarrassing. It's really embarrassing.
What happened when
Do you feel
Andrew
embarrassed?
and
I have a
Brian
question.
asked you to come
Do you
to the podcast?
feel
You said
embarrassed?
you'd come.
Do
You said
do
you would
feel
do a
embarrassed?
1v2. Where's
Do
that,
you
bro?
feel embarrassed?
Do you genuinely think they're dodging you right now, bro?
Yes.
No, they're
Where's the bench
not.
boss?
No, they're not, bro.
Then
They are not
then why
dodging
won't
you
he
right
debate
now.
me? Then why won't he debate me?
You said you would do a 1v2, and
I
they
would.
literally booked the show again, and you
They
dodged
didn't.
again.
That's not
You
true.
flaked.
That's just not true, right? They only did it. They did not book a date. What they did I gave them a date. They didn't decide to pick anything, right? Also, we had a day where Dean and I were going to debate them on a different
Dean
day
flaked.
where they flaked because
Dean flaked. Recently, Dean flaked. He admitted that too on the recent mini debate thing that you guys had.
not with the
he
whatever
admitted to
podcast.
flaking.
Not with the whatever podcast.
No, Dean said, "I'll debate you," and then he switched up and said, no, I'm not going to waste my time. It's not worth my time. I'll do it online. It's worth this much
I
time.
love that. Are you talking
That's what he
about? Are you
said.
talking about Andrew? This was months after what I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about is originally we had a time where we were set up to go. I'm pretty sure Slushy Noobs was also supposed to be there. That would have been fun. But we would have been able to debate them in like a podcast setting. But they literally canceled day of when Dean like literally flew out here. Now, would you like to give me an argument or give me
Are you
anything relevant?
denying that they've tried to reach contact again?
They have not tried to reach contact after the recent event where Andrew asked for like $700 something.
Dude, you'd make more money off that off of YouTube clips. Like, I
I'm
don't know
not
why you
gonna
think that's a lot.
pay. I'm not gonna pay a like
Yeah, you're not
an
gonna
insane
pay a
Christian
pro-Trump supporter.
nationalist
Wow,
like
bro.
50
Yeah,
or like literally $700.
yeah, because you're just you're gonna flake again.
Do you wanna give me any actual argument? I'm waiting.
Because you can't
$50.
debate without the mute button, bro.
The Dream Team, thank you. Can you give me an actual argument, or I'm gonna kick you?
Yeah, because you can't handle the truth, bro.
I'm waiting for you to give me like something relative.
What
to
did
the
you just
debate.
say? You sat there said, "Yeah, I can debate anyone. Look, I'm debating you. I'm debating." You don't debate anyone off TikTok. You even went to Charlie Kirk's event
Dude,
knowing that it's an
holy
interval
fuck,
debate
holy
again.
fuck! Can you just actually give me like an argument?
Now you're raging. Now you're raging
No, I'm not.
again.
I'm
You're
just
gonna kick me
asking
because
you
you're
to
raging.
I'm asking you to give me an
You're
argument.
raging. Calm down, bro.
I'm asking you to give me an argument. Is it possible? Like
You just
instead
said,
of doing
"Holy
this,
fuck, holy fuck." Calm down, bro.
why are you so emotional?
You're projecting.
I'm not projecting. I'm completely
You're
calm
projecting,
right now.
bro.
Completely calm right now. So, would you like to
Not
literally
20 seconds
like
ago.
give me an actual like? Can you give me a policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Can you give me a policy of Donald Trump's you don't like?
Mm-hmm. But would
Okay.
you like to answer mine first?
I'd like to hear yours, bro.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
I'll counter your argument, bro. Come on.
All right.
What don't you
you
like
have,
about his
you have about
policy so
5
far?
seconds to answer the question before I kick
Yeah,
you
you're
off the live.
raging.
I'm not raging
It's
at
okay.
all.
Calm down, bro. You're raging. Kick
You-
me
you have
if you're
5
raging.
seconds. You have
Kick me if I
5
own
seconds to
you,
answer
bro.
the
Kick me if I
question.
own you, bro. Kick me if I own you, bro. Kick me if I own you, bro. Do what you're told. Kick me. Good boy. Kick me, bro. Good boy. Kick me. Oh, he's not doing it, bro. You don't like that, do you, when it's turned back on you? Kick me, good boy. Go on. Kick me, good boy. Kick me, bro. If you kick me at all in this live, you're a good boy. If you talk in the next 2 minutes, you're a good boy. If you stay there silent, you're a good boy.
If you unmute your mic, you're a good boy. Good boy, what a good boy. Oh my god, you're such a good boy. What a good boy. Oh my god, what a good boy. Get the fuck off my line, bro. Fucking weirdo, dude. He never gave an actual argument. What a fucking good boy. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
How's the volume like feedback wise on your end?
Good.
Okay. Is this like why you voted for Trump or why you support Trump?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, it's kind of like counterintuitive, but like, whenever there's a president in charge, the Congress changes to like go against that, right? And so, like, if you want the Democrats to take the Senate or the House, you need a Republican president.
Okay, so you still want
Like,
Democrats?
the blue wave's
Is your view
coming,
that you
you know
still
what I
want
mean?
Democrats to win, but you think you need a Republican president for Democrats to win? That just didn't follow because, like, clearly,
Yeah,
like,
if,
there was a Republican president and then a Republican Congress.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that's just not true.
But the what's it called? The midterms and stuff. You know what I mean?
Nope. I don't think that there's any good
So,
evidence to
the
indicate that
last
just
time
because
the,
it is the case that there's literally a loss in terms of the presidency, that there's going to be a win in terms of the midterms. And I also don't think that you should literally vote in a grapist because it is the case that you think that that's possibly what's going to happen.
Yeah, like I can't really stand Trump as like a person or a political figure.
Okay, so then like you...
But I thought he was kind of, because like the first term he wasn't able to get anything done, but this new term he's gotten a whole lot of stuff done super fast. So I was like super surprised about that.
Okay.
Like all the executive orders.
Okay. Wait. So do you actually like? So you don't like Trump? You're just a Democrat, but you're like.
Yeah, I don't like Trump, but I understand where a lot of Trumpers.
Okay. I'm just gonna go on to the next person.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
38.
How?
38.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I support him.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
The immigration policy.
What state do you live in?
Connecticut.
What time is it?
Tell
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. See this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Push the beating heart. See this next person up here. Everyone, please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Plus, you can check us out over on YouTube, everyone. Tracy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Taylor, thank you for the $10. Riley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Cassidy, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Did you vote for Donald Trump? You're muted.
Yeah, more than a person, more than red or blue, I voted for an idea.
What idea?
The idea of unity.
Okay. How does Donald Trump lead to more unity?
It's a great question. I feel like it's multi-part, but you know, we are 35. The main reason is $35 trillion in debt, and no real good way to solve that. And I feel like cutting programs, getting one of the best entrepreneurs in there, Elon Musk, which has done more for humanity than any guy that I've seen. I mean, I'll argue on that. Real quick, quick question.
Jesus Christ. Okay,
Can
can I address what you said
safe
first?
space for a liberal.
Am I able to address what you said first?
What's that?
Am I able to address what you said first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you know Trump signed off on more debt-related spending comparative to the Biden-Harris
Yeah,
administration?
Trump is terrible.
By $4
Trump is
trillion?
like one of the
So
worst candidates we've ever put up.
I know, but if you're talking about like reducing waste spending, if you actually cared about that, you would have voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I mean, Trump has a lot to hate, and Kamala Harris has a lot that she wasn't really willing to do to like get us back on track. And I think we need a Republican candidate that swings the pendulum far away to like get the Democrats back on track. You guys are cannibalizing yourselves, and it's sad. I think we need to raise the bar on both the Democrats and the Republicans to get better candidates. I can't wait to get Donald Trump out of office. So I think what we should be asking is, are you registered to vote, and who are you voting for in 3.5 years? Go ahead.
Obviously, we don't have any of the primaries up, so we don't know, right?
I feel like there's a lot of people.
I would prefer like a progressive Democrat, like AOC, or someone who's on like the further to the left of like the Democratic Party currently, right? But like that's not at all referencing what we were just talking about, because we're talking about like literally voting for either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, right? You have to reference particular things about Kamala Harris that you would see as worse, particularly than Donald Trump. Otherwise, what you're just saying is that you just feel like there should be a Republican, and you're not really like addressing the concerns of like who the actual two candidates are.
Because I voted for an idea, the idea of unity. Right now, you're living in the past. You need to get over it and start moving on. And I feel like the best way to do that is start talking about who you're going to vote in the future. And if it's, and I talk to so many people, they're so married to the blue party, so married to the red party, and they're like calling each other cult. I think there's both.
Every single thing you bring up on the live is talking about the past. Every single point you bring up, you learned it in the past. Every single thing has happened in the past. I don't know what the hell relevance point you just made was, oh my God, everything you guys are talking about is in the past. Everything we talk about in general is in the past. It's a ridiculous statement for you to say that.
Unity is in our future, I believe. Do you believe that? And that's what I voted for.
I don't believe unity is in the future. If you vote for people like Donald Trump that tried to undermine the 2020 election, that literally tried to terminate the Constitution, all rules, regulations, articles found in the Constitution, who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, all of these horrible things.
Yeah,
he doesn't believe in
terrible.
science.
He's absolutely terrible.
So again, that creates more division. That does not create more unity. How do you think that creates more unity?
Yeah, it's like it's going to get the Democratic Party together, because I feel like I bought a Tesla, and now I'm like, the people in the own Democratic Party are attacking people with Teslas, and I think that's like That's the problem with the party right now. They really need to like unify themselves. We need to unify. I mean, would you agree with someone? Would you join a team that where you agreed with 90% of the things this guy said, but you disagree with 10%? That's the problem. You guys don't have unity because you need to be aligned on all these issues down to the T, or they're like against you. That's our problem.
So you
what's
were
more important than
I think it's
unity?
insane that you're simultaneously asking that we need to like raise the bar on both sides. Well, then when we do raise the bar and we do actually to hold ourselves to our standard, then you're like, oh my god, you guys are so particular with like what you do. What do you mean? You just said to raise the bar. What the hell are you talking about? Seriously,
how do you think
you
we
are
need
like
to raise the
so
bar?
you have no ability at all to apply any standards to any of the candidates that you talk about. These standards you say that you care about, you say that you think that these are all bad about Donald Trump. You don't actually apply any of these standards to Donald Trump. You're saying, oh, we just need to possibly get standards in the future. Why didn't you apply it when you voted for Donald Trump? Why was that not relevant when you voted for him? But it's going to be relevant the next time you vote? Please explain to me why.
Yeah, I voted for unity, and I feel like he's the president now. We need to get over that. We need to start like bringing people together. Here's some stuff I think we really need to do. Like, let me ask you a quick question. What's more important to you than unity? Would you be willing to join someone that agrees with 80% of the things you like?
Oh my God. How
We
does
can move
how
on
does
because-
how does Donald Trump being elected create more unity?
So he got 2 Democrats to join his party. He got a guy that like knows more about health to join his party, and he's joining people from all over. I mean, have you seen all the people that are leaving the Democratic Party for Donald Trump right now? Go ahead.
How is that indicative of him at all?
I mean, if
Right?
you
What
could
do
get
you mean
people
bring
from the
people
opposite
together?
party to
He
join
didn't get
you,
he
then
didn't
you're
get a
gonna-
bipartisan infrastructure bill. He didn't get anything done with that. He didn't get a border bill.
You are
He didn't
so
get a,
focused on like you're so focused on things that are rabbit holes. Like I'm
What are you
watching
talking
I'm
about?
watching a war in
You
front
said
of
he
me.
you said he works with the other side. He got people to work with him. I was giving explicit examples where he didn't work with the other side and historically could not get things done because people wouldn't compromise with him because he's such an insane lunatic maniac that literally has talked recently about fucking annexing our allies. So don't even get me started about all these things. You don't care. I could bring up a whole list of Donald Trump's all these terrible things, and you're like, I don't
That's
care about any
correct.
things because I don't apply any standards to Republicans. And that's the issue this country has. Is they're only willing to apply standards to Democrats. They're never willing to apply standards to Republicans. And what I'm saying is we should apply standards to both sides. And you're not
I
willing to
agree.
do that.
Dude, I totally agree with you. There's like a lack of like discipline and standards on both sides, and that's because they kind of get votes the same way. They don't necessarily believe everything they say. They believe they want to win, and they believe if they say this on this issue, then they will get that. And that is playing politics. I feel like Kamala Harris was great at playing politics, and Donald Trump, he's like, you know what, we're going to do it this way. And I could respect a guy that isn't going to just say things, and he did it too. But I just feel like him bringing Democrats over is one of the best things. I mean, how many Republicans were like, you know, and I think
He
there's
didn't
Mitt
like
Romney
bring
who came
Democrats over. This is such an insane thing. What are you talking about?
I mean, why are they in the party? They kind of joined his force, and
Do you think that there are people who are?
because-
I have a question. Do you think people were MAGA and then switched from being MAGA to the other side?
I think MAGA is a cult, first off, and I think there's
Oh my
cults in
Jesus
here,
Christ,
too.
dude! You're gonna make me go insane. You just admitted you're in a cult.
I'm not in. I voted for an idea. You know, you keep on.
I
forgetting-
voted for an idea of unity. Now I can't tell you explicitly
MAGA
how we're
is
going to
not-
lead to unity, but I promise you the
MAGA
unity
is
will
not
be achieved.
unity.
Tremendous unity, unity like you've never seen. I promise you, you'll never see unity like what you see with the unity that comes from us. I promise you. Okay, you please, dude. Seriously, you're just saying unity. Oh my God, unity. I'm telling you, how is unity going to be increased by Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what we're doing with the Department of Education, that's something I feel like you'd be willing to debate on. I feel like we have, 34 in the
Not
world?
answering the question. Not answering the question. Not answering the question. Not answering the question. What was my question?
The question was, how are we going to bring unity in the world? And I
No,
feel like
not my question. I said, how does Trump bring unity into the world?
Well, it's not just him; it's his whole administration, right? So I feel like that's a question that should be: what is his administration to do to bring unity into the world, right?
Why didn't you ask it the first time in his administration? Why don't you look at Bill Barr? Why don't you look at Mike Pence? Why don't you look at McMaster? Why don't you look at all of the people that were on Donald Trump's administration that have come out against him, that have risked the entire careers that they have outlined for the future so that they could call out Donald Trump because he's a threat to democracy, he's unfit to be president of the United States, he's a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world, and he's a complete threat to our democracy.
Right. And the people that you just mentioned there, they're all part of like kind of the establishment. I feel like Donald Trump's bringing in people that are less establishment and more about like progress. Go ahead.
Why is the establishment bad?
I mean, what have they gotten us so far? We spend more on programs than most countries. Our high speed rail is like we can't even keep up with like China now. We're turning into a second world country because there's so much red tape to cut through to increase production. And I feel like the Republicans, they're more like get the job done. They were like, hey,
one regulation it would be
can I
good to
finish
get.
my point real quick? Can I finish my point real quick?
No, because I'm not even convinced that you have one regulation that you could mention that you want to get rid of. Go for it.
I would say there's way too much regulations in the building that I do out here in Colorado.
Name a specific regulation that you want to get rid of that Donald Trump will get rid of.
Let me look up building regulation real quick.
You can't name a single. This is what I meant. This is exactly what I meant. You are like so anti-regulation. Stop. You're so anti-regulation, but then you don't even know what the regulations are that Donald Trump's going to undermine. I'm asking about Donald Trump. I'm not asking about I'm not asking about some state or local jurisdiction, right? In terms of your particular regulations, I'm asking about federal regulation that Donald Trump will undermine because we're talking about federal politics. We're not talking about state and local politics.
Okay, fair enough. I would say excessive parking requirements. That's a regulation where we need to like work on, and that's one thing that Elon Musk is looking to solve. When he gets more of his cars out there, there's not going to be as much need for parking. You know. And I feel like Elon Musk is doing a lot to like save things. He's got these taxis out there. There'll be less cars on the road, and you can just like hop in somebody else's Tesla. And the fact that the left is
the fact that you're concerned about parking rather than like the sexual abuser as president, like or the guy that literally bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA, quote unquote, owns the place to inspect them without their consent, or terminating the Constitution. The fact that you care more about parking spaces than you care about any of those things, about the women that don't have access to abortion in this country, about the lack of access to science, the lack of investment, particularly in cancer research, in research related to climate, in research relating to literally like basic things that negatively impact the population because people like RFK are so conspiracy brain rotted that they don't want to put investments into the particular research relating to that. It's insane, delusional, maniac shit that you are deciding to support because you have no fucking reason and you somehow believe that's going to create more unity.
And
Please tell me how we are more unified since 2016. Please tell me how we are more unified since Donald Trump became president of the United States. Please tell me how we are more unified, right, since the original basis of the MAGA movement. Go for it.
I would say we're more unified where there's Democrats that are coming over our side right now. The approval rating is higher than the Democrats. So that
I'm not asking about people going to the Republicans. I'm asking about unity. Unity means between Republicans and Democrats, right? So then please explain to me. Tell me how we are way closer now, how we are more unified now than we were prior, right, to 2016. Please.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I feel like some of the stuff is going to keep on getting better. But, you know, restoring national pride, you know, conservative values, that's going to unify some people. I mean, that's the part where 90%.
So you're saying we have better values now? Is that your argument?
What's up?
Is that your argument that we have better values now?
You know, I think we are raising the standards. We're not allowing people in the country that are criminal, illegal aliens. And I feel like that is raising
but you're going to let criminals be president.
Disciplined.
So to clarify, you don't want criminals in the country, but you want them
criminal,
to be
illegal aliens. Yes.
So you don't want criminals in the country, but you want criminals in the fucking Oval Office.
We're talking about.
And then secondly, why do you call people illegal aliens? Is that not dehumanizing to you?
You know, we've dealt with that a lot. The police are overburdened. These cities that have a lot of illegal aliens moving.
You're not answering my question. I asked you a specific. Do you think the term in the usage of calling someone an illegal alien is dehumanizing? Are they from Mars?
No, and that's something I kind of went back and forth on, but I feel like overall raising the bar a little bit, like having a certain line in the sand where it's like, you know what, if you've killed someone, can you remove them from the country? I mean, that's extreme, but where do we draw the line?
I think anyone who's a violent offender, I am okay with deporting if they're in the country undocumented. What you're not addressing, though, is that if you don't want people in the country who are violent offenders, then you shouldn't want them in the Oval Office. And that's what I don't understand, is that you guys are willing to apply these standards to immigrants. You're willing to apply these standards to other people, but you're not willing to apply these standards to people like Donald Trump. I'll bring up a million fucking things about Donald Trump. If that were true about someone trying to immigrate to the country, you guys would be creating an entire fucking message about how the entire country's going to shit and how Kamala Harris and and Democrats are destroying everything because one person with the same qualifications of Donald Trump was just let into the country, let alone the many people that Donald Trump pardoned who were violent offenders who pled guilty and admitted to beating cops. You guys don't give a fuck about, after literally talking about how you guys are pro law and order and pro police and saying that we're defunding the police and we're so terrible for police, and then you guys literally support people who beat cops. Literally, it's so fucking insane, and no one talks about that. No one brings that up. It's not a big issue for conservatives. They act like it's not an issue. Go ahead. I can't hear you. Muted. I didn't even mute you.
Hey, sorry about that. And I feel like that is something that is really important to the Democratic Party. You need to align on all these ideals, and you need to have a track record that doesn't reflect like any lapse in judgment. You did not be a rapist. You needed to not be someone who undermined the democracy. You need to not be someone who's trying to undermine the Constitution. You need to not be someone that's bragging about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because you own the place. You need to not be someone who literally doesn't believe in science. These are basic fucking things. If you think that there aren't qualifications in certain hardline standards for being president of the United States, then you are fucking stupid. I'm sorry to break it. I am sorry to break it to you, but if you don't think there are hardline qualifications for being a president of the United States, you need to get your head out of your ass. And yeah, that's what you guys have been saying. You guys built a stance on for so long, and it didn't work out for you. And you're right. I wish that we could get a president there that never did anything wrong, or even a woman president. That would be great. But it's sad that we can't like come together and beat somebody like Donald Trump, see through his lies.
What the fuck do you mean, see through the lies and beat someone like Donald Trump when you voted for him?
I'm sorry. I actually made that up earlier. I didn't vote. I'm not going to join like the red or the blue.
God, bro, I hate people. I hate people. They're so annoying. I hate people who do that. I hate people who do that. What's up, how you?
If you were more intelligent, you would have saw through that.
If I was more intelligent, I would have seen through that.
Yeah, that guy played you like a fiddle.
Okay, well, how am I supposed to just superimpose that? I'm not very triggered. I have a question.
You seem like you're a little bit out of sorts.
I have a question. Why is your profile picture like one of the pictures of me literally crying?
Well, because it just reminds me every day what a pussy looks like, and that's all.
Well, I just want to say I am what I eat, right? But like, what's the issue with that?
I bet you Margie wouldn't think that.
You can't even say her name correctly. So again, you're not actually like engaging with what I have to
Do
say
men
here.
sit
Why do you have
blankies?
in your profile picture? Why do you have a picture of me crying?
Because it's so fucking hilarious.
It's hilarious that I was crying.
Yeah, it was.
Why?
Well, because I mean, look at you. You're sitting with a blankie on your lap, Indian style, pretending to be all upset and like you care, dude. You're such a pathetic
Appreciate
person.
The galaxy. I'm pathetic because
You
I
are.
am sitting
Your
with a
fake
blanket.
tantrums.
Appreciate the galaxy. By the way, appreciate the galaxy.
Are you sitting Indian style?
Is that supposed to be like an insult?
No.
I
I'm
don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
You don't know what Indian style is?
No, I don't actually.
You are so pathetic. You're such a liar, dude. Look at you. And your hair swoop thing is actually a riot that you're trying to cover up that receding baldness is really funny.
I just want to let you know, though, think of the colorful links. That picture of me crying is because we raised $26,000 for someone who can't afford their cancer treatment. So if you want to sit there and you want to stigmatize me for crying in that circumstance,
I
think that's an insane thing to do.
How much have you donated to the California wildfire victims?
Is that relevant for me to bring up on the live?
Well, it is. That's where all your grifting comes from.
My grifting?
Yeah. How much have you donated? Tell us, Parker.
Wait, what grifting?
Parker, how much have you donated to any of the...
I'm not going to say how much I donated.
North Carolina.
The roses. Thank you so much.
How about the flood victims in North Carolina?
How much have you donated?
How much have you donated?
0. Alice, thank you.
How much have you donated from all the grifting?
What grifting?
I could have donated $1 million. You wouldn't believe me anyway.
What grifting? Nicole, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You don't have $1 million.
How much have you donated?
Ananda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much,
buddy.
I'm not going to go on the internet and be like, I'm not going to go on the internet and be like,
that comes up here, and any military member that comes up here, you say how much you care for the military, your rhetoric echo chamber, And you've never once thanked a veteran for his service or her service when they come up on your platform.
Not true.
Ever.
That's not true.
It's 100% true.
Anyone
'Cause
who's
you're
been in my lives knows that's not true.
a pathetic little boy.
Okay.
Look at you.
So I'm a little boy being 22 years old,
Look
but
at you.
Donald Trump said
Okay.
Donald Trump said he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl who would be 20 years old in 10 years after being 10 years old, and you're saying that person isn't a child, but I am a child. So you call me a child in order to demean my intelligence and to demean what I bring up to you, but you're not willing to say that about literally girls, right? Because it is the case that you want to sexualize them. You're okay with sexualizing 18 to 20-year-old women, right? But you're not okay with saying that I'm a man. Interesting statement.
Wait, kind of like
I'm 22
Harry
years
and
old.
Chris?
22
Harry and
years
Chris,
old.
you mean?
I'm not friends with Harry and Chris. Don't even.
Oh, yes,
don't
you
even.
are,
I will
buddy.
literally kick you off.
Yes, you are, and you know you are.
I've literally. What do you mean? I've literally already talked about this plenty of times. On
There's going to be careful what you say because there's a lot of things coming out.
Okay. Well, there's nothing going to come
And
out about
guess
me.
what, Parker? You just might be involved, buddy.
Not doing anything wrong.
Yes, you are. Well, anyway, stay tuned. Thank you.
Go ahead. Are you gonna run away? You scared? Oh, he's so scared. What a fucking weirdo, dude. What an absolute fucking weirdo. What an absolute weirdo. Yo, it's a
Hey, Parker. I'm 37.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but someone's talking to.
I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Amy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Talina, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the grifting. I appreciate it. Alice, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Alice. Let's next person up here real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, 33? Hey, I watched you for 2 years, man. I've never joined you before, but people that are coming up here
What time
with
is it?
you as their profile picture and giving you shit, fuck MAGA, man. Hate from Australia to MAGA. Fuck.
Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Peter, thank you for the $2 for Parker's my favorite grifter. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, man. I swiped out of the app on accident. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Better than Kamala. What I wanted to talk about though was Planned Parenthood.
Okay, go ahead. Have I talked to you before?
How come we never talk about Margaret Sanger? How she was a eugenicist?
Have I ever talked to you
The
before?
founder of Planned Parenthood,
Hey.
Margaret Sanger, eugenicist.
I'm just asking if I've talked to you before. Can you tell me if I've talked to you before?
Okay, can you hear me?
Have I talked to you before?
No.
No?
You hopped in. It was 2-on-1 with Dean, but I've never talked to you here before.
But do we have a long conversation?
Not really, no. He pretended I wouldn't unmute myself when he has to unmute. I wanted to talk about Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know you support the police, and the police did not start out in the greatest way possible. Same thing with our country. Like, you support our country, and our country literally started off in a horrible fucking way on the genocide of indigenous Americans, on the slavery, right, of people who are in the country who are black, right? That, like, you understand that this country is built on
How do you know
bigotry.
I support the
This country is
police?
built on white supremacy. This country is built on literally, right,
How do you know I
the
support the
dehumanization of
police?
people. You support this country.
So just for the people listening, Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, had Project Inward. That was in 1930, and it was
I'm confused how that at all addresses how
Planned Parenthood
addresses
and
today.
abortion and the Democrats. What the Democrats.
I
support.
understand. Democrats are not.
He was a eugenicist.
Are you
and
saying that?
Planned
Are you saying
Parenthood is
that? Are you saying
Planned Parenthood is disproportionately
is being pro-choice racist? Is that your view? Is it racist to be pro-choice?
Planned Parenthood is disproportionately in black and brown communities, and it is on purpose. Ever since the beginning, it was on.
We're not
purpose.
advocating to
It
force.
is black genocide. Planned Parenthood and
Oh, okay.
abortion
Okay.
is black gen.
Okay, so let's go over this. Okay, are people choosing to get abortions? Is that a real thing? Also, if I kill wait, do zygotes have race? Do you think zygotes have race? For the people saying yes in the comment section, please make that make sense. Next, I'm asking you a question. Do you think zygotes can have race? You can unmute. I'm waiting. Next, you have not unmuted yet. Riley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amy, thank you for the $10. Hello? Are you there? You have to unmute yourself, man. I can't unmute you. You have to do it yourself. Oh, you know what? The last time he probably got muted, and then he couldn't figure out how to unmute himself, and then he blamed Dean for it. Kevin, did you vote for Donald Trump? He muted himself after he unmuted himself. That's really funny. Kevin, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hey, can you hear me now?
I did.
Why so?
I didn't unmute myself. I didn't mute myself either. This is next.
Kevin, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I actually just had a quick question about the whole.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So it doesn't matter whether zygotes have a race or not. The point is, Planned Parenthood started as a racist eugenics program in the 1930s via Margaret Sanger. And the Planned Parenthoods and abortion clinics are disproportionately in black and brown communities, and it's on purpose ever since the beginning.
Okay.
Why don't you ever talk about that? Or that the Democrat Party was the
Can I ask you a
KKK?
question?
The Democrat Party was the KKK.
The
You
Democrat Party in and of
people saying
themselves-
who's going to pick our...
The Democrat Party in and of themselves was not the KKK. Okay? So I just want to let you know there was an ideology switch between parties. So
This magic
you're
ideology
referencing-
switch. Okay.
I'm not.
This magic ideology switch. All right.
Let's talk about in terms of ideology. Who were conservatives or liberals the ones defending slavery?
Was
Were
it Democrats or
conservatives-
Republicans
were-
who passed this?
Were conservatives or liberals the ones restricting women's right to vote, right, and wanting to end the women's suffrage movement, right? Were liberals or conservatives the ones that supported the civil rights movement? Tell me, answer all of those questions, because every single point you look there, conservatives were the one upholding the systems of oppression that negatively disenfranchise people, whereas liberals were the ones advocating against those systems that disenfranchise people. So don't sit up here and act like your policy here is somehow going to be better, right, for people. That's
Republicans
an insane
were
view.
in control of Congress during 1964 when the Civil Rights Act passed. Lyndon B. Johnson had to be coerced into signing it.
Okay, again, I'm not saying that.
Well, again, I'm not. I just fucking.
You're not listening.
You asked
You're
a
not
question.
listening.
and
You're
I-
not listening. You're not acknowledging that there's been a party switch, right, in terms of ideology, right? Can I ask you a question? Do you think that Lincoln was liberal or conservative?
You're changing the subject.
I'm just asking you a question. Do you think Lincoln was liberal or conservative?
The same people who right now who are asking who's going to pick the crops if we.
Who? Can you answer my question? Or no?
He's probably. It depends on the time. I mean, back even now today in the world. This is what you do when you get blown out. You get blown out, and this is exactly what you do every time. You do the mute war, and you pivot, and you straw man. You said
If you don't fucking answer a question, I'm gonna mute you. Like what? Like, dude, I can't believe you want me to sit up here and you want me to listen to the gibberation coming out of your mouth. You're just
Margaret
gibberating.
Sanger
You're literally
was a
gibberating.
eugenicist.
You are gibberating on my live. Just straight gibberish. Just straight. You're gibberating gibberish. Okay, that's all you're
Margaret
doing.
Sanger, racist, eugenicist.
Do you think being
Planned
pro-choice
Parenthood-
is pro?
Margaret Sanger.
Is the pro-choice position racist?
It disproportionately affects black and brown people. It is black genocide.
So is the pro-choice position racist?
It's black genocide.
So you think so it's okay. So is the pro-choice position racist?
Margaret Sanger was a eugenicist, and
Wow,
Planned Parenthood
you're like an NPC GTA or GTA NPC. Well, he got literally removed for community guidelines. Oh my god, dude, he doesn't answer a single question. A single question. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you. I love.
Appreciate you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Dean, I just want to say you're a fucking loser.
Can you look at the top left? Push the galaxy. Thank you.
Nigger.
Okay, so that person's name was Midwest Jake. Push the galaxy. Thank you so much. That person's name was Midwest Jake. Horrible person. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I just want to say I'm from North Carolina, near the Appalachia region, and it's fucking disgusting how people are using the suffering of my people, the people in my state, my family, my friends, for their own political gain when their party declined FEMA funding for my people, my family, my friends. It's just abhorrent. They don't care. They don't fucking care. It's disgusting, and I'm tired of people using this as a way. It's just. I'm sorry. I just wanted to rant. Coming up around that last guess. It's just. I'm sorry. Thank you. I love you.
I
Thank
appreciate you. I appreciate you. That's why I was letting you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yo, W for Cadence in the comment section right now. W for Cadence in the comment section. Do tap that screen, everyone. Do share the live event. It should help get out to more people. On the TikTok live, try to get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, and I did want to say that I regret my vote. So
Nice. Nice. Base. That's the point of these. Tam, thank you so much for the $2.
Yo, Parker, can you hear me?
Yeah, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28, and
Did you vote for
I
Donald
didn't
Trump?
vote for. I didn't, but I want you to give me 2 seconds because I'm actually a member of the Democratic Party in New Jersey.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh,
Yo,
I'm
what's
sorry.
up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to request. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
8. Fuck.
That was brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
I felt like he was going to be able to compromise, create a peace deal with Ukraine.
Okay. What state do you live in?
Texas.
What time is it?
It is 6:50.
Christian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I definitely think about doing that, Christian. Yeah, in terms of Ukraine, there's no like actual like legitimate ability for like Ukraine to know whether or not they're not going to be invaded, right? With these particular considerations, right? There
But
is
that's not the
nothing that
United-
allows for that to be ensured.
But that's not the United States' responsibility.
It is
I'm
because
not
of the Budapest Memorandum.
No, it's not. Ukraine's not a part of NATO. We have no strategic ties to them. There's no reason for us to go It's historically been in the Russian atmosphere for centuries, 1,000 years, a millennia.
Oh, banned. Harassment and bullying. That's brutal. I had 47% following too. That's rough. Yep, very unfortunate, everyone. That sounds like it could be a long ban. Oh, it's one day. What's up, everyone? Joining in from the TikTok stream, everyone. Make sure to... oh, I have an account ban warning. Great, dude. That's incredible. Love that, dude. Oh, I'm so happy. Sean said you got... I didn't vote and you got kicked. Oh, rough. Yeah, the bans have been brutal recently. I really hope it doesn't stay around because that account... Oh my god. I've already dealt with an account fucking ban warning. Literally could permanently ban my account. Appeal unavailable. Ava, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. All right, well, we'll see if we can get the account back. I actually don't have any other account. Chat, I don't get my third account back until... Let me check. The 27th. Oh my god, that's 4 days from now. There's so many bans going around right now. Can't even go live on that account. I can try the Parker has concepts of a job. That's all I could do. Parker has concepts of job. This is all I can go live off of. Tim, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. For real, for real. We'll see how long we can go today, everyone. Anyone know you can watch Dean's MSNBC? So I can't watch it on live, sadly. I really wish I could. I really wish I could. It's so sad. Why doesn't you Discord like you do the same shit? Because it is the case that that it's hard to get people to debate. For the 3,000 people over on YouTube, though, I really would appreciate if you like the stream, everyone. I really appreciate if you like the stream. Seriously, help send it out to more people. If you like the stream, I would really, really appreciate that, everyone. I'd really appreciate that. All right, we'll see if we can get some people up here to debate on this account. I highly doubt it, honestly. I don't know what's going to happen. Twitter X debates, maybe. I would assume that they aren't going to be good right now, though. You, what's up? How old are you? I think X is like last. It's like last case scenario. I am really scared that I will lose the account. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm going to stay off the main account, even if I get it back, chat. For the rest of today. So, we'll see, we'll see. TikTok is such an op. I would recommend going to my YouTube channel, everyone. For the people here on TikTok, go to my YouTube channel. That's what I'd recommend. Yeah, it seems like this is not pushing out at all. This is brutal. Push the little crown. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Okay, we'll give it a second, everyone. Are you streaming Dean or no? I actually can't, I don't think. I could react to it, but without playing the audio, I think. So I don't know what I'll do with that. What time does it start at? Is it like 8 o'clock? So I don't know. Is that actually could be here in 5 minutes? Use Matt's account? Yeah, I might ask Matt. Hey bro, could I use your account to go live on banned on My main. And third. Yeah, it's so brutal. What, the TikTok? Oh, the TikTok I'm on right now. It's Parker has concepts of a job. Matt said we could use Matt's account. All right, everyone. Do a battle to push live. I get Dean's not here, so. But yeah, everyone, maybe I could just, we have 500 people in here. Should I just let it sit? Or should we go over to Matt's? What are the thoughts, chat? Let it sit or go over to Matt's? Yeah, I think Matt's. All right, everyone, go to Matt's. Go to Matt's. All right, all right. Good thoughts. Good thinking, everyone. Let's go over to Matt's. I gotta, what's it called? Change the bio. All right, I gotta add the link. I gotta do Parker.col. Parker.col. Yo, Brian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, YouTube Super Chat for Go Parker. It's crazy that TikTok bans discussions about trans people. We need more of the discussions in Chase Climate for real. And thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I wish we could, but TikTok does not allow me. It's very unfortunate. All right. All right. Take photo. All right. What's good, everyone? Give it a sec. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I really would appreciate that. Also, everyone, later after I get off live, you can check out the video that I posted. It's like 55 fucking minutes long. It's a pretty long video, actually. Catherine, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for Parker. I'm concerned about the future of the country's education, where I believe education does require some reform. It ultimately needs to be supported. Do you have any opinion on what's crucial? What's crucial to keep around? I think the Department of Education is crucial because like it's important for maintaining and sustaining like educational rights for citizens across the entire U.S. Also, I think education is so important. My girlfriend's going into it herself. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
I disagree with his policies, but I just want to address something real quick. Just want to say to everyone, you're a phony. Yesterday, I heard you say or claim that you think that you're smarter than Elon Musk. I kind of sat there, seriously question. I don't know how you're smiling. Number two, you've also never claimed to.
Hey, I just want to let you know, I am 100%.
I just want to let you know I'm talking. I just want to let you know I'm talking.
I just want to let you know I'm talking, and I just want to let you know that
I'm talking. So
actually, well, I can't hear you right now, so you're not talking. You're not talking at all. You're currently muted. That's what I would just let you know. So you're currently muted right now. You're not talking. Okay. So I just want to let you know, Elon Musk is definitely dumber than me when it comes to politics.
Just because I'm muted doesn't
I'm
mean
definitely smarter than Elon Musk when it comes to politics. I would totally stand behind that statement.
All right. Also, aside from that,
how does that make you feel? Does that make you mad that I think I'm smarter than Elon Musk on politics?
No, it just proves my theory to the fact that
Randall,
you're literally mad in the head.
I can't, Randall. Apparently,
that you're mad. That you're sick in the head. You've absolutely
How am I
lost
sick
it.
in the head?
That's like my my sister coming to telling me that.
I'm just asking, how am I sick in the head?
Anyways, aside from that, I think
are you mad, bro? Are you mad, bro?
No, I'm not mad. I just think that you're a phony. It's like you,
I'm
you
a
know.
phony. I'm a phony. Why? How am I a phony?
I just want in the past year, let's use 2024. How many charities do you think you donated to? I think that was a great point that guy brought up. With all the money that you donated, I'm not asking you to disclose an amount if you'd like. I think giving an estimate to your fans just to kind of keep them up to date about what you're passionate about, or you claim to be passionate about.
Hey! If people want to keep up to date with those things, they can keep up to date with the fundraisers that I'm doing.
Mom, not teach you respect.
Take a look at the Linktree in my bio. You can go to the top of Linktree.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, you can help out Adam. We have the GoFundMe there for Adam.
Why are you?
Policy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. For the DNC check, thank you so much to pay for the bots. Thank you.
This kid's smart, bro. This kid's anyways,
how mad are you?
Yo, dude, and also, you think because you have a degree in economics, some study economics, which is probably some online, probably some online bullshit college. You think that somehow means that you're more qualified than some of the smartest economists in the world? Like, you're actually deluded, but you use this tactic where you speak in such a conveying way, and it's somehow I'm not. Who are these people saying I'm mad, bro? You guys are sheep in the comments.
How many beers?
That sounds like a frat boy.
How many beers?
How many beers? It's Sunday. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and it sounds like you've had a few beers.
Nah, I got class tomorrow. I got an 8 a.m. So pretty studious.
Well, that's brutal. This is you sober?
That's brutal.
Yeah, you're sober.
So let's get back on topic.
Dude. I think that's insulting yourself. You should have just said that you should have just said a few beers because it would have made it look better. I'm
talking. All right.
Actually, you're muted.
Just because I'm muted doesn't mean I'm not talking, you idiot. Just because you can't hear me doesn't mean I'm talking. You can't hear me. I'm not talking. If you want to be smart, at least be correct. God, you're so dumb. Anyways, in 2024, I just want to.
Do you think I have a real job?
You think that's funny? What?
Do you think I have a real job?
Do you have a real job? The fact that you're questioning that, or you even think that's a question that you think you can somehow put your guess into the answer to that. This is
I obviously have a real job.
You obviously have a real job. You're obviously deluded. I think that's what that is.
I don't.
I think you're obviously fucking stupid. I think you're
obviously. Thank you for the 10 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm Canadian. I'm baffled that the country voted for a criminal.
If you have a job,
the tariffs have been affecting us quite a bit, and it sucks that we have to strictly buy Canadian. I know it's really unfortunate. You say I don't have a job. What is this?
The tariff is. Oh, sick,
what is this?
Dude. You're actually, should I bow down to you right now? Should I turn my camera on and actually bow down to you?
What is this? I don't have a real job?
You have a plaque.
Yeah, dude. That's a YouTube play button.
Do you want me to show you my fucking 4th grade plaque that I got for playing soccer? Does that prove that?
I don't think that's anywhere near the same as getting a YouTube silver play button.
Oh, so you're just saying you're sicker than me? You're just so much cooler than me. You're superior.
I think this is pretty. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with my YouTube silver play button.
The tariffs are bad. You guys have no idea what's going on.
Wait, no, but can you tell me what? Hold up. What's a real job?
Dude, I don't want to give you this ego trip that you're feeding for right now. It's not gonna work on me because I'm not an idiot.
So then you do admit that I have a real job?
No, I made that pretty clear.
Okay, so then what is a real job?
I just don't want to fall into your tactics, dude. What
is it? Can you tell me what a real job is? Is it possible for you to tell me what a real job is?
I'm serious. I won't get fined.
Is it possible you can tell me what a real job is?
Huh? Is it possible you can tell me what charity you donated to last year, just one, and what the cause is for? You yourself. I'm not talking about what your fans, kind of got together. Which, guys, I appreciate that. Park, you were talking about that before. On a serious note, it's pretty cool. But on now back to getting on your head top.
I don't have to prove anything to you.
I'm not saying it. Well, I just think I think it's just to clear the air. I mean, if I did, I don't. People in my
Discord.
Can I speak?
No. People in my Discord and people in my comment section already know.
Dude,
So then who do I need to tell?
fuckwit, bro. You're actually. It's not. It's not. It's just like if someone asked me if I donated to charity, yeah, I would be modest and say, yeah, I wouldn't like to disclose how much I did, but I think I would like people to know that I did.
Cool.
Rather than
I don't care for people to know. I think it's important that people know
I think
about
that
fundraisers
if
when
you're
there
trying
are
to
fundraisers,
convey,
what I just mentioned.
Okay, I see what you're trying to do, and if you're trying to convey that you have and you haven't, I think that's sick, and you should be genuine with yourself right now. And if you know yourself that you haven't, then just keep quiet, and we'll move on to the next topic.
I'm not going to sit up here and be like,
my sentence.
I don't want praise right now for that. Okay, I'm not looking for praise for that.
I'm not saying praise. This isn't a praise thing. Don't try and twist it. I don't.
That is a praise thing.
It's not a praise. Why would I sit here and pray? You think I came over here to praise you, dude? I just want to clear the air. All right.
Well, you do just get flagged for harassment and bullying, so that's very unfortunate. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 31.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yes.
Why so?
Because you told me not to.
Come on, that's rude.
It's true.
Why?
Because why would I listen to a 25-year-old that can't even control their hairline?
I'm 22.
That's even worse. You're balding at 22. That's crazy, dude.
That's wild, bro.
Can I see your hairline?
Are you actually serious? Are you a real person?
Yeah, are you balding?
I think every person balds.
Actually, we already know. You and Dean are both
I think
balding.
every person
Goodbye.
goes through balding. I think every person goes through balding at some degree. I don't think I'm balding very bad, but obviously I'm not I have zero hair loss. I'm a man. It's called male pattern baldness. That's why I take something called Nutrafol. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I was just liking the stream.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. This guy's still back in the comment section. Hey, when they resort to that, they have nothing else. That's all I gotta say. I like how he's not joining back. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22. I love you, Matt. I love you. I love you. I do.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
Katie, you think of the dollar? I have no clue. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, wait a sec. Just give me a second, dude. All right, man. I'm all yours. Sorry, what was the question?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Because I'm a conservative. I want to shut down
I've
the
already
border.
talked to you before. Why do you keep coming back? Actually, real question.
Right? I like what you talk about. I like your left wing talking points, but personally, for me,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way you can turn off the background noise? Okay. Well, that's a way to turn off the background noise. Christina, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much for you're the best MAGA menace. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,500 likes, everyone. We're at 1,300 right now. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
My birth year?
Mm-hmm.
2002.
Nice math, dude. My birth year is 2002, and I'm 22 years old. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 32.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why so?
Because he's not a woman.
So you're just a misogynist?
No, not a misogynist. Just I think the country's in a better place with a man in charge.
Why?
Why? Because they can do things with more, I guess, assertion.
More assertion? What do you mean by that?
I guess I mean Trump actually did make moves to stop to end the war in Ukraine, and I don't believe Kamala would have done that.
That hasn't really happened. It's actually more likely that Ukraine will be like not Ukraine anymore and will be Russia. So if you're saying he like bows down to Putin more, that doesn't sound like it backs up being more assertive. If that's what you meant in that scenario, I think that's less assertive.
Action. I mean, he took some type of action that I don't believe Biden did, and because of that, I don't believe Kamala would have done it.
So you would prefer that Ukraine is Russia?
I would prefer that people weren't being unalived at all.
Okay. And that in order for that to be ensured, there would have to be some mechanism that Ukraine has to be able to defend themselves from Russia, right? And since they signed the Budapest Memorandum, if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. That's what we should do.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. I could not hear you. Say it again.
Yeah. The Budapest Memorandum, we signed an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
The Budapest Memorandum, they gave up their weapons, we would defend them. Okay. So what does this have to deal with? I believe that something is still being ended, though. The war is still on some type of road to being ended. The war.
Ended meaning it could be that Ukraine is Russia.
Yes, but what exactly?
You don't have an issue with that?
No, I don't. As long as people are.
He has no issue with Ukraine just being Russia.
I mean, wars are going to end one way or another. At least people aren't being unalived.
So, okay. Are you like pro-Russia?
I'm not pro anyone. I'm pro people not being unalived.
Okay. So you think that we should stop unaliving people even if it... Okay, then here's my question. If you want people to stop being unalived, you want people to stop dying in terms of like certain scenarios, you want more peace, purchase the sunglasses, well, then why do you support Donald Trump wanting to own and control Gaza in the long run? Or Donald Trump wanting to annex our allies?
Why do I support him?
Yeah,
well,
like provoking conflicts with our allies?
Okay, so I'm not really the big politician here. I believe you've done more research on these things than I have, but I do believe if we were there, people would not be unalived. Provoked or not, I don't believe anyone's going to mess with us because we are America.
Okay, so then why don't we get Ukraine to join NATO?
What? See, like I said, I'm not the big political guy. What alliance do we have with NATO? What reason do we have to tell anyone to join NATO?
So they can defend themselves from Russia?
You're still saying defend. I'm saying no one's being unalived.
Yeah, you said that like if it was the case that there's the possible conflict between Russia and the United States is just not going to happen because Russia's scared of fighting against the United States. So then wouldn't that be true if it is the case that the U.S. is a part of NATO and that if Ukraine would then be attacked in the future, would then get the rest of NATO involved, meaning the rest of Europe and the U.S., well, then wouldn't that just indicate that it's essentially the U.S. Response if there is like any type of invasion of Ukraine in the future? That actually would then mean that like there is assurance that Ukraine stays Ukraine.
I see the argument you're making, but I don't believe that anyone is going to try and take us over or start a problem with us because we are America. We are a very strong army, defense, all of that. Unless I'm lost as to what argument.
Think of the 10 Canadian. That's actually a great idea. Sorry. Can you repeat what you just said?
I said, God damn it. I said I don't believe that anyone is going to start a problem with us because we are America. I believe that we're a very strong army, defense, all of that. People don't want to start problems with us.
Okay,
And I
so
believe
again,
that.
why shouldn't Ukraine join NATO then?
Why shouldn't Ukraine join NATO? They should not join. Well, I don't really care if they join or not. I don't want people to be unalive. Someone's going to take over something. There's going to be problems in other countries. We have the power and the strength to end them. I don't want people to be unalive. So if they have to turn back to Russia, I guess that, sucks for them, but no one's going to be unalived. Their teenagers are not going to.
People said his reposts are crazy. I'm just going to go on to the next person. You have audio? Okay.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I literally kicked you as you said hello. By the way, people are saying Dean is killing it on MSNBC right now. He did so well.
Hello.
Can I react to it right now, actually, chat? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Has it already happened? Where is it at? Where can I find it? Can someone put it in the Discord?
Hello.
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. I can react to it, right? It's on their website? Okay, let me... Live TV. Can I go back? How do I go back? Oh my god, I see Dean. I literally see Dean on there. That's crazy, dude. That's nuts. I see Dean in the background. That is crazy. Good spirits, thank you for the $5. Jesus Christ, dude. That's just nuts. That's just nuts, dude. This is so huge for Dean, bro. I'm so happy for Dean. I don't have the sound or anything on. I just see Dean in the background, just sitting there like this. He's like, I should text him. No, I'm not going to text him right now. I'm not going to catch him off guard, chat. Oh my god, that's so funny, dude. That's so funny. I can't watch it live, chat. I really wish I could. I'm pretty sure I can't. But like if there's like any type of thing on YouTube or somewhere, I can watch it, I think. Where it's on, look up msnbc.com/live. He's been speaking on Elon Musk and Trump's desire for power. Nice. Let me add up Matt. I think Matt has something to say.
Hey,
Yo, what's up?
Was Dean already on?
He's currently
Or is
on
he?
right now.
Oh, he's on right now.
Well, in like I think in like 7 minutes or so, he'll be like on. He's like in the background right now, just sitting there while they're speaking.
Oh, okay. Well, I just got home, but
I'm pretty sure he already said stuff in the past. Am I allowed to watch MSNBC while live?
No, no,
I don't think I am. Right?
no,
Yeah.
no. But okay, because I was saying because I could like have the audio because I have YouTube TV and I can like have the audio of it, but I which I think is okay to have the audio as long as we talk and everything. But if he's already spoken, then I don't know if I can do it and like go back because you have to have it recorded.
Did they stream to YouTube?
No, but they stream on NBC, I think.
That's rough.
So let me get my laptop out. As I said, I just got home.
I mean,
so
someone had to have clipped it, right?
yeah, someone probably did, and it probably will be on YouTube at some point. But let me see if I can pull up my thing and.
Oh, apparently he's live right now, and
oh, he is live right now. Oh.
I'm not seeing it.
Hold on. I'm going fast as I can.
Uh, yeah, I just don't know. We'll see here. I'm gonna add up someone to debate in the meantime.
Who did you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, Kamala was not great
Oh,
at.
here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Kamala.
Is this Harry? Or are you his brother? You look like Harry, the assassin, the pedo. Are you him? Decorum.
I mean, every Democrat who voted to censure Al Green,
Are we allowed to play
for
this?
what he did,
Yeah,
every
just
one of
wanted.
those
We
Democrats
just saw the video.
should not be reelected. Those
Okay,
are people
perfect.
who are just actively propping up Donald Trump, and it is a complete disgrace, and they are all complete disgraces, and somebody needs to call them out for it. Dean, your thoughts on
I
this?
could not.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, God. No, I was just going to say that I can't agree more with the sentiment of, in a sense, meeting Republicans where they're at. What I think is needed in America right now is for Democrats to be louder than they ever have been. I think that the high road that we've seen perpetuated a lot as this route that we should take is complicit, as it means us being complicit and us being silent and us just rolling with the punches. It is more important than ever to point out that, yes, it is insane that Donald Trump wants to check and persecute anybody that has ever tried to critique him all throughout his life. It is insane that Donald Trump wants to abuse his position of authority, disrespect constitutional rights, as he did when he called MSNBC, the network and broadcast I'm on right now, illegal 2 weeks ago in the DOJ headquarters. And we need to make that messaging clear, because that's the only thing that will check him. He wants people to love him. He wants people to praise him. But if we could genuinely cultivate an environment on both the right and the left, now that may take some work, to let it be known that the American people stand against corruption, stand against an abuse of power, and what is seemingly leading us down a pathway to blatant authoritarianism, as another individual on this platform has said, that is what we should do. And sometimes it doesn't mean taking the high road.
I mean, there are all throughout this country protests right now. People protesting in Manhattan, where we are. There are people protesting all weekend. I mean, voters are not happy, and Democrats are super mad at their elected officials for not expressing the anger that they have. So, I mean, there's a lot of reporting about this idea of a Democratic Tea Party. And the thing I think that electeds don't understand is that the Tea Party, again, now the Republican Tea Party, it started off organic and it went somewhere
Adam,
else.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Adam.
They're
We
not
should
going to be
probably
able to
speak. We should probably speak.
what comes up next.
That I mean,
right?
Dean
It's
is
not
doing.
gonna be
Matt, can you mute it real quick? Sorry, just because I want to be able to speak so that we don't get like just
Yeah.
like we're just playing the audio. So yeah, Dean sounds like he's doing pretty good so far. I wish we would have got the first part where we could have reacted to like him talking about like Elon Musk and stuff. But I think he's doing great so far, and it looks so funny seeing his like little camera there. It's actually
Yeah.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
He's like
yeah.
sitting there like.
Okay, I think he's going to commercial.
Commercial and then come back.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see if Dean.
funny. That's funny. I was like, we should get him up on the live right now. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, give him a look.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
15.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live. Come on. 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I think this is a literal Russian bot. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a pussy, Parker.
Adam, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. That is crazy. What? Why so? That definitely probably was not intentional. I'm not quite sure, so we have to Check. That's crazy. Let's get this next person up here though. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, you're the best debater of all time. I love you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Oh, I just had this person on. Oops. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Plus, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Also, if you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. I think right now we're at like 1,300, someone likes, almost 1,400. Let's try to get to 1,500. We're almost there, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
W to you and Dean. I love you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Anyone who's on TikTok right now, I would recommend go over to YouTube. You don't have to deal with all the bans. I've been getting banned so much. You always get notifications. I'm always there. So go check it out right now. We have 2,500 people over there right now. So like half the stream is over there. I'd recommend going over there. It's better quality as well. You also can see like my background. Also, everyone, I got YouTube silver play button. Really cool. Really cool. For 100K. It's really cool. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
14, but I love your content.
Oh my gosh. W fetus. W fetus. Can we get some W's for the fetus in the chat? W fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you? This next person up here, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to join. I'm so
You're good.
sorry.
Don't worry. You're good. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. Give it a second, everyone. We'll check to see whenever Dean gets back on, everyone. Should be here within the next few minutes.
Yeah, I think I like it. I'm watching.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Matt, what you doing?
I just got home from vacation, so I'm putting everything up.
Hey, nice. You want to tell everyone about how it went?
Oh yeah, it was great. I went to Niagara Falls. It was nice. Loved it.
Mike, thank you for the $2 for congrats on the silver play button. Yo, thank you so much. The Eddie, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
How old are you?
15.
What's your birth year?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Huh?
What is that?
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
No, I'm asking you, what did you say?
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump? Oh, you said 15? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
His previous podcast guest, Steve Bannon, is exactly the kind of turn.
It says sign in to keep watching.
Yeah, don't worry. I got it. I'm both sides, Lori. I'm watching when he's going to speak next. They're talking about Gavin Newsom. Okay, here we go.
Oh, he better be strong on Gavin Newsom. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, he is talking to Dean. Here we go.
He gets on a plane. He checks to see if the pilot is black or not. He followed that up by Steve Bannon, an election denier who thinks 2016 was a stolen election. And then he kind of gets into it with Tim Walz, the former vice presidential nominee.
Yeah, well, I want to state the obvious. Newsom is obviously setting up for a run for the presidency in 2028. And I'm not so sure that his current strategy is really going to work, because what he's doing is he's trying to appeal to the right, kind of place himself as this intermediary, real moderate, after being a very liberal governor of the state of California, which is the most liberal state in America. But what I see is people like AOC and Bernie Sanders, who are further left than politicians we've seen in the mainstream in modern American history, garnering so much support, breaking records with attendance at rallies in Denver, Colorado, that what the left may need right now is possibly somebody further to the left, not to the right, which may end up not faring well for Newsom. But we're obviously a ways out from the 2028 election, so it's just speculation right now.
I want you to kind of weigh in on
W.
this.
Dean.
And the question really is more about, is it policy or theatrics, right? Gavin Newsom is doing what I would say the theatrics of politics, which is like, I want to talk to Steve Bannon, I can talk to anybody, I can debate DeSantis, I can go on Fox News. Whereas to Dean's point, Bernie Sanders and AOC can actually still appeal to Republican voters, to Trump working class voters, but they're doing so not by going on with Charlie Kirk. They're doing so by saying, hey, Medicare, healthcare for all. We want to ensure Social Security works for your kids and for you, and appealing to them with working class policies.
So I would push back on Dean with the sort of very Republican framing that California is the most liberal state, right? That's what you hear on Fox News a lot. Is that true? There are certain things in California that work. California is the 5th largest economy in the world. So it's a big state, but it's not really the most liberal state. And I also would say that I'm also not convinced that some of the
what he means is like the considered the most liberal state.
Well, how I would argue it is I also would have said what usually comes out of California, like works in California, works nationwide. So if the fact that it is more to the left, and when it works in California, then it works nationwide, it does make it pretty far to the left.
Yeah. Also wildly popular, right? They are populist ideas. And if you talk about Steve Bannon happens to be, there's a lot to criticize about Steve Bannon, but Steve Bannon is very smart. And a lot of smart people talk to him about what's happening in MAGA world because he has managed to harness populism for the right. And remember, this is a party that's mostly interested in tax cuts for billionaires. So the fact that these people have been beneficiaries of populism is kind of incredible if you think about it, right? Because actual populist stuff, the policies are being enacted or tried to be enacted by Democrats, but somehow Republicans have harnessed this populism to win. So that is something I would be curious to find out about. I have no idea why you would have Charlie Kirk on your podcast.
Go ahead.
I'm all for meeting Republican voters where they're at.
Yeah.
I think that it's necessary, but there's a difference between going on Charlie Kirk's Steve Bannon's podcast and talking.
Mute.
I was like, I didn't know what that means. No, you're good.
For them, which just offers them this new degree of legitimacy. Now, I personally think Gavin Newsom has a thing for humiliation, and that's what this is all about. But at the end of the day, there's a really clear difference between politicians like AOC and Bernie.
He might be speaking facts on that one.
AOC and Bernie
That
are
was
people
humiliating.
who voters see as folks who are stepping up, running for office, and advocating for things because they needed somebody to step up and fight for those. Gavin Newsom is very transparently doing this for Gavin Newsom. He's all about himself. His presidential run, which is going to be pathetic, is going to be all about him. He has selected himself for this position and is imposing it upon everybody else. I call him a pick-me Democrat. Gavin Newsom is one of the types of Democrats who thinks that if you throw just enough marginalized people under the bus, the Republicans are going to think you're one of the good ones. They're going to think you're cool.
Yo, wait, why are they speaking facts? Yo.
They're not going to like you, Gavin. At the end of the day, they're not going to like you. These people wanted to hang Mike Pence a couple years ago, and now they're acting like that was actually totally cool. Just
Dude,
because
who the hell is this?
people, just because
You know who this is?
woke doesn't mean
This is Cameron something, but he's one of the Parkland guys. One of the guys who survived Parkland.
Oh my gosh, that's wild.
The idea that was suggested by Bernie Sanders that perhaps candidates
like their
out there
base.
should run as independents from
Cameron
the Democratic
Cassie, yes.
Party.
Thank you.
Do you think that is a smart strategy if you're a young politician out there who is frustrated with the two-party system? And to Molly's point about the emergence of a possible equivalent of a Tea Party, something that could, come from within the ranks of the Democratic Party that can push the Democratic Party back to its base, not the Gavin Newsom Center.
Yeah, I'd say right now, I probably wouldn't agree with Bernie. My focus right now is I just like to see a lot of reform within the Democrat Party because I find that to be
third party, yeah.
the way to coalesce a
Yeah,
majority
I
of
kind of disagree with Bernie on this. Yeah, I don't.
behind beliefs that are in opposition to Trump. But I also do want to see the Democratic Party succeed and actually do good by their constituents and do good by the world, which requires a lot of reform in my eyes. But I think, saying that right now we don't need to all coalesce into one group and we should start splitting off and kind of diverting our interests into independent candidates, etc. It just might not be the right time. I say that we all get together with a strong anti-Trump sentiment and a strong stand for human rights. We reform the Democrat Party where needed, and it is in a lot of places. We get Trump out of office. We set MAGA aside. And then I think there is a lot of room for a conversation to start about, maybe a third party, the independents, or ranked base voting. But right now, it's just important to get MAGA out of the way. And they have a lot of structure. They are deeply ingrained into institutions. And at the end of the day, as unfortunate as it is, they're well organized. And I feel like that's what we need right now.
Your thoughts, Cameron?
AOC and Bernie's policies are extremely popular. And that is something that a lot of people in the Democratic Party hate. They do not like how popular Medicare for All is. They do not like how popular AOC...
Why do you think that is?
Because AOC and Bernie...
why do the people not like it? Why do other Democrats not like those policies?
Policies like that focus on what actually brings people together. The reason folks like AOC and Bernie can resonate with voters who would have otherwise voted for Republicans, it's because they are calling out the oligarchy, and a lot of Democrats don't want to call out the oligarchy because that's where they get a lot of their money. A lot of Democrats will not talk about the billionaires. They will not talk about how your problems are coming from these people who hoard money at the expense of other human beings' well-being, because that's their donors. But Bernie and AOC, the reason they're getting record numbers of people to turn out for them is because they're saying what everybody's thinking, which is the oligarchs and the billionaires are in power right now, and we won't stand up for that. That's why people who would have otherwise voted for Republicans would vote for AOC and Bernie. That's why people are coming together. It's because finally people in the Democratic Party are pointing at the real issue, which is the billionaires.
So should they run as independents? That's what.
Yes. So the independence question, what I think Bernie is talking about is what happened in Nebraska, where there was a Senate candidate who was an independent Senate candidate who ran really well against Deb Fisher. And the Republicans had to pour millions and millions of dollars into that race. He was a really good candidate, ran under a sort of Bernie platform. What I think Cameron is saying, which I think is correct, is that this is the populist wing of the party, right? The people who are talking about healthcare and talking about a government that works for everyone, who is rich or poor.
We should probably talk some. What are your thoughts on what Dean said so far, Matt?
He's doing good. I agree with his take on Gavin Newsom. One thing, and this is just a language issue, but I think it's important, and like if he wants to take it, that's fine. Is that I know a lot of people today are saying Democrat Party, right? It's democratic, and that's a tool of the right to basically make the Democratic Party illegitimate, like they're like radical left. They say a radical left Democrat Party, right? That's what they say. We need to kind of push back on that because that's the language they use. We don't want to then try to adopt that language. Not that it's a bad thing per se, but the people who are saying it the most are the far right people who try to use it in a very negative context. That's why I would try to always say democratic. Personally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that Dean's doing a good job so far talking about especially the Charlie Kirk thing. Especially one thing I think I would have brought up is that how specifically it would have made sense for him to debate Charlie Kirk if he could provide a good enough response, but he didn't, right? And that's why it was bad. And then also literally what the other person said, what was their name?
Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron said that he's willing to throw enough marginalized communities under the bus in order to be able to make the Republicans look at him a little bit better. That's crazy. That's such a crazy take for Gavin Newsom to do, and that was totally accurate because he's just willing to throw people under the bus.
It's really easy to say. Yes, we are okay with Gavin Newsom debating these people, like having them on the like. Sure, I want to talk to Steve Bannon. I want to talk to Charlie Kirk. I'll have them, but you have to push back.
You have
can't
to have good
And
pushback.
that's not what Gavin Newsom did. He basically not only did he let them say what they wanted to say without any pushback, but he tacitly or sometimes explicitly agreed with them. That's the problem, right? Not that he had them on. It's that he didn't push back against some of the crazy batshit stuff that they were saying. Like, and that's what makes me think that it's all fake. Because if you said, you know what, I will have this conversation with you, but when you say stuff like that, I'm going to push back because of X, Y, and Z. And yes, I may agree with you on this issue, but the way that you're going about it is wrong, and here's why. And I will fight
It's
against
also because of who Charlie Kirk is. Like, he could have had like some chill conversation with some like normal Republican, right? And he would not have gotten that pushback. But because it's specifically Charlie Kirk, if you're not willing to give pushback to someone like Charlie Kirk, right, that is just going to make not only you look bad, but the entirety of the Democratic Party look bad. Along with, it's going to harm marginalized communities.
Well, but not just that though. One of the most blatant examples was when Charlie Kirk was talking about the issue that we can't talk about on here, right? He was talking about that issue, and he dead named, or not even dead named, but he used wrong pronouns to refer to this person, and Gavin Newsom didn't even like push back at all. He didn't even seem like it upset him, but Charlie Kirk was just like out and out, like not even giving a damn about it. Like he just wasn't caring and just going out and just saying some of the worst stuff. And Gavin was just like nodding his head, said, yeah, you know what, yeah. And like that's where you got to push back, is because it's those little things that seep into the overall zeitgeist, and you want to be able to push back and say, look, you can critique a policy, but let's be actual like people and use preferred pronouns and like their actual names and things like that. We don't want to like demonize them, because that's what actually happens when you allow these kind of micro sayings to like peep into the larger culture.
Mm-hmm. Totally true. Totally true. All right, let's keep watching. Let's keep watching.
Okay. His policies are. I believe by 2026.
Everyone, also make sure to like the stream on YouTube, everyone, as well. And if you're on TikTok, make sure to go over to YouTube as well if you'd like to.
Leader Chuck Schumer on Meet the Press making the case for why he should continue to steer Democratic leadership. The interview aired today as protesters gathered outside his New York City home, calling on him to resign. Dean, I'll start with you. The protests outside Schumer's house today are calling for him to resign. It really stemmed over the fiasco with the budget, but also not just the backlash over the way he kind of flip-flopped on the budget and then gave a win to Donald Trump, but also the way he has been I guess the tone he has been setting. You know, he spoke to my colleague Chris Hayes earlier saying that this was not a constitutional crisis. He then struck a different tone with Kristen Welker earlier today on Meet the Press, saying we are in a constitutional crisis. And to you, all of you have said this point, this leadership is not meeting the moment. It's not fighting the fight that people want it to be fighting.
Yeah, I don't know if I was on screen, but while that clip of Chuck Schumer is rolling, my eyes rolled into the back of my head because of how annoying I found his response to be there. He told us that the reason he voted for the House Republicans' budget provisions was so America, as well as the Republicans, could see how indefensible Trump is and how bad his policies are. I don't think that it is his place as a lawmaker to be passing bad policy with intention to demonstrate how much it will hurt Americans. I think that is very dangerous, and I think it's very negligent. And quite frankly, I think the American people have had enough of whatever that is. I can't believe he'd say that.
Your thoughts on that, Cameron, what Chuck Schumer...
It's insane.
Yeah, do you think he should stay on?
That was an incredible response from Dean.
Given just how weak the Democratic Party is?
At this moment, what I'm looking to see is actual leadership. I'm looking to see...
He said, quite frankly, oh my God.
Yeah, quite frankly.
See Tim Walz, Ro Khanna, people who are going out and engaging voters and giving people options for what we can be doing right now, while the Democratic Party as a whole is kind of sitting around and just saying, you know what? Let's let this all get so bad that in the next election cycle, we can point to it and say, gee, do you remember how bad that was? As if anybody's going to care. So in the Democratic Party right now...
That's so real. That is so real.
People stand up and disrupt. Get in Trump's way every time you possibly can. and break the rules.
Yeah.
Stop following the rules. Oh my God. If the Republicans are going to do away with the rule of law in this country, if the Republicans are going to say, it does not matter if what we're doing is illegal, it doesn't matter if it's violent, it doesn't matter if it violates the Constitution, we're just going to do whatever we want, the Democrats need to adopt the same attitude and say, okay.
I don't know if I fully agree like with extending it to like violence and all those other things and stuff like or delusions and
Earlier, meet you where you're
but
at.
like yeah, like some rules that we abide by, like being nice to them. We should not be abiding by those rules anymore. To not be nice to the people that are literally stripping away the rights of marginalized communities, right? Intentionally, knowingly.
Yeah, I mean, his overall point was correct in that you got to play kind of by their rules to like get anything done, but we still are not them, right? If they violate the rule of law, that doesn't necessarily mean that we should. It just means that we need to have a different tact in how we describe it and also fight back, where we push back harder, do stuff. You know,
Yeah,
we don't.
We need to be more assertive with how we push back.
Yeah, like we don't capitulate.
Yeah, we needed to act like it's not act. We need to act how it truly is, right? We need to be
react how it is.
React how it is, not like limit our reaction so that we seem more patient or whatnot. You know, like I think we should care less about the patients and care more about or holding them accountable in that type of circumstance. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Assertive, not aggressive. Yeah.
Seems like with some of the court cases we're seeing, you know, it depends on the case, right? Sometimes the people from the administration are deferential to the judge, sometimes less. So the answer is we're sort of slow rolling into it. I talked to a constitutional scholar today on my podcast, Steve Vladeck at Georgetown, very smart guy, studies the Constitution, wrote the shadow docket. We were talking about it. You know, we're sort of almost there. So that answer, I think, can be forgivable. The question is, you know, if you had Mitch McConnell in there, would Mitch McConnell have done that? Would Harry Reid have done that? Is this the master of the Senate? Like, you know, we Democrats don't have a ton to go on. They don't have the majority. And
I really like that MSNBC is having Dean on. Like that honestly is like a really good. That's a really cool thing.
I agree.
And I just want to say, like, we should all be happy about this because now the mainstream media will take into account what we have to fucking say, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, we will finally be able to get right that type of perspective right onto like the mainstream media, and that's really important. That represents the galaxy, and like that, we should be all happy with the community that we've cultivated to be able to make that a reality. Because when I first started TikTok, everyone, I just want to let everyone know, this was not considered as mainstream as it is now. It was not considered like that. Like especially the debate and political side of it, it was just not taken seriously at all, right? And it's really cool to see how far we've come. It really is. Sorry, we can keep going. I just want to say that.
Save the galaxy. Thank you.
Policy, you may think of Chris Murphy as maybe too central. He's out there talking all the time. And so I do think there's a question. But the other question is, like, do you want your sort of key messengers in leadership? And that is another question.
What do you think? Do you want the AOCs and Ro Khanna and the Bernie Sanders out there? I mean, they were basically AOC didn't even get a
right. I know that was a huge mistake.
Didn't even get a ranking
member. They gave it to Jerry Connolly.
Yeah. So when your own party is marginalizing one of the most popular politicians that many look to and say that could be the future of the party, you're fighting on two fronts: the internal political front of the party and the messaging that's coming out.
The Democratic Party is so corrupted by consulting class corporate shills that they will see somebody like AOC, one of the clearest, most bold new leaders to pave a path for a future where we can actually start doing things to help people again. And they will malign her every chance they get because they hate how popular she is, largely because she's calling out the corporate people who are giving the Democrats their money.
That's facts.
The problem what it is. You see people like Joe Biden say that we need a strong Republican Party. We need to make sure we have a strong and moral Republican Party. Here's the thing. We have a strong Republican Party because all of the principled conservatives who said, oh, I just want lower taxes, smaller government, but Donald Trump doesn't represent my values. You know, that I can't stand the guy. They all bent the knee. They all bent the knee. They all voted for him. And people like Marco Rubio are out there doing his bidding like a feckless goon. Yeah. People who even Pete Hegseth. People who a year ago
to defend the position there, I think we need a more moral Republican Party. Yeah, like I would totally agree with that, of course. But yeah, that means us holding like Republicans accountable and getting Republicans to hold themselves accountable and things like that. So obviously, I think everyone would prefer a more moral Republican Party because that is the opposition that we're fighting against, right? It's like the same way we'd prefer that like the Republicans were moderate Democrats, right?
Yeah. Because you are calling out our corporate overlords. Cameron Kasky, Molly Jung Fast, and Dean Withers, thank you to the three of you for joining us. Greatly appreciate it. Hopefully we'll have you back on the couch since you like this so much.
I love it.
Is Dean done fully?
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should we get him on the live?
Yeah, do it.
Hey, call me when you can. I'm live. Wanna get you on. We were reacting. All right. W Dean ever. Put some W Deans in the comment section. I'm so proud of Dean. This is so huge. This is so huge. So huge. He did very great. He did very great. I think it was a good conversation. I think they had relatively decent topics to talk about that were important conversations for the Democratic Party. Yeah, that was a cool thing. I did not expect it to be that cool. Dean's calling on Discord.
Okay.
Here.
Hold on, I gotta open it.
Wait, hold up, Dean. Dean, 1 second. Oh, Dean, can you hear me right now? You might actually. Nope, Dean can't hear me. 1 second, Dean. Here, let me. Wait, I can actually make Dean out loud. Hold up. And then where's the audio? Audio. Voice and video. Rear panel. Okay, wait. Dean, can you hear me? Fuck, I can't hear you. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I gotta make the sound coming through my speakers. So give me 1 second. Output device. I don't have a default for some reason. So is it this one? No. Can you speak, Dean?
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah, I am.
You heard? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get him over here. This is for everyone. All right, there we go. Go ahead, Dean.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I just want to say I am surprised by MSNBC. In fact, I'm actually really happy. I didn't think that there would be a segment such as the segment that, I just was engaged in, in the legacy media. They were totally critiquing the Democrat Party. They were totally like hinting at the idea that, people like AOC and Bernie should break away and, definitely really far to the left. I just thought that was really cool. I wouldn't have expected that out of legacy media, and I enjoyed it. I will say though, it was quite nerve-wracking to begin with, and definitely hard to kind of fight for the mic. But overall, that was a crazy experience.
I hope it wasn't echoing for you much, Dean. That was probably horrible for you. I'm really sorry that you had to hear it that way, because it's like that I'm playing it for the stream. But everyone thinks you did fantastic, Dean. You hit what everyone was thinking. We're like all fucking so happy for you. I was just sitting here like being like, dude, it's crazy to see how far the fucking community has come. We're like literally on legacy media. We're able to address these types of things.
Dude, thank you. I'm happy that you thought I did good. That you guys thought I did good. I about half of the time I spent on that, I was speaking without much thought because of how overwhelming the nerves were. But I'm happy that I still sounded coherent and made sense and
Yes.
made good points.
Yeah, I think you did great, especially with like the points with like Charlie Kirk. Because I mean, I think that Charlie just really was able to like exploit his appearance there with Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom was not willing to give him like strong enough responses. So I was super glad that like they had a conversation about like that. That was honestly great. I think that I expected way less from them, and they, quite frankly, went well above my expectations.
Quite frankly, yes. Quite frankly.
I know they did good.
He didn't get it. He didn't get it. Dean, did you know that you said quite frankly?
I did. That's funny. Oh no.
That's gonna get clipped, dude. I'm telling you, that's gonna totally get clipped. I can't wait to see that clip later. There's gonna be so many people, quite frankly, mentioned.
The meme has made it to mainstream media. That's actually not a good look. Trump's already coined that one in the mainstream. That just stays in the hyper niche, community. That's crazy.
Tam, thank you for the $2. Also, I really liked how you addressed like the specifics on like how many like record breaking and that there are specific numbers on like the amount of people that went to those rallies. That was perfect. I'm guessing you just like looked into that like right before.
Oh yeah, no, I think I saw a TikTok about it this morning.
Nice. That's so based. That's so based. Based TikTok right in the morning. That's like me going to the Charlie Kirk thing, and like the day of, I learned the point about the Electoral College being DEI. It was literally the day of.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I'm trying to like, do you are these like recorded anywhere?
I would assume that they're probably somewhere. But I would expect the clips to come out later. There's probably people that did clip it. I would say ask people in the Discord to start with. Start with people in the Discord.
Yeah. I'm also thinking maybe like they do an MSNBC to YouTube where I could just kind of scroll.
Yeah, someone put in the comment section my my mom recorded it. Yeah, you could post that to YouTube, by the way. That's totally good YouTube content if you title it properly. It's just with Democrat type like conversations between like Democrats, you got to find a really good title for it. You got to be like yeah, you got to find some way of branding it for YouTube.
Get a clip or two. I don't even know where to start to find it. Somebody's got to have it somehow.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me see if there's a rerun.
Oh wait, Matt, he can't hear you. Dean, honestly, you should just join the TikTok.
I can hear me.
You can?
Oh, damn. Okay. Hey, what's up? Let me see if there's going to be a rerun of it later tonight. There is. Okay, so I have it.
Oh my god, that makes so much sense. Sorry, it's because the microphone is going through the thing. Like that's for what makes sense.
Oh yeah. So I have it recording right now, so I can so it'll be in my DVR by midnight tonight.
Oh, dude, Matt, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I was gonna say, how can I hear you?
Yeah, it's because it's set up through my Mixamp, like how I'm sending it through Streamlabs. It's the same microphone.
I'm gonna send a tweet out about this real quick. If anybody has like a screenshot at least or something like that from it.
You were sitting there really funny. You should go to my YouTube stream. You got to see how like you were sitting there. You were like your arms were up like this. You were like.
Do I look a little silly? Oh, no.
You gotta go to my YouTube right now.
I gotta fix it. Fix the way I look.
No, it's not. It was just we're just like it's just funny. It's nothing you have to fix.
Yeah. No, because I was like thinking about like how I could best frame myself.
That's so funny, Dustin. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to do that. Thank you for telling me. But yeah, it was like very professional. It was very cool. I'm excited for everything that's about to come. That was really cool, man. And any other thoughts you have about it?
No, dude. Are you live on TikTok right now?
And YouTube.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh, well, I'm sorry if I'm taking you away from the debates.
Oh no, you're not. Don't worry. We were literally just reacting to your stuff. I'm on Matt's account right now because I got banned on my main account. And actually, let me check to see if I got my account back. I'm really scared because it said account warning. Sorry, you probably heard that too.
An account warning is no good.
Wait, it doesn't show it anymore though. Appeal approved. Let's go.
W.
Dude, that's amazing. I was so scared. I was so scared. But yeah, we're at least good there. That's why I asked you to go onto TikTok because it'd probably be people easier to hear you because right now the way I'm getting them to hear you is by putting my. Wait, actually, no, that's desktop audio. Yeah, I'm putting the speaker up to my microphone.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That is a bad setup. I should have just joined the TikTok. My bad. Yeah, I'm gonna go call my grandma real quick because I know that she was watching, and I want to let her know. I want to get her thoughts. But
Yes, let us know how that goes.
yeah, dude, I appreciate you for reacting to it, and then same thing for like everybody watching. That's pretty crazy. I didn't expect so many people to be watching. So love y'all. But I'm gonna go and give a little call to the grandma and see what her thoughts were.
Ah, it's so cool, so cool. Have a good time doing that.
Have a good night, Parker. Have a good night, Matt, and have a good night.
Bye.
Everybody watching at home.
Take care.
Peace out. Peace out. Yeah, that was Dean. Everyone, if you don't know, Dean went on to MSNBC, and we just reacted to it while on stream. Everyone, there's probably gonna be clips out about it here very soon. Really cool, really cool. So excited for him. That was really cool. Can't wait to see the clips later about, especially with the things I didn't see with like Elon. Wish we reacted to it then. But yeah, I'll probably answer a few questions on YouTube and then get off for tonight, everyone. Actually, no, we'll just do it right now. We'll do it both. I'll do a Q&A for the next, 15 minutes max. And then I'm going to get off for today. So if you have any questions, you can ask me right now. If you have any questions, you can ask me right now. And then tomorrow we'll be back on, everyone. Probably get on a bit later in the day. We'll see. I'll let y'all know. But yeah, I don't want to risk the main account today, everyone. We've been on for 4 hours. We're gonna get to 4.5 hours around there. But if you have any questions, you can ask me right now. Go ahead. Go ahead. People asking me if I can what's it called? Update the Discord link. The Discord link should work. Just do discord.gg/Parkergetajob.
Try it in a browser too.
Or is it /Park? I'm pretty sure it's Parkergetajob.
Yeah.
And do browser, yeah. What's the quite frankly about? It's just how Dean speaks typically on the lives. Point, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. It's like me at Jubilee saying P3DO.
Yeah.
Texas is starting to go bluish. Over time, that's the trend. Demographic.
So we have seen a slight
hindrance of that because of the
going
last election, but
yeah.
I would expect it to continue to go on that trend. Whose account is this? It's Matt's.
It's mine.
How tall are you? I'm 5'11", 6 foot. 5'11", 6 foot. But yeah, if you ever want to ask me any questions, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat is probably the best way to do so. Do I speak Spanish? Not very much, but I do know very small amounts because I did take 3 years of Spanish in high school.
See.
Yeah, I can read small amounts and pick up on basic stuff in conversation, like when my girlfriend's talking to her parents.
Yeah, mine has always been I'm really good at writing it and reading it, but speaking it not so much. I mean, I have trouble with English, so like me learning another fucking language is gonna be another whole.
Yeah, I'm worse with speaking. I'm better with like catching up on it. I'm like probably like 20 to 30%. That's I know about 20-30%. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Malay, thank you so much. I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, I need a high quality picture of you and Matt so I can print and put it on my wall. We have one on Instagram. Kaylin, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. Beth, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So proud of you indeed. Oh, base. Andrew, thank you for the $5. Did he get feedback from the people there? I don't think he did there. Politiclips Hub, thank you for the $2 for thoughts on linguistic prescriptivism. I'm guessing you're saying that like we have certain ways in which we should use language. Is that your I'm actually not quite familiar with it. Any other? I'm just like looking at. I know of prescriptivism and what linguistic means. So actually, I don't really have any thoughts on
No,
a
it
particular
just
ideology.
means it just means that there's a that you believe that there's a correct way to use language.
Okay, yeah, that's yeah.
So,
I don't think there's like it's like
no,
language is
no.
subjective. Like, do they mean objective?
You're a linguistic descriptivist. So you believe that language is how it's actually used.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah. It's called. Yeah, you can ask me over PayPal or Cash App, but I will be getting off here very soon, everyone. Daniela, thank you so much for the dollar. Said I fucking love watching y'all grow. I can't wait to see how far y'all careers take you. I'm always watching and supporting your work. I cut off the bottom part of it. Supporting your work means the world to me. Oh, thank you so much, Danielle. I really appreciate it. I appreciate y'all being here all the time. Literally, like, this is, like, honestly, it's, like, so surreal. Briar, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Y'all still started planning on making a podcast. I guess these end up kind of being our podcasts.
I mean, at this point, I would say,
there's no point to do any podcast. Like, we kind of do that right now.
Don't do one because your YouTube channels are basically like podcasts. I mean, like
that's exactly what I was saying. Is like I think that like we're already at a point where it's like these are kind of podcasts. We just needed to get it on different platforms.
Yeah, like it's a different type of podcast, but it's technically like a podcast. I mean, Dean even like named it like the Dean Withers Show, which is like very like podcasty, you know?
Yeah, I think it's better than like having a podcast even. But Sid, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for I don't have a question, but I want to say I'm proud of you and I'll always be around to support you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Sid. It's always good to see you, literally every single day. Every single day. Samantha, I'm actually not quite sure about that. Thank you so much for the dollar, though. There are a lot of people that listen only to podcasts, not YouTube. I would maybe try to think of a way I can get this onto podcast.
I mean, here's what you could do, Parker.
Like the $5. Like, could I take the audio from my YouTube streams?
Yes. You need to find a way to take clips from it. Like you can like say, I'm Parker, you know, and this and welcome to the Parker podcast or something, and say you're going to hear 3 discussions of me debating pro-Trump people. Let me know what you think, and then it like plays those 3 discussions. That would be like a podcast, and make it about 1 hour in length.
Yeah,
that's what I would do personally.
Christian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's like a more extensive version of like my YouTube.
And you can make it weekly. So like what you could do is make it weekly. So at the end of the week, you could be like,
I pick my best 3 conversations that are like 60 minutes long.
Best conversations that I had this week, and you have like 2 or 3 segments with people that you thought was the best
from my YouTube. I could ask people like which ones they think, and then
maybe even like once a month you can do like welcome to the segment where I play you clips that like you know made me laugh or made me get upset or like was like fucking insane.
Like smaller ones, yeah.
That's how I would do it.
Elena, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for Hey Parker. Just wondering how you're doing. Love as always. I'm doing good. I got moved into my new place. Getting the couch here very soon. We just I just bought a couch, and we have practically everything set up. I'm so
Don't
happy with
tell.
everything.
Oh, you just bought a couch. Don't tell JD Vance. He'll be on
I
it.
also show you this, Matt.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
It's the silver play button.
Yeah. Somebody's famous. Don't rub it in.
I was so happy when I saw that. I was like, that's so sick.
I know you were. Very big W's.
Kristen, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much for intermittently taking breaks from politics for mental health. I feel you on that, but I'm back for now, and I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you as well. Glad to see you as well. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Sarah, thank you for the dollar. For Parker, I live in Memphis, and Elon is destroying our environment and drinking water, and the facility is primarily affecting. Oh, was Athena here?
Yes. Somewhere.
Oh my god!
What's up? What's up?
Congratulations!
I
I'm
appreciate it.
so
I appreciate
proud
it.
of y'all.
I know this is sick.
Please.
Also, did you hear about Dean? Dean went on MSNBC. They had him on MSNBC.
No way!
That's
I'm
crazy.
so proud of y'all. This is amazing.
I know.
This is amazing. I can't believe how like successful Dean is getting and how successful you're getting as well. I am so proud of y'all, and I'm excited to see how far y'all gonna go.
Yeah, it is. It is actually wild. It is wild. I'm like, it's so surreal because like I was talking to like the chat earlier. I was like, from like me getting on TikTok earlier, like from years ago. It's like I'm so used to like TikTok not being viewed as like mainstream that like it's just like so surreal for me to like see that like they are even picking up on it, and even the conversations seemed like more left wing than I expected on MSNBC. So it's like,
Well, you want to know why? This was their late night weekend channel, and the weekend channels are always much more either to the far right or the far left. It's just how it is. So my guess is that Dean, had he gone on like Mad Hour or something in like prime time, that probably would have got some push.
I'm sorry.
Just saying.
Jasmine, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Cassie, thank you for the $2. I did try to. I think someone said something, and I completely lost where it was. Oh my gosh. Yep, I can't find it. I lost where I was. I'm sorry, chat. So for someone, I think I did miss their message. Braden, thank you so much for the send. I appreciate it. They said, "Are you a Keynesian economist? And what is your dream 2028 ticket?" I mean, I would lean more towards Keynes than I would lean towards plenty of others. So I mean, some people would probably describe me as a Keynesian. I don't really like labels like that, but and then Dream 2028 ticket. All I know is I want AOC as my presidential candidate.
In some capacity, like
In
she
some
should run.
capacity, like AOC to be either vice president or president. I would prefer to be president.
Well, she should run, right? And whether or not she actually gets the nomination, that's another thing. But if she runs and doesn't get the nomination, she definitely deserves like a cabinet position.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Vice president, if not like secretary of state or like something big. Like I think.
Well, Secretary of Labor or something, because like she's very much like
yes,
big in that.
Yeah, that's true.
Secretary of Labor or something.
Wait, who would you want as president though?
AOC.
If she was oh, okay. And if she was vice president, who would you want to be president?
Who would I want to be president? If I could pick?
I haven't even thought about it really.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it other than I've seen Jasmine Crockett's pretty good. From like what I've seen recently.
She may be too young.
Yeah, maybe. I think Buttigieg is relatively good for like what people are typically support in the Democratic Party. Trying to think who else. Yeah, I think those are like the big ones that I've seen. I really think that it's gonna be defined in like the primaries though.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably going to be people who are going to join the primary who like we've never even fucking heard of, and we might like their message or not. Like we might have private individuals and stuff. I have no idea, but I expect there to be a big primary. Like it's going to be huge, like dozens of people.
Yeah, I'm feeling like we might go more like progressive. That's at least what I'm hoping. I think that moderates have felt like they've lost. and I think that's kind of true. So I think that the progressives might like have a lot of the momentum right now. But Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Do you ever see yourself going into politics?
I don't. I don't. I right now I'm like that'd be like only like last case scenario, like I have to like benefit people or something. Like I am not someone who's like wanting to like go join politics right now, or I've never like been like someone who's like, oh, I want to be a politician, you know. So like, yeah, I enjoy what I do right now. Comparative to I don't think I would enjoy being a politician as much. I would only do it if it was like what I was like certain of was like the best thing I could do at the time, which I'm not right now. I think I could do better doing this as of right now.
Even if it's like local politics and not like.
Maybe if it was local. I guess I just haven't been in like a local enough area for a long enough time for me to like get a specific like local area, if that makes sense or anything. Maybe like in California or something, because I've been in California for like the past 10 years or so.
So when you started off on like Omegle, right? Because we remember those days. Did you ever think it would get like this big?
Never. I never even the first time I thought about doing content was just when I was talking to my sister. Like I would just sit and we'd have like conversations for like hours during COVID, right? And we'd just like talk about politics. That's a huge like conversations with my sister was like a huge place where like I found like my love for these types of conversations. So like it was like Omegle and that, and she was actually someone who's like, you talk about these things all the time. You love these things. You should like start making stuff on TikTok. And I was like immediately like when she first brought it up, I wasn't like quick jump on that. I was like, maybe I would. Like I didn't really like believe in myself in that way to like that like people would like care to hear like what I'm saying or whatnot. So I guess it took me like a while to start that, but then inevitably I did, and I started making like just random like TikTok videos. Remember, everyone remembers like political TikTok back in the day. It was just like
I remember those days.
like leftist TikToks. It was a fun time.
It was unhinged. Political TikTok was
It
unhinged
was
back in the day.
unhinged back then. It was unhinged back then. Uh, it wasn't as much lives though. It was like all videos and stuff. It was like wall of texts. Like I remember that with sound in the background, or like trends with like music and dances. Like
Who's that? Who is that pro-life debater? The woman who got like sentenced for like attempted unaliving or something?
Miss
Murder?
Mendoza.
Oh,
Oh my
yes!
gosh, she was
Back in the day.
huge. She was huge on TikTok. She was one of the biggest pro-life debaters, and it was like, wasn't it like it was what was it again? I can't quite remember. It was
Attempted murder, I think.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Murder because they tried to like rob
I
somebody.
haven't even like checked up on that. That's been so long ago.
That's like wild.
It's like I'm pro-life until I don't like you.
Actually,
Sorry.
wild. That's literally wild. If you're once they're sentient, then you stop caring about them. You know, you only care about them when they're zygotes.
Kiara's right because she does have a full-blown pen pal site. If you want to be like her pen pal, but I'm just not gonna say it. But yeah, she does.
That is unhinged. That is unhinged.
Yeah. Oh my god. And then who else
I think I found her. Let me see.
Here, I need to thank some people real quick. Solomon, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I feel you on that. I used to be as well. Like it's really glad to see the progression, of course. Yo, Anthony, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it. Navaya, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tyler, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. And then also Tyler, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh my god, no, I'm not pro-life. Oh my god. Somebody in the comments thought I was pro-life and MAGA.
That's wild.
Please.
That's wild. No, don't worry, everyone. This is a friendly panel. Crazy that they don't know who you are, though. That's wild. That's wild.
I mean, some people and like your YouTube go like, "Who's Matt?
Who's
Matt?"
Matt?
Like you get people in. That tells me that you're not like in like the
TikTok
TikTok
sphere. Yeah.
Like you found Parker on YouTube.
That's really cool. I think that's a cool thing, actually. Like, especially that, like, yeah. What's it called? Yeah. What always gets me crazy is when I'm on a TikTok live with Dean and they don't know who I am. I'm like, bro, I'm on Dean's live all the time. All the time. That's a wild statement. Amelia, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Devion. Thank you so much for the $5. I think they did talk about that with Asan. They talked about like forming a new party, possibly. Heidi, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Heidi. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Joe, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, that's ace.
Covey is actually like a spontaneous name, by the way. Because prior to that, I was like, I had like my account that was just called Athena, and then after that, I was like Kimberly and Possible. But then I kept getting like banned by a lot of racists, so I got like 10 accounts, and I just called them Covey, and then that just stuck because I was reading To All the Boys I've Loved Before, and the main character's last name is like Covey, and that's the only reason why I made it that name. But now I'm planning on changing it as well as I'm going like live more. But I don't know what I would change it to. I was thinking like Athena Speaks or
I think that's great. I think that's a good one.
Athena's Lens or something like I don't know. Something with Athena is gonna do it. So it's Covey's not gonna stay for long.
And then Julie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. That would be really cool, Julie. That'd be really cool. Thank you so much though for the $25. Thank you. Get some W's for them.
Yeah. But that's crazy. When are you gonna debate Destiny though?
I don't have any categorized debate specifically.
Ooh.
Wait. Are you going to speak to him?
No, I don't have any like specific categorized debate or anything.
Oh, okay.
I think you would do really well though, to be fair. In my opinion.
Yeah. I think maybe I would do well. I've never really gotten on like the YouTube spaces and debated people. I think originally, like back in the day, like when I first went on Jubilee, I like debated on like these panels. I forget what panel it was. It was I think it was Dylan Burns or something like that, and it was a bunch of different people. And I think that's where I heard the Loner Box name from was from that, and that's why I like when you told me about them, like I immediately like I was like that name sounds so familiar, right? And then I looked them up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I think maybe they were on one of the debates that I was on back in the day.
I did not even. So when I went on your live, I think it was that one live where you had that guest who you just wanted to kick so bad, and I came up briefly and talked to them. David or something was their name. I think they pretended to be a Trump supporter when they were like a Democrat. And then like Lonerbox reacted to like their live, and then somebody reached out to me and was like, "Oh, Lonerbox wants to talk to you," and I was like, "Okay." And I debated him, and it was interesting. I'm not gonna lie. He claims he's not a Zionist, but then he doesn't think what's happening in like Gaza as a G-side, nor does he like think a one-state solution is best. He thinks that Israel should continue existing, I think he doesn't even think that like Palestinians living in Israel like live in an apartheid state. So I was just like, oh, okay, well. You
I was like, sounds like all the views, right?
Exactly.
Judith, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. But yeah. Yes. I am like 4.5 hours in. I think I am about to get off here and spend the night with Marge, everyone. Marge finally got back, so I get to see her. It was like the first night since I moved in with her that we moved in together. What's it called? I haven't been with her, so I was like so sad.
Aww.
All right. Well, I will see everyone later. It was good seeing everyone.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care. Good seeing both y'all. All right, everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Subscribe to me on YouTube. I would go over to my YouTube channel, Parkergetajob on YouTube, everyone. I literally just posted a video earlier today. It's called MAGA Husband Might Be Single After This Debate. It's literally like a debate yesterday where like that one guy, I put husband, but it was like a boyfriend and girlfriend. The girlfriend called in and had me debate her boyfriend. So go make sure to check that out if you want to. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.